Chapter 191. Sima Yue then shifted her gaze to Shi. She didn't see her face clearly the last time, but now that she saw her, she was indeed a beauty. However, compared to her appearance, her aura was more eye-catching. Shi looked at Sima Yue and saw that Sima Yue was actually looking straight at her. She was not intimidated by her aura and said, "You have guts. Courage is borrowed from heaven and earth." Sima Yue smiled and said, "Mainyo, you look pretty. Do you want to follow me to the mountains and be my wife? Just based on a young brat like you?" Shi said, "You haven't even grown hair and you're already thinking about hitting on women." Sima Yue stretched out a finger and shook it. No. I don't have any ideas about ordinary women. I'm only interested in beautiful women. Smooth talker. Shi did not get angry and said, "Since my cousin said that you guys beat her up, as her cousin, I can't just ignore it. Kneel down and apologize to her. As long as she forgives you, you can leave today." "Make her kneel." Sima Yue smirked. "What if I don't? Then I can only break your legs and make you kneel." Shi calmly said. She did not feel that her words were cruel. "It's a pity. My body, hair, and skin belong to my parents. I love my body very much." Sima Yue said, "I don't kneel to the heavens or the earth. I only kneel to my parents. As for your cousin, it's even more impossible. Don't kneel to the heavens, don't kneel to the earth." Shi heard Sima Yue's words and was stunned for a second before saying, "You're a rather ambitious child. However, this will still crumble in the face of strength." "Really?" Sima Yue shrugged helplessly when she saw that the other party was not going to let her go. "What should I do? I don't want to lay my hands on a beauty. My heart would ache if I hurt you. Then let's see who's the one hurting who." Shi said as she curled her fingers and grabbed towards Sima Yue. Sima Yue saw her speed and the sound of the wind she created. She had a rough understanding of her abilities. With a twist of his body, he easily dodged her attack. Then, he quickly took 2 steps back and left the opponent's attack range. Shi did not expect Sima Yue's speed to be so fast. When Sima Yue dodged, she changed her direction and tried to grab her. However, she was still unable to catch her. "Beauty, if you can catch me within 10 moves, I will apologize to her." "You're standing." Sima Yue laughed as she dodged. She had always been stronger than her peers and had never met anyone who was faster than her. Because the two of them didn't use any spirit chi during this chase, they were only competing with their physical strength. 2 moves, 3 moves, 4 moves, 9 moves, 10 moves. After 10 moves, Shi did not even manage to touch Sima Yue. She did not even manage to touch the corner of her clothes. Her speed was very fast and her reaction was also very fast. However, it could not be compared to Sima Yue, who had stayed in the Sophia mountain range for 2 years. After 10 moves, Sima Yue came out of the crowd and said to Shi, "Beauty, this young master has something on today, so I won't be chatting with you. Next time, remember to speed up a little." After speaking, she quickly left. Shi did not even see how she managed to get out of the crowd. When she saw her leave, her face was terrifyingly gloomy. "Cousin, you're letting him go just like that?" Qin Wan went forward and said unwillingly. "Can you catch him?" Shi glanced at Qin Wan and said, "That brat's abilities are not weak. The most important thing now is the auction in a few days. I don't want to cause any trouble. After the auction, there will naturally be a chance to take revenge. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." Although Qin Wan said this, her eyes were still filled with unwillingness as she watched Sima Yue leave. When Sima Yue returned to the Sand Gull army, Wei Ziqi and the others were playing with Little Two in the courtyard. When they saw her return, they asked, "How was it done?" Sima Yue said, "However, I'm afraid that the auction will have to be pushed back for another 2 days." Pushed back again. Fatty Chu was shocked and asked, "Why?" The 100 Revolutions pill is an almost extinct pill after all. Now that it has appeared, such a heaven-defying pill will naturally attract everyone's interest. There will be even more things that want to be auctioned, and more money will be needed. Sima Yue said, "They said that it will be pushed back for another 2 days. I can just unblock Little Two's meridians one more time." "Yeah, you rested for so long the last time. We don't know what will happen this time. It's best if you maintain your mental strength," Bei Gong Tang said. "Yeah." Sima Yue nodded her head. She was thinking the same thing. "Yue, do you have enough money now?" Wei Ziqi asked. "It's enough." Sima Yue was extremely happy when she said this. "I sold the 100 Revolutions pill formula to Ugly Person and earned 600,000 gold coins. 400 Revolutions pills can earn me at least 400,000 gold coins. That adds up to 1,000,000 gold coins." Fatty Chu said, "Why do I feel like I'm a nouveau riche?" "Nouveau riche your sister." Sima Yue patted Fatty Chu and said, "I've always been rich. It's just that it was a thing in the past, but now it's turned into money. We'll definitely be able to get the colored glass pearl this time." Wei Ziqi said, "However, Yue, why do you have to get the colored glass pearl? I didn't see you so interested in it before. My group of people like it. As their master, I can only satisfy them." Sima Yue said helplessly. Mo Sha, who was in the Devil's Snare bracelet, heard Sima Yue say that she was his master and could not help but twitch his mouth. There had never been anyone who dared to say that they were his master. If it was anyone else, he would definitely slap them to death. However, why was it that when Sima Yue said that, he did not seem angry at all? "Yue, when do you plan on clearing Little Two's throat for the second time?" Bei Gong Tang asked. "Tomorrow." Sima Yue said, "Little Two, rest well today. We'll start again tomorrow, alright?" "Alright." Little Two nodded. Although he was afraid of the terrifying pain, it did not stop his desire to cultivate. After that, Sima Yue told them about her encounter with Qin Wan and Shi Yushi. The others did not think much of it and only said that they should leave early to avoid meeting them again. Just as Sima Yue said, that afternoon, the auction house released news that the auction would be delayed for another 2 days. Being delayed twice in a row was something that had never happened before. Many people were dissatisfied, but when they heard that the delay was due to the appearance of the 100 Revolutions pill, their dissatisfaction turned into excitement and they all went to gather funds. Even Shi Yushi, who had seen many good things since she was young, was shocked. Her innate talent was not bad. If she could obtain the 100 Revolutions pill, she would definitely be able to defy the heavens in the future. "Men, immediately go and get the gold coins. Gather enough funds for me. Also, send someone to report this to Imperial Father." Chapter 192. The next day, Sima Yue went to Little Two's room. Little Two was waiting for her. "Let's begin." When Little Two saw Sima Yue take out the frost pill, he remembered that when he went to Ugly Person's shop, she gave him a starting price of 5,000 a pill. He knew that this pill was definitely not cheap. Seeing that she gave it to him without thinking, he said, "Sister, Little Two will remember sister's kindness." Sima Yue patted Little Two's head and said, "Okay." Xiao Tu swallowed the pill. Sima Yue continued to channel spiritual energy into his body to help the frost pill melt. When his body started to freeze, she drew out a wisp of flame and channeled it into Xiao Tu's body. Little Two's body trembled. He was afraid of this flame, but he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. Just like last time, Sima Yue only managed to open 4 meridians before withdrawing. Although she was slightly better than last time and could still hold on for a while, she felt that Little Two's condition was not good, so she chose to end it here. The moment the flames retreated, Little Two opened his eyes and saw Sima Yue's pale face. He moved his lips and fainted. Bei Gong Tang walked in. Just like the last time, she took over the responsibility of taking care of Little Two and let Sima Yue rest. Sima Yue took out the soul fluid and dripped a drop into Little Two's mouth. Then, she returned to her room and ate a drop before sitting cross-legged to cultivate. During this period, Bai Yunqi came to look for them and said that she would take them out to play. As Sima Yue was in seclusion and did not want to be disturbed, they left her alone and went out. Sima Yue was still in seclusion until the day of the auction. Just as everyone was hesitating whether or not to call her out, the light of advancement shot out from the house, blocking their path. Yue actually advanced again. Fatty Chu slapped his thigh. Why haven't I advanced yet? It's obvious that we're all cultivating at the same level. Ouyang Fei said faintly, you don't have enough talent. Just accept it. Sob sob sob, why is Yu so much stronger than us? This won't do. After this matter is settled, I must cultivate properly. I can't fall too far behind. This was not only his thought, but also the thoughts of the others. Because Sima Yue had advanced to the next round, they left much later than the others. Bai Yunchun had already brought the Sand Goal mercenaries to Ugly Person. Only Bai Yunqi was still waiting for them. Sima Yue had finished her advancement. It had been 2 months since her last advancement. However, she had been busy recently and did not have the time to cultivate. That was why it had taken so long. A level 2 spiritual grandmaster. I wonder how strong I am now. Clenching her fists, Sima Yue nodded in satisfaction when she felt the energy coursing through her body. When she opened the door and went out, it was already dark outside. Everyone was still waiting for her in the courtyard. Yue, you finally came out. If you didn't come, we would have missed the auction. Bai Yunqi said. Today's auction. It's already been so many days. Sima Yue smiled and said, then let's go quickly. The beast carriage was still waiting for them outside the door. Sima Yue went up with them. When they reached the small alley, she left Wei Ziqi and the others to go by themselves. She went to the small alley and changed her clothes before hurrying over to Ugly Person. At this time, there were only a few minutes left before the auction started. The shop assistants were already preparing to close the door. When they saw Sima Yue coming over, they hurriedly opened the door and said, Your Highness, you've come. Please let the staff bring you to your private room. Sima Yue nodded and followed a lady in. The auction was behind Ugly Person. It was a building. Including the basement, there were a total of 3 levels. The lowest level was the auction stage and the public seating area. The people here were either ordinary auctioneers or people with insufficient power. These people were mostly here to join in the fun. The second level was reserved for people with status and power. It faced the auction stage in an arc and there were about 10 rooms. The third level was reserved for people with great power. For example, the West Moon Country's royal family, the Alchemist Guild, the Armament Master Guild and so on. There were a total of 20 rooms on the third level. There were a few rooms that were already lit up, indicating that there were people inside. Rooms 1 to 5 were all VIPs among VIPs. Currently, only Shi was in room 5. The first 4 rooms were all dark and there was no one inside. When Sima Yue went in, almost everyone had already arrived. When the time was up, the door was closed. Your Highness, this way please. The servant girl brought Sima Yue through the side of the main hall and up the stairs to the third level. Everyone was already seated so Sima Yue was especially conspicuous. Those people were all trying to guess the identity of the person who was able to have ugly person's people personally lead the way. Furthermore, it was someone who was alone. Room 3. When those people saw Sima Yue enter room 3, they were all stunned. How long has it been since the lights in room 3 were lit up? The West Moon Country's royal family can only stay in room 5. Who would have thought that that person would enter room 3? That's right, I heard that the person who provided the 100 revolutions pills was wearing a black cloak. Could it be that he was the one who provided the 100 revolutions pills? So it was him. No wonder he could enter room 3. I heard that this 100 revolutions pill was personally refined by him. If we can invite him to our family, then our family's revival will be just around the corner. Just think about it. I heard that the auction house wanted to recruit him but he didn't agree. How could he possibly go to your small family? Wei Ziqi and the rest were still wondering who this person was. Now that they heard that he was the one who provided the 100 revolutions pills, they immediately understood that it was Sima Yue. Who would have thought that Yue would actually go to room 3 on the 3rd level? If we had known earlier, we would have followed him to see for ourselves. Fatty Chu said. Yue naturally has her own considerations for not letting us follow. This 100 revolutions pill has caused a huge commotion. If people knew what it was, it would definitely attract trouble. Look, Yue has already changed her aura. Wei Ziqi lectured. I understand. I was just saying. Fatty Chu said. The servant girl brought Sima Yue into the room. The lights automatically lit up, allowing her to see the interior clearly. It's really luxurious. Sima Yue muttered in her heart, this room is even more luxurious than other people's rooms. Your Highness, the spirit fruits here are specially prepared for you. The servant girl said, furthermore, we have also prepared a list of the items to be auctioned. Alright, you may leave. Sima Yue lowered her voice and said. If there is anything, you can press this button. We will send someone over immediately. This servant will leave now. The servant girl left the room after she finished speaking and closed the door, isolating the outside from any inquiries. Sima Yue came to the table and looked at the spirit fruits. Although they could not be compared to the ones in the spirit pagoda, they were still considered good for the outside world. At this time, all the lights in the hall lit up and focused on the auction stage. Those who were familiar with the situation knew that the auction was about to begin. Chapter 193. A woman with a hot figure walked onto the stage. She was wearing a cheongsam, which accentuated her figure perfectly. She had a beautiful face, exquisite makeup, and her hair was tied up behind her head. She looked noble and charming. She waved her hand, and the people below immediately quieted down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this auction. After 2 postponements, the auction has finally begun. I wonder if everyone is as expectant as Junlon. Junlon said with a smile. There were sounds of agreement from below. Everyone could not wait any longer. Junlon looked at the reactions of the people below with satisfaction and said, everyone knows that our ugly person's guards have always been excellent. This time, we have quite a few excellent auction items, so naturally, we have good guards. All 4 corners of our auction house are guarded by spirit emperors, and there's also a spirit venerable. So, if you don't succeed in the auction, you can't cause trouble here. Following her words, several waves of pressure spread out from the auction house at the same time, and then quickly retreated. There's actually a spirit venerable in charge. The strength of this auction house really can't be underestimated. Sima Yue also felt the pressure from those people, and said while rubbing her chin. Everyone's seats and private rooms have a list of the items that will be auctioned tonight. I'm sure everyone knows what items will be auctioned tonight. If there's anything you want, be prepared to make your move. Junlon reminded, I'm sure everyone can't wait any longer. I now announce that tonight's auction has officially begun. Now, let's bring up our first auction item tonight. A beautiful woman came up with a plate and placed it on the auction table. She then removed the red cloth and retreated to the side. This is a piece of volcanic rock. It was taken from a volcano and is close to the Earth's core. It has been baked at high temperatures for a long time and is an important material for refining fire attribute spirit artifacts. This piece of volcanic rock weighs 1.5 kilograms. The starting price is 300 gold coins, and each increment must not be less than 10%. Let the bidding begin. She knocked the small hammer in her hand, and the people below began to bid. The price went up from 30 to 50. Sima Yuyue looked at the bidding below and realized that the prices of the auctions were set at a relatively low price. She guessed that it was to lure everyone into bidding. Towards the end, it was almost like the competition was causing trouble. She took a look and found that the items in front of her didn't pique her interest. The darkness stone that she wanted was in the 20th or so, while the colored glass stone was in the last 20 or so. Thus, she ate spirit fruits in the house and watched the people below bid. Fatty Chew's medicinal ingredients were also auctioned off a few months ago. The starting price was 500 gold coins, and in the end, it was bought by an alchemist for 1,500 gold coins. Fatty Chew and the rest had never thought of earning much money. They had only come to join in the fun, so they weren't dissatisfied with the price. Not long after, Wei Ziqi's items were also auctioned for 3,000 gold coins. After that, there were also some materials for refining pills and refining tools. When these were almost done, a black stone was brought up. This is a rarely seen stone. Our appraiser can't identify what material it is, but it's as hard as iron. Ordinary flames have no effect on it, so we guessed that it can also be used to refine weapons. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins. Because everyone didn't know what use this stone had, there weren't many people bidding for it. After all, towards uncertain factors, everyone had a suspicious attitude. If they bought it well, they would have profited, but if they bought a useless stone, then they would have suffered a huge loss. Even if it could be used to refine weapons, if they didn't know what use it had, then it would be useless. Thus, it was different from the previous bids. This time, there were only 2 or 3 people bidding. After 2 to 3 minutes, the price had just reached 2,000 gold coins. 2,500, Qin Wan's voice came from a room on the second floor. 2,600, hearing Qin Wan bid, Bai Yunqi followed suit. The items at the front weren't very high level, so it was basically the people in the main hall who were bidding. There was no movement from the second and third floors. It was rare that Qin Wan from the domineering mercenary group had taken a fancy to something. The people below all gave up, and Bai Yunqi appeared again. 3,000, Qin Wan unhappily pulled a long face. This Bai Yunqi just liked to go against her. 3,100, Bai Yunqi followed suit. 3,300, 3,400. 4,000, 4,100. No matter how much Qin Wan bid, Bai Yunqi would always bid 100 more than her. It was obvious that she was targeting her. Bai Yunqi, you're not even interested in this thing, why are you bidding with me? Qin Wan couldn't take it anymore and shouted towards the outside of the room. I think this thing isn't bad, so I want to buy it and put it in my foot basin. Bai Yunqi said. Ha! The people below all laughed out loud. Only a person like Bai Yunqi would be able to say such words. Even Sima Yuyue couldn't help but smile. Shi Yueshi and 2 members of the royal family sat in the number 5 private room, waiting for the auction to start later. Seeing Qin Wan and Bai Yunqi making a ruckus below, she frowned and said, 5,000. If Qin Wan liked it, then she would just buy it for her. If they kept delaying like this, when would they be able to get to the auction later? Seeing the number 5 private room light up, the people below all tactfully closed their eyes. Everyone knew that this was the West Moon Kingdom's royal family making a move. Who would be willing to go against them? As expected, once she opened her mouth, Yunchi also went down and didn't make another sound. Qin guessed that she was bidding for her and didn't bid anymore. Junlan watched from the stage. The fact that this stone could be sold for 5,000 gold coins was already out of her expectations. Seeing that no one else was bidding, she followed the procedure and asked for the last time. Number 5 private room bids 5,000 gold coins. Are there any higher bids? She paused. Seeing that no one was bidding, she continued, if there aren't any, 5,000 gold coins going once, 5,000 gold coins going twice, 5,000 gold coins going thrice, 5,100. Number 3's voice rang out, interrupting Junlan's final words. Hearing number 3's bid, the people below were a little shocked. For her to bid at this time, wasn't it slapping Shiyueshi's face? As expected, Shiyueshi was very unhappy. She didn't make a move just now. Now that she was about to bid for it, she actually opened her mouth. Wasn't this clearly going against her? Her face darkened as she said, 5,500. 5,600, 6,000. 6,100, 6,500. 6,600, raising the price in the same manner as Bai Yunqi. It was obvious that she was looking for trouble. You're doing this on purpose. Shiyueshi said. Sima Yue let Imo Sha speak on her behalf. What on purpose? I just remembered that my pill refining furnace's leg is broken and it's just the right height for this stone. Beauty Lawn said that this is so sturdy, I was thinking that I could take it back to pad my pill refining furnace. Even if it doesn't work, I can still give it to someone and let him take it back and place it in the foot basin. Ha 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 dash, number 3 and number 5 were arguing. The atmosphere wasn't very good, but hearing her say that, the people below couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 194. She would be an idiot if she still couldn't tell that Sima Yue was doing it on purpose. Princess, don't be angry. Everyone is free to bid in this auction. If you can bid, then so can I, Miss Junlan, am I right? Sima Yue threw the question to Junlan. Of course. Junlan didn't seem to be afraid of the West Moon Imperial family as she smiled and said. In any case, I'm just here to join in the fun today. Those cultivation techniques and pills don't attract me at all. If the princess wants to play, I don't mind playing with you. It's just that I don't know when I stopped. Sima Yue was very direct with her words. She was just teasing her. When you offered a high price, she would stop. Let's see if you still have the money to compete with others for those things. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. No one had ever dared to talk to her like that. But the other party's identity was extraordinary. Most importantly, she didn't know anything about him. If she played with him, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if she lost the chance to snatch the 100 Revolutions pill because of this, she would definitely regret it to death. The old man who was with her also shook his head at her, indicating that she shouldn't lose her mind because of her quarrel with the other party. Junlan saw that she wasn't speaking, so she smiled and asked, Room 3 has bid 6,600, is there anyone else who wants to bid? The entire venue was silent. What a joke, even she had given up, who else would dare to provoke this person? Qin still wanted to bid but was stopped by her father. Even the auction house had to be courteous to him, so Domineering Guild couldn't afford to offend him. Qin stomped her feet unwillingly and heard Junlan knock down the auction mallet. At first, the items were not very expensive, so they all paid in cash. After a while, a maid came over with a tray. Sima Yue asked her to put down the tray, then paid her 6,600 gold coins and asked her to leave. The maidservant tactfully closed the door. Sima Yue then took the tray and removed the red cloth on it. There was a black stone in a small box. Sima Yu picked up the stone and felt that there was a slight chill coming from it. This is the darkness stone. She took a closer look. Other than the fact that the temperature was a little low, there was nothing different about it compared to other stones. Mo Shaw seemed to be a little excited. Sima Yue could feel the devil's snare bracelet vibrating quite a bit. Mo Shaw, what kind of stone is this dark stone? An item of extreme yin and extreme evil. Mo Shaw came out from the devil's snare bracelet. Looking at the black stone, his eyes twinkled. Something of extreme yin and extreme evil. Then what are you going to do with it? Sima Yue was shocked. Mo Shaw glanced at her and said, I'm originally someone from the devil realm. In your so-called light clan, I'm an evil being. This thing is a great supplement for me. Why is this dark stone so cold? The dark stone is extremely rare in the devil realm and ghost realm. Generally, it can only be formed in ancient battlefields. It's made from the blood of humans and spirit beasts, so naturally it's cold. Mo Shaw said. Sima Yu heard it and subconsciously threw the dark stone back into the box. What does this thing do to you? You don't have to worry about that. Mo Shaw said, remember my colored glass bead. After speaking, he rolled up the dark stone and put it back into the devil's snare bracelet. Sima Yue looked at the empty box and accepted her fate as she kept it back into her spatial ring. Really, I don't know if you're the owner or if I'm the owner. The auction below continued. The first 50 items were mostly bought by the people on the first floor. After the 50th, there were only a few people on the second floor who participated. At this time, those who participated did not place their sights on the last few items. They knew that they could not win against others, so they might as well bid for the items that they liked. When Ouyang Fei's divine beast magic crystal appeared, it caused quite a commotion. Even the armament masters and alchemist guilds started bidding. In the end, the divine beast magic crystal that was originally worth a few thousand was sold for 30,000 gold coins. The gold coins were quickly sent to the private room. Fatty Chu looked at Ouyang Fei calmly receiving the gold coins and said enviously, if I knew earlier, I would have also taken out a divine beast magic crystal to auction. It's hard to buy with money. If you knew earlier, you know. Wei Ziqi said with a smile. However, this auction is really quite interesting. There are all kinds of things, and the prices are even higher than the ones sold outside. Fatty Chu said. You're the seller now, so you naturally want the prices to be higher. If you meet something you want to buy, you won't feel that it's good. Bei Gong Tang said. That's true. Fatty Chu nodded. The further they went, the higher the prices of the items. The people on the first floor were basically just there to watch the show. The main bidders had shifted to the second and third floor. Sima Yue was not interested in these things. She watched the people below call out prices. Sometimes, she felt bored and called out twice. However, when she found out that she called out more than 3 times, those people would not call out anymore. It made her buy 2 more items for nothing. As a result, she became quiet and did not call out anymore. She did not call out again until the colored glass bead came out. With great difficulty, the colored glass bead came out. Sima Yue found that many girls were crying out in surprise. They were mesmerized by the colored glass bead's appearance. This is a colored glass bead. It has a beautiful appearance and has been around for a long time. It's quite beautiful to wear as jewelry. The most important thing is that wearing the colored glass bead can help you calm down after a long time. It can help you calm down. Jun Lan said. Miss June, I heard that this used to belong to a demon king. Is that true? Someone asked. Everyone present was frightened by these words. Some of the people who wanted to call out a price stopped thinking about it. If it really belonged to a demon king, it would not just be beautiful. It would be fatal. June Lan's smile did not diminish. She said generously, "That's right. This colored glass bead used to belong to a demon king in the demon realm. However, it later circulated around the world. It's not only the people of the demon realm who can have it. Of course, if it were not for this factor, our starting price would not be so low. After all, this used to belong to a demon king. 20,000. The first person to call out a price of 20,000 was probably because she did not want anyone to compete with her. 20,000. 23,000. 25,000. There were not many people calling out a price. They were all raising the price bit by bit. 30,000. The first person who called out a price just now raised the price by quite a bit. Hearing that the price had reached 30,000, the people who called out a price just now all stopped. Sima Yue turned on the light and said, 30,000. The person in the private room originally thought that victory was in her hands. She did not expect Sima Yue to make a move. She looked unhappy but still called out, 35,000. 36,000. 40,000. 40,000. When the people below heard Sima Yue calling out a price like that, some of them could not help but laugh. They thought that she was playing with this person like how she played with Shiyueshi. Chapter 195. After that, the man bid a few more times. Sima Yue bid 1 or 2,000 each time, which made the man feel helpless. In the end, that person gritted his teeth and shouted 100,000 yuan. Sima Yue still followed, making that person feel helpless. Alright, you win. That person said hatefully, I won't follow. Everyone thought that she was joking, but only she knew that she was serious. As for why she only added 1 or 2,000 every time, she wouldn't say that it was because she didn't want to spend more money. If that person knew, he would definitely be depressed to death. How could there be such a scammer? Soon, the servant girl brought the colored glass bead over. Sima Yue spent 120,000 to exchange for it. It's not as expensive as I thought. But this bead is quite pretty. She played with the glass bead in her hand and said with a smile. This price was much cheaper than she had expected. It was probably because the items at the back were more precious. Everyone wanted to save their money at the back. They didn't want anything to happen at the front and let her take advantage of them. She didn't even have time to look at the colored glass bead when the auction for her cold ice pill started. June Lan held the cold ice pill and said, I believe everyone is familiar with the cold ice pill. It's a 5th-tier pill. Although its grade isn't high, it's quite useful for us spirit masters. Everyone knows that the higher one's strength is, the easier it is to suffer from qi deviation during cultivation, and this cold ice pill is the best pill to treat qi deviation. At this point, she paused and looked at the reactions below with satisfaction. She continued, the effects of this pill are well known, and the difficulty of refining this pill is obvious to all. From medicinal herbs to refining, it was not a simple matter. Therefore, the starting price for this auction was 5,000 gold coins each. Let's start the bidding. Although the price of 5,000 was somewhat high, there were still many people bidding for it. After all, this medicinal pill was still very hard to come by. If he kept it now, it would be better to be prepared in case he went berserk one day. The last one was sold for 30,000 gold coins, one for 35,000 gold coins. Sima Yue was quite satisfied with this price. In the private room that Wei Ziqi and the others were in, Little Two was already deeply shocked by the price of the cold ice pill. Brother actually gave me such an expensive pill. Thinking about how Sima Yue did not even blink when she gave him the pill, he was extremely touched. Bei Gong Tang patted Little Two's head, saying, Yue is really good to you. I will remember Big Brother's kindness. Little Two said seriously. Time passed bit by bit, and most of the items were sold. There were only a few valuable items left. At this time, many of the forces on the second floor had already been divided into teams that were just there for fun. The competition was mainly for the third floor. Sima Yue watched them fight. Although these things were precious, they were not attractive to her. She had already bid for the 2 items she had come here for. She had already achieved her goal, and the other items were not essential. 100,000, 110,000. 150,000. 200,000. Now, the bids were increasing by tens of thousands. Thinking back to the past, the bids were increasing by a few thousand. The difference was too big. At this time, a servant girl brought up a tray, but did not remove the red cloth on it. Instead, she retreated to the side. Next up is the highlight of our auction. This time, the auction item is the 6th-ranked God's Power Pill. Taking this pill can instantly increase a person's battle power by 1-fold. Think about it, if you are fighting with someone, and both of you are of the same rank, but your battle power is doubled. Junlon does not need to say much about the outcome. There are a total of 2 God's Power Pills. The starting price for each pill is 15,000. Sima Yue did not think that the starting price for the God's Power Pill was only 15,000. The starting price for her colored glass pearl was 16,000. When she came back to her senses, the first pill had already been set at 250,000. The second pill was set at 300,000. The starting price is 15,000, and the final price is 300,000. That is to say, it's 20 times the price. The starting price for the 100 Revolutions pill is 20,000. That means it can go up to 400,000. Whoa whoa whoa, I'm rich. Sima Yue calculated the price, and her heart bloomed with joy. Yu, calm down, calm down. Isn't it just 1,000,000 gold coins? You used to have so much more than this. Little Roar was happily eating a spirit fruit as he looked at her with disdain. That was in the past. Anyway, I don't remember. I only know that I am very poor now. Sima Yue snorted. No, I have to think of a way to raise the price. After the God's Power Pill was taken down, her 100 Revolutions pill was brought up next. The 100 Revolutions pill was not placed in a jade bottle, but was placed on a red cloth. The 4 golden pills immediately attracted everyone's attention. This is the 100 Revolutions pill. It looks different from other medicinal pills. Can eating this pill really cleanse one's muscles and marrow? Of course it can. It is said that after eating this, even trash can become a genius. Tisk tsk, I wonder who will be able to bid for it. In any case, it won't be you or me, haha. I'm really curious how much it will sell for in the end. No matter how much it sells for, it will be worth it. Think about it, a single pill can be the birth of a genius. As long as it is a powerful clan, a genius is worth more than a few 100,000 gold coins. That makes sense. I see that many powers are here today for the 100 Revolutions pill, and there are only 4 pills. I think there will be a good show to watch. Let's wait. Junlon looked at the reactions of the people below and did not say anything. A few people were envious of the 100 Revolutions pill and knew that they had no chance of winning it. They wanted to directly snatch it, but before they could move, 5 powerful auras pressed down on them, killing their thoughts in the cradle. Humph. A cold snort rang out, causing those who had lost their rationality to regain their senses. Only then did they remember that there were 5 experts here. If they really flew over to snatch it, they would be dead by now. Junlon waited for those people to calm down before smiling and saying, "That's right, this is the long-lost 100 Revolutions pill." To be honest, this is the first time Junlon has seen this 100 Revolutions pill, but our appraiser has appraised it and is sure that it is the 100 Revolutions pill. I don't think I need to explain the effects of this 100 revolutions pill. It can cleanse the muscles and marrow, completely changing a person's physique. Even if you were a waste before, it can still make you a genius. If you were originally a genius, then you can only become a ghost. The people below were amused by her words. The recipe for this 100 revolutions pill has already been lost. It is said that the ingredients inside are even rarer, so perhaps we will only see it once in our lives. This can be said to be our only chance. Everyone must seize this opportunity. You can't afford to lose this opportunity. If you lose this opportunity, you might lose a chance to become a genius. A clan may lose a future genius. Miss Junlon, don't say any more. Let's start. A person from a private room on the second floor shouted. Alright, everyone knows the value of this pill. Junlon will not waste any more words. The starting price is 20,000. Let's start the auction. Chapter 196. 25,000. 30,000. 40,000. 150,000. Sima Yue watched them bid from upstairs. Because everyone knew that she was the one who was auctioning it, she could not participate and could only watch. She suddenly thought of something and pressed the service light. Immediately, a servant girl came forward. Sir, how may I be of service to you? I would like to see your manager. Immediately. Please wait a moment. The servant girl retreated and very quickly, a manager came forward. Sir, is there something you need? The manager asked respectfully. I have an additional request for my auction item. Downstairs, the first pill stopped at 300,000. Just as everyone thought that the price was going to be set, Wei Ziqi suddenly said, 330,000. 330,000. Is there anyone else who wants to add? Junlon asked. 350,000. Bai Yunqi shouted from the private room of the Sand Gull mercenary group. 380,000. 400,000. Shi Yushi bid. 420,000. Wei Ziqi bid again. 450,000. Bai Yunqi followed. 460,000. The domineering mercenary group liked to drink Bai Yunqi and go against them. 470,000. Bai Yunqi said. 480,000. Qin Wan followed. 490,000. Bai Yunqi's voice was a little awkward. To outsiders, it seemed that he was about to reach the limit. In the private room, Bai Yunchun and Sun Ran looked at their son strangely. 400,000 was not a small sum to their mercenary group. However, if it could really change their son's body constitution and make his innate talent better, they would support it. In the end, only Qin Wan and Bai Yunqi were bidding. One pill was 400,000, so the others had their eyes on the last 3 pills. Being together with 2 unwise people was digging a hole for oneself. 500,000. Qin Wan bid. 50. Forget it. You're good. I'll let you have it. Bai Yunqi said unwillingly. 500,000. Is there anyone who wants to go higher? Junlon asked. If not, 500,000 going once, 500,000 going twice, 500,000 going thrice. The first 100 revolutions pill will go to Miss Qin. Congratulations on obtaining this treasure. A maid came up and took out a jade pendant. She put down 100 revolutions pill and went to the private room to exchange it for money. Qin Wan's father, Qin Ming, felt a bit of heartache. 500,000 in exchange for a single pill. However, when he thought about how eating it could be exchanged for a genius, he felt a little better. Qin Wan looked at the pill and her eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to take it out and look at it again and again. Father, can I eat it now? Don't worry. We're still outside. It won't be too late to eat when we get back, Qin Ming stopped him. All right. Qin Wan put the medicinal pill back and watched the second round of competition. Sima Yuyue didn't expect the first pill to fall into Qin Wan's hands. However, she was still happy that she had cheated them of 500,000 yuan. The bidding for the second 100 revolutions pill began, and the price rose sharply. Every time there was a bit of weakness, Wei Ziqi and Bai Yunqi would shout at each other for a while, spurring others to bid. In the end, this pill was set at a price of 550,000 yuan. After the second pill was sold, Junlan heard someone call her from behind to stop the bidding for the last two pills. She smiled apologetically to everyone and walked to the front of the auction stage. She heard the manager whisper a few words and looked suspiciously at the number 3 private room. When she returned to the auction stage, she regained her charming appearance and said, "Just now, the manager said that the owner of this 100 revolutions pill requested that the remaining 2 pills be auctioned together." Boom dash, this news caused the people below to panic. They originally thought that they would have 2 chances, but now there was only one. If they couldn't get it this time, it would mean that they had no fate with the 100 revolutions pill. This person is really despicable. Many people in the private room cursed. We didn't say that we can't change the conditions of the auction during the auction. Therefore, your esteemed self's request is not against the rules. Therefore, we will now auction the remaining 200 revolutions pills together. The starting price is 40,000 yuan. Begin bidding. The entire auction house was silent for a few seconds before everyone started shouting crazily. There was no need for Wei Ziqi and the rest to act as shills. The price had already soared to 1 million yuan. 1,050,000 yuan. Shi Yushi shouted with a pained expression. She had never thought of spending 1 million yuan to buy the 100 revolutions pill. She had originally planned to spend a few 100,000 yuan to buy 1 pill. Now that she had to spend twice the amount, it really made her unhappy. Sima Yuyue saw that the people below were shouting with a pained expression and added fuel to the fire, saying, "Everyone, please don't think that I'm trying to cheat everyone. It's best to eat 2 of these 100 revolutions pills. 1 pill will not be able to expel all the impurities in the body. 2 pills won't have any effect either. Therefore, these 2 pills are the best combination. It can change one's physique to the most perfect state. I'm doing this for the sake of the people who bid for the pills." Hearing Sima Yuyue's words, the gloominess in the hearts of those people was swept away and they started bidding again. As long as one had the ability, they would want to participate in the bidding. In the end, the 2 pills were auctioned off by the Alchemist Guild for 1,800,000. Shi Yushi saw that she had missed out on the 100 revolutions pill and was extremely vexed. She never thought that such a situation would occur, so she did not bring that many gold coins with her. She could only watch as the Alchemist Guild bid for the pills. "Princess, don't be angry. These 2 pills are gone, but doesn't Miss Qin still have one? When the time comes, we can ask them to contribute that pill. You can also increase your innate talent." The people accompanying her advised. But 1 pill is not enough to achieve the best results. "I want 2. Shi Yushi's face darkened. "We can't touch the Alchemist Guild, but isn't there another pill? When the time comes, we will naturally have a way to gather 200 revolutions pills for the princess. That better be the case." When Shi Yushi heard this, her expression softened a little. Sima Yuyue was overjoyed in the private room. 1 pill was 500,000 yuan, 1 pill was 550,000 yuan, and the remaining 2 pills were 1,800,000 yuan. In total, she had 2,850,000 yuan. Adding on the cold ice pills 65,000 yuan, she had earned 2,915,000 yuan today. After deducting the commission and the tens of thousands that she spent on the items, she still had 2 million yuan. I'm rich, I'm rich. Her eyes narrowed into slits as LoveLore looked at her with disdain. The wave of the 100 revolutions pill had yet to pass when the last auction item was brought up. There was only one book lying quietly on the tray, but just like before, it stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction hall. Junlon picked up the Spirit Technique book and showed it to everyone, then put it back and said, "This is our last auction item tonight, an ice attribute profound grade high-tier Spirit Technique. As everyone knows, wind, thunder, and ice is a rarely seen attribute. This Spirit Technique is also relatively rare, and this ice attribute Spirit Technique is a profound grade high-tier Spirit Technique. It is definitely a Spirit Technique that everyone yearns for even in their dreams. The starting price is 30,000 yuan, begin the bidding." When Sima Yue heard Junlan's words, her eyes narrowed as she muttered, "Ice attribute Spirit Technique, it seems like we are lacking this right now." Chapter 197. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Godly Doctor. Chapter 197, Competing for the Spiritual Skill. Chapter 197, Competing for the Spiritual Skill. Wei Zi Qi's attributes were the ice and wood attributes. The wood attribute's attack power was not strong at the moment, and although the ice attribute's battle prowess was very good, because it did not have a strong spiritual skill, it made him the person with the lowest battle prowess in the team. Although there were a few spiritual skills in the Spirit Pagoda, after fusing with the 7-layered pagoda, the higher-level spiritual skills were sealed and thrown to the higher levels. This made her depressed for a long time. If she had known earlier, she would have taken them out before the fusion. While she was thinking about it, the bid had already reached 500,000 yuan. Crazy. Fatty Chu saw that the bid had reached such a high level and his jaw almost fell to the ground. When Wei Zi Qi first heard that it was an ice attribute spiritual skill, he was extremely excited. However, as the price continued to rise, his excited heart slowly calmed down. Even if he had found it with great difficulty, it did not belong to him. Everyone in the room could see the disappointment in his eyes. Ouyang Fei patted his shoulder and said, "You will meet even better ones in the future." Wei Zi Qi smiled. 550,000, this bid caused the four of them to be startled. They subconsciously looked outside, only to see a tightly shut door. This is, although they did not know what method Sima Yue used to change her voice, they knew that this was her bidding. Private room number 3 bids 550,000. Are there any higher bids? Junlon asked. Once Sima Yue called out, many people gave up. They did not have the ice attribute and were only bidding for fun. If they were to be hated by an alchemist because of this, it would not be worth it. 600,000. She was unhappy that Sima Yue had tied the 100 revolutions pill to the auction and was competing with her. With the addition of the other powers, the bid for the spiritual skill had reached 1,200,000. Miss Junlon, this is my first time participating in this kind of auction. I have a question to ask. Sima Yue suddenly asked. We are bidding right now. What are you doing? She said unhappily. It is because we are bidding that I have a question to ask. Sima Yue said. Please ask. Junlon said. You have to pay on the spot for this auction, right? Or can I put the price here first, bid for the item, and then go back to raise the money? Sima Yue asked. The people below were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect her to ask this question. What if I bid but don't have the money to pay? Sima Yue continued, I'm not looking for trouble. It's just that I've never attended an auction before, so I don't know much about it. Junlon wasn't angry and said, if it's an empty bid, then you'll be blacklisted by our auction house forever. You won't be allowed to enter any of our branches. You won't kill me, right? Sima Yue asked in fear. There's no need for Junlon to say that. Junlon smiled and said, can we continue? Oh, I have no more questions. Let's continue. Sima Yue said, 1. 25 million. After her interruption, the number of people bidding decreased by quite a bit. They were just trying to create a ruckus. Now that Sima Yue reminded them, if no one bid after they bid, then they would have kicked an iron plate. 30 million. She insisted. 40 million. Sima Yue directly added 100,000. 50 million. Very quickly, the price was raised to 70 million. Now, only she and Shi were left. 80 million. After Sima Yue finished bidding, she said, "This is already the highest price I'm willing to pay. If Princess likes it, then add a bit more. I won't fight with you over it." Shi, who was about to bid, swallowed her words. This Sima Yue was sure that she didn't bring much money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let the Alchemist Guild bid 80 million for the 100 Revolutions pill. She wanted to continue bidding, but if Sima Yue really wasn't willing to bid, and she didn't have much money, then she would forever be blacklisted by the ugly person. The West Moon Kingdom's emperor had always said not to offend this auction house. This meant that even the royal family couldn't afford to offend them. If this really happened tonight, then she wouldn't be able to answer to her royal father. You win. She retracted her hand and didn't bid anymore. She hoped that others would bid, but the wealthiest Alchemist Guild spirit masters were of the fire attribute. The Beast Tamer Guild liked books on mental strength. The Alchemist Guild also didn't want to make an enemy out of Sima Yue. They had already withdrawn from the bidding. Thus, Sima Yue used 80 million to bid for this spirit skill. When the last item was auctioned off, the oppressive aura disappeared. The spirit paragon left. Tonight's auction has come to an end. The items have already been delivered to everyone's hands. Those who bid can leave through our teleportation array. Junlan said. I'm very happy to have spent this wonderful night with everyone. See you next time. After saying this, she turned around and left the stage. The auction house's doors opened and those people left one after another. Sima Yue waited until most of the people below had left before she stood up and left the room. The servant girl outside was still waiting for her. Your Honor, please follow me. Her item hadn't been delivered yet. She knew that the other party was waiting for her to go personally. The servant girl brought her to a room. Sima Yue wasn't worried that they would do anything harmful to her. Although Chongming didn't come, he was currently sitting in the auction house. Your servant greets your honor. Junlan came in from outside and bowed to Sima Yue with a smile. Miss Junlan. Sima Yue wasn't surprised to see her and nodded at her. Junlan saw Sima Yue's reaction and knew that she was putting on an act. However, she didn't say anything. She turned around and took a tray from the servant girl beside her, saying, This is the book you bid for and the remaining money after bidding for the spirit skill. As our esteemed guest, we only take 10,000 as a service fee. If it's someone else, we'll charge you 3%. A 3% service fee. 2,850,000 was 85,000. This meant that they were giving her a discount of 70,000. He was trying to get on her good side. Thank you. Sima Yue calmly placed the spirit skill and the crystal card with 1,040,000 gold coins into her spatial ring. Also, our pavilion master said that to thank your honor for selling the 100 Revolutions pill formula to us, he would like to give your honor a few small gifts. He hopes that your honor will kindly accept them. After Junlan finished speaking, she took out another tray and placed a spatial ring on it. Sima Yue was a little surprised by this. Although she knew how rich this ugly person was after tonight and regretted selling the formula for 600,000, she didn't have any other thoughts. She didn't think that the other party would take the initiative to give her something. However, it was just enough to make up for the disappointment in her heart. Please remember our address, download it here. Chapter 198. She took the spatial ring and put it on her finger without even looking inside. Many thanks for that, she said. Is there anything else? No more. Junlan saw that Sima Yue was neither pretentious nor arrogant, so she had a good impression of her. She smiled and said, the others should have left by now. I'll bring you to the teleportation array. Thank you. Please. Junlan brought Sima Yue to the teleportation portal and sent her off personally. She only heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Sima Yue disappear into the portal. Mississippi's Master Li and his master appeared behind her. So this Junlan was actually Ugly Person's daughter. Who would have thought that she would personally host tonight's auction? Old Master, that esteemed one is a little unhappy, but he probably doesn't hold a grudge against us. Junlan said, next time, don't do something so imprudent. Once such a person knew that he had been tricked, it was impossible for him to not care. If they hold a grudge against us, it will be a big problem for us. Do you understand? You're right, young miss, the old man replied. All right, you can all leave. Junlan waved her hand and said. Miss, how long do you plan to stay here this time? Manager Li asked. Junlan thought for a moment, then said, I originally came for this auction. Since it's over, I'll stay for another 2 days before leaving. Yes. Oh right, change that ugly freak's door sign for me. Junlan said with a frown. But young miss, it was young master who asked someone to put it there. He even said that I'm not allowed to change. Manager Li said awkwardly. I don't know where that prodigal is playing now. Don't bother about him. Change it for me. Junlan said helplessly as she rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Yes. I'll find someone to change it tomorrow. Sima Yue felt a little dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she did not know where she was in the city. She sensed that there was no one around and had Immerse Shah retract his power. She quickly took off her cloak and returned to her usual self. After walking 2 streets, Chongming appeared in the air. Chongming, you're so fast. Sima Yue smiled at him. Wei Ziqi said that you definitely won't be able to find your way back after coming out and asked me to come and fetch you. Chongming landed beside Sima Yue. Do you know which street they are on? Sima Yue asked. You don't need to know. After speaking, he hugged Sima Yue's waist and took her into the air, flying towards the direction of the mercenary group. Ordinary people were not allowed to fly in the city, but with Chongming's aura, the people below did not sense their presence. Chongming directly brought her to the courtyard where they were temporarily staying. In the courtyard, Bei Gongtang and the others were waiting for her. They only relaxed when they saw her return. Yue, why did you wait so long before coming back? Fatty Chu asked when he saw that Sima Yue was not acting strangely. I waited there for a while, then I was delayed by something. Sima Yue said. She did not tell them that she could not find her bearings after coming out of the teleportation array and had walked 2 rounds on the streets. Since you're back, you guys should rest early. I'll head back first. Bai Yinchi said and left. Let's go rest too. Bei Gongtang patted Little Tu's head and brought him to sleep, leaving Wei Ziqi and the others in the courtyard. Sima Yue said, let's go inside and talk. When they reached the room, everyone found a seat and sat down. Sima Yue took out something and threw it at Wei Ziqi. Wei Ziqi subconsciously caught it and only then did he see clearly what it was and his face was filled with shock. Yue, it's the Ice Attribute Spirit Skill book that was auctioned tonight. Sima Yue said, didn't you happen to be lacking an Ice Attribute Spirit Skill? I bought it for you. You. Wei Ziqi looked at Sima Yue and then looked at the Spirit Skill book in his hands. He was so moved that he could not speak. What the heck, Yue, this spirit skill book was auctioned for 1.8 million gold coins. Fatty Chu swallowed his saliva fiercely. She gave it to Wei Ziqi just like that. Chong Ming, who had followed them in, was also stunned. He did not think that Sima Yue would actually give away such a valuable item so casually. Although he did not have much concept of money, he knew that 1.8 million gold coins was not a small amount. He also knew that she only had a few thousand gold coins on her and was still worrying about how to get the money to bid for the glass pearl. 1.8 million gold coins was a huge sum to her. Yue, this item is too valuable. I can't accept it. Although Wei Ziqi had thought that Sima Yue might have bought it for him, he still felt like he was in a dream when she really gave it to him. Alright, if I don't give it to you, there's no point in me keeping it. Sima Yue waved her hands. I'm not an ice attribute spirit skill. Since Yue is giving it to you, you should accept it. Ouyang Fei said from the side. That's right, you don't have many special attribute spirit skills. It's not easy to find such a good one. If you didn't buy it, then forget it. But since Yue has already bought it for you, why are you still rejecting it? Fatty Chu added. Alright. Wei Ziqi knew that there was no point in him rejecting it now. He looked at Sima Yue and said, Yue, thank you. I'm not used to you being so polite. Sima Yue said with a smile, anyway, this was obtained using other people's money. Speaking of which, other than the ones we bought, there's still quite a bit left. We can be considered as rich people now. That's right, this is the money from the auction for your cold ice pill. We got it back for you. Wei Ziqi said as he took out a crystal card. Sima Yue received the crystal card and took out the one Ouyang Fei gave her. She returned it to him and said, I didn't use it, but thank you. Ouyang Fei didn't say anything and nodded his head, keeping the crystal card. What a pity, one of the 100 Revolutions pills was actually bought by that witch Qin Wan. Fatty Chu thought of this and felt a little depressed. You think that Qin Wan could really eat that 100 Revolutions pill? Wei Ziqi asked with a smile. Ah. Didn't she buy it? Fatty Chu looked at him suspiciously. But she didn't buy it. Ouyang Fei said. With their reminder, Fatty Chu instantly understood. You're saying that she didn't buy the 100 Revolutions pill and went to ask Qin Wan for it? Not only Qin Wan, I think that the other person who bought it also didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. Wei Ziqi said, it would be best if you could eat too. It would definitely give she some ideas. She wouldn't dare to touch the Alchemist Guild, but the other two powers might not. That night, Qin Wan and her father returned to the mercenary group. Just as they were about to take the pill, someone came in to report that the princess had arrived. Qin Ming's face sunk when he heard the report. He was about to let Qin Wan eat the pill, but he didn't expect that she had already brought 2 elders in. At the same time, the other power that had bought the 100 Revolutions pill also had 2 elders bringing a group of people to knock on their door. Chapter 199. On the second day, Ugly Person changed its name. Ugly Person was shrunk into a very small word and below it were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy, Xian Yuan Pavilion. When Sima Yue heard Bai Yunqi say this as a joke, she immediately thought of Dongchen Kingdom's Xian Yuan Pavilion. She wondered if the two were related. However, this had nothing to do with her and she did not think about it. Instead, she placed all her attention on Little Tuesday. She had already unblocked Little Two's meridians twice. Little Two said that he could already feel spiritual energy, but he could not guide it into his body. Now that she had nothing to do in West Moon Kingdom, she could go to Central Wu Kingdom after unblocking all of Little Two's meridians. 3 days after the auction ended, she unblocked Little Two's meridians once again. Little Two held the cold ice pill. Thinking about how this pill was sold for 30,000 gold coins at the auction, he felt that it was very important. It was not the pill, but Sima Yoyue's kindness to him. Sima Yoyue saw Little Two holding the pill in a daze and lightly flicked his forehead, saying, "Why aren't you eating it? Why are you in a daze?" Little Two came back to his senses and ate the pill, then waited for the pill to take effect. Just as Sima Yoyue was unblocking Little Two's meridians, Shiyushi went to the domineering army again. Greetings to Princess. Although they were unhappy with Shiyushi forcefully buying the 100 Revolutions pill, Qin Ming and the rest still bowed to her. "Uncle, I've come this time to tell you something." Shiyushi sat down and looked at Qin Ming. "I've found out who killed little uncle." "You found out?" Qin Ming looked at Shiyushi in shock, secretly sighing that the imperial family's power was indeed much stronger. Shiyushi nodded, saying, "When Imperial Mother received news of little uncle's death, she sent people to investigate. When I came out of seclusion this morning, Imperial Mother sent the news over." "What did your Imperial Mother say?" Qin Ming asked. "She said that it was done by those people from the Sand Gull Army. Sima Yoyue, Wei Ziqi, Bei Gong Tang, Ouyang Fei and someone they called Fatty." Shiyushi said. "Bei Gong Tang." Qin Wan cried out in surprise, "Isn't she the one who beat me up back then? I heard them calling each other Bei Gong, Ziqi, and so on. So it's those people." Shiyushi recalled the time when she was teased by Sima Yoyue and her expression turned ugly. It was as if she wanted to tear her to shreds. "Then I will immediately bring some men to bring those people here to be dealt with," Qin Ming said as he stood up. "Killing my younger brother and still daring to come to Peace City. These people are indeed bold. I'll accompany your cousin." With that, he strode out and called a few people over to the Sand Gull mercenary group. Bai Yun-chun was in the midst of discussing the mission he had just received with the other captains of the regiment. He said, "This mission is not ordinary, and I intend to go personally. Ran, after I leave, I'll leave the matters of the group to you." "Alright, don't worry." Sun Ran nodded and said, "But you still have to bring a few more people. It's better to be safe than sorry." I know." Bai Yun-chun said, "Next, let's make a detailed plan for this mission." A guard came in and said, "Regiment Commander, the domineering regiment commander has come." Qin Ming. "What did he come here for?" Sun Ran asked. The two mercenary groups had never been on good terms. Why did Qin Ming suddenly run over? Could it be that they found out about Qin Wu's death? The guard had not returned when Qin Wu's voice sounded. "What are you doing?" "Naturally, I'm here to ask for an explanation from your Sand Gull mercenary group." Following his voice, Qin Ming stepped over the threshold and entered the meeting room. Seeing Qin Wu, Bai Yun-chun stood up with a whoosh and said coldly, "Qin Ming, what did you bring people here for?" Qin Ming stood in the middle of the meeting room and flicked his sleeves, saying, "I already said that I'm here to ask for an explanation." "What explanation?" "My younger brother Qin Wu was killed by Sima Yoyue and the others. Right now, those people are with you. I want you to hand them over." Bai Yun-chun's eyes narrowed. It was indeed this matter. How did they find out? What does your younger brother being killed have to do with our guests? Go back. If you want to find someone to take revenge, go find the spirit beasts in the Sophia mountain range." Sun Ran said without any trace of politeness. We've already found out. My younger brother was killed by Sima Yoyue and the others. Furthermore, these people are with you right now. I advise you to hand them over." Qin Ming said. "Princess already knows about this matter and wants us to capture the culprits that killed my younger brother. I think that you wouldn't want to go against the imperial family, right?" Bai Yun-chun and Sun Ran were shocked by this news. Was the imperial family going to take action? Your younger brother's death was his own doing. He wanted to kill my son and Yue. However, his skills were inferior and he was killed. Bai Yunchun said, not to mention that Yue and the others killed Qin Wu to save my son, even if it's just for the sake of the people, it's impossible for us to hand them over to you. Qin Ming's gaze was malicious as he looked at Bai Yunchun and said, you really don't want to hand them over? Handing them over is an impossible matter. Bai Yunchun snorted coldly. Bai Yunchun, don't regret this. Qin Ming shouted. Bai Yunchun looked at Qin Ming without fear, they are now my Sandgol's guests. As long as they are in Peace City, I will ensure their safety. Qin Ming, please go back. Good, very good. Qin Ming laughed coldly, I hope you don't regret this decision of yours. After he finished speaking, he flung his sleeves and angrily left with his men. Sun Ranran watched Qin Ming leave and said worriedly, Brother Chen, this domineering army has always been eyeing us covetously. They want to swallow us up and become the #1 mercenary group. Now that the imperial family has intervened, would they want to take this opportunity to? She did not finish her sentence, but everyone in the room understood what she meant. No matter what, we cannot hand over Yunqi's friends. They saved Yunqi's life, so we cannot repay their kindness with enmity. Bai Yunchun said. Leader, I think that Qin Ming did not come with good intentions. Why don't we give up on this mission and leave our men in Peace City just in case? Someone suggested. Bai Yunchun thought for a while and shook his head, this mission is very important to our mercenary group. If we give it up, we don't know when we will encounter it again. How about this, I will leave my men in Peace City and only bring a few men with me. Qin Ming brought his men away from the Sandgols and turned into a street. The anger on his face disappeared and turned into a smile. Leader, that Bai Yunchun actually did not want to hand over the people. He really doesn't want to live anymore. Someone beside Qin Ming said. I know that he will not hand them over. Qin Ming said. Then why did we still make this trip? What I want is for him to not hand them over. This way, we will have an excuse to deal with them and also have an excuse to let little sister send people over. Sandgols, this time I will definitely destroy Bai Yunchun and swallow the Sandgols. When that time comes, the #1 mercenary group in the West Moon Kingdom will be ours. Leader is wise. Chapter 200. Regarding the matter of Qin Ming coming to ask for them, Bai Yuanchun and the rest did not tell Sima Yue and the rest. Nobody wanted them to leave, fearing that they would be captured by Qin Ming's men the moment they left. When Qin Ming returned, he told Shi about Bai Yuanchun's unwillingness to hand over the person he was talking about. He even added some oil to the fire, saying that the other party did not put her and the imperial family in his eyes and so on. She was so angry that she slammed the table and scolded him, saying that she would pursue this matter to the end with Sandgol. Princess, that Bai Yuanchun is an expert at the level of a spirit elder. If we don't get rid of him first, it won't be easy to make a move on the Sandgol mercenaries. Qin Wan understood her father's thoughts and knew that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move on the Sandgol mercenaries. No wonder he's so arrogant. Shi laughed coldly, men. Here. 2 guards came in and said to Shi, what orders does Princess have? The 2 of you, go back and tell Mother to send 2 spirit paragons over. Shi ordered. Yes, Princess. The 2 of them left and headed straight for the teleportation array. Qin Wan and Qin Ming looked at each other, and a faint smile appeared on their faces. Princess, Captain, according to the news we've received, the Sandgols have received a mission that is very important to them. It seems that Bai Yunchun is planning to go personally. Perhaps we can take care of him outside. Then, wouldn't the Sandgol be at the mercy of the princess and the commander? Someone suggested. Oh. Go and investigate clearly where Bai Yuanchun went. Shi said. Yes, Princess. 5 days later, Sima Yue was cultivating in the courtyard. She planned to unblock Little Two's last 3 meridians in 2 days and then leave for the imperial capital. She would then transfer to the teleportation array to the Central Wu Kingdom. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and Bai Yunqi's voice could be heard. She stopped cultivating, opened the door, and went out. In the courtyard, Fatty Chu and the others were talking to Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi's condition wasn't very good, her body was covered with injuries. She was shocked and asked, "What happened?" "Yue, last time you said that you were an alchemist and a doctor, right?" Bai Yunqi ran over and grabbed her hand. "Yes." "Are you hurt?" "Let me see." Sima Yue said. "Really? This is great. Yue, quick, save my father." As Bai Yunqi spoke, she pulled Sima Yue and ran towards Bai Yuanchun's courtyard. Wei Ziqi and the others looked at each other and followed. When Sima Yue and the rest arrived at the main courtyard, they saw that there were many people outside. When they saw them, some of them looked unfriendly, which made Sima Yue suspicious. "All of you, get out of the way." Bai Yunqi was blocked outside the room and couldn't get close to the room. She shouted at those people. "Young master, why did you bring them here? Captain is like this because of them," someone said unhappily. Wei Ziqi and the rest stopped in their tracks. Was it because of them that they were injured? What was going on? "Get out of my way!" Bai Yunqi roared. But those people were still blocking the courtyard. "Let them come over." Sun Ranran came out of the house and said. Her voice was not loud, but everyone in the courtyard was stunned, and they consciously made a path for her. "Yue, quickly!" Bai Yunqi pulled her through the courtyard and came to the front of the room. "Madam." Sima Yue saw that Sun Ranran's face was pale, as if she had suffered a huge blow. "Come in." Sun Ranran nodded at her and opened the door to enter. Sima Yue followed her in, but before she even entered the room, she could smell the thick stench of blood. Bai Yuanchun was lying on the bed, exhaling more air than inhaling. The alchemist and doctor said that there was no other way. Yunqi said that you have medical skills and insisted that you try again. Sun Ranran's voice was trembling. Sima Yue did not know how Bai Yuanchun had suddenly suffered such a heavy injury, so she said, "Let me take a look at uncle's condition first." After she finished speaking, she came to the front of the bed and took a quick look. Then, she took out a pill and fed it to him. Vitality Recovery Pill. The alchemist who was standing to the side saw the pill that Sima Yue took out and said in astonishment. When Sun Ranran heard about the Vitality Recovery Pill, she was also shocked because this was a 5th-ranked pill. It was one of the best medicines out of all the medicines. As long as the person had a single breath, they would not die. Moreover, very few people were able to refine it. She never thought that Sima Yue would be able to casually take out such a pill. Sima Yue looked at the alchemist and did not say anything. She continued to check on Bai Yuanchun's condition. "Yue, how is my father?" Bai Yunqi asked. Sima Yue checked on Bai Yuanchun's condition. It could no longer be described as bad, so she said, "His condition is not good. Don't disturb me." Sun Ranran looked at Sima Yue and thought that there was still a way to save Bai Yuanchun. She took 2 steps forward and pulled on Bai Yunqi, indicating that he should not speak. Sima Yue congealed a ball of flame and controlled it to burn off Bai Yuanchun's clothes. Then, she took out a box of silver needles and inserted a few tens of needles into his stomach and head. Then, she watched as his body slowly healed under the effects of the Vitality Recovery Pill. "Yue." Bai Yunqi did not speak while she was inserting the needles. When he saw her stand up, he opened his mouth to ask. Everyone in the room looked at her, waiting for her results. Other than the wounds on his body, Uncle's internal organs have been ruptured. His meridians have all been broken. Unless he is reborn, even if his life is saved, he can only stay in bed. Sima Yue said. Sun Ranran's body swayed and she retreated 2 steps. Bai Yunqi hurriedly went forward to support her. Mother. What happened to you? Sun Ranran shook her head and tried her best to stabilize her mind, saying, at least his life is saved. Although she thought this way, 2 streams of tears still fell from her eyes. Yue, are those needles going to be like this forever? Bai Yunqi asked. These needles are temporarily used by me to stabilize his meridians, so that his meridians will not continue to shrink. Sima Yue said, as for his internal injuries, he can only wait for the vitality recovery pill to heal. Thank you. Sun Ranran said. Originally, the doctors and alchemists had said that there was no other way. Who would have thought that she would actually be able to save his life? This was a bit easier for them to accept. Yue, my father's meridians are all broken. Is it really impossible to recover? Bai Yunqi still could not accept that his own father could only lie in bed like this and asked. I just said, unless he is reborn, he can only stay in bed for the rest of his life. Sima Yue said with certainty. Madam, young master, this group leader has suffered such serious injuries. It is already not easy to save his life. A doctor in the room said. What do you mean not easy? Get out of here, all of you useless things. Bai Yunqi heard the doctor's words and roared angrily. All of you can leave. Sun Ranran stood up and said to Bai Yunqi, Yunqi, send them out. Yes, mother. Bai Yunqi saw her mother like this. Although she was extremely unwilling, she still obediently sent all of them out. At that moment, only Sima Yue and Sun Ranran were left in the room. Sun Ranran looked at her and said, you still have something to say just now, right? Chapter 201. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. How did she know? Bai Yunqi sent them to the door and came back. When she heard Sun Ranran's words, she asked, Yue, do you still have a way to save father? Sima Yue nodded and said, even though uncle's tendons and veins are all broken, he will be fine as long as they are reconnected. I didn't say anything just now because I didn't want the people outside to know about it. Why? Bai Yunqi was puzzled. From the looks of the people outside just now, I'm sure uncle's injury wasn't because of an ordinary reason. If that's the case, the other party will definitely think that uncle can't be saved. Sima Yue said. That's right. Sun Ranran said. I heard those people say that uncle was injured because of us. Sima Yue was very concerned about this. Yue, you should save my father first. Bai Yunqi did not want to tell her the reason. The vitality recovery pill is still healing uncle's body, we can't touch him now. Sima Yue said, you'd better tell me more about uncle's injuries. Bai Yunqi looked at her mother and said, father was injured by the domineering army. The reason is that he refuses to hand you over. Domineering? Sima Yue frowned. Actually, a few days ago, Qin Ming brought people over and asked father to hand you over, saying that you killed Qin Wu. Bai Yunqi said, but father said that you killed Qin Ming to save me, so he refused to hand you over. He also said that he couldn't tell you and asked you to hide in our house. No wonder you didn't allow us to go out recently. Sima Yue was furious and clenched her fists unconsciously. It just so happened that we had accepted a mission this time, so father went personally. However, we didn't expect that she would go back and ask the princess consort to send 2 spirit paragon experts over. They took advantage of the fact that father was out on a mission to injure him. If they hadn't risked their lives to protect me, I'm afraid that my father would have died. When Bai Yunqi said this, the veins on her forehead bulged. She was also very angry. Why didn't you tell us about this? If we had left earlier. Sima Yue blamed herself. You are my benefactors, how can we hand you over? Bai Yunqi patted Sima Yoyue's shoulder. The domineering army has always wanted to make a move on us. Qin Wu's incident was just an excuse. Sun Ranran said, even without you guys, they would find other reasons. Don't take it to heart. How could he not take it to heart? You said they sent 2 spirit paragons. Sima Yue asked. Yes, Qin Mo sent him, Bai Yunqi said. Qin Mo. Shi Yuexi's mother. Yes. Bai Yunqi nodded. Qin Ming is the elder brother, Qin Mo is the middle, and Qin Wu is the youngest. Originally, the domineering army was just a small mercenary group. However, for some reason, His Majesty took a fancy to Qin Mo and married her as his concubine. Ever since Qin Mo became the princess consort, the only one left was Shi Yuexi, who was extremely talented. The domineering army developed and became one of the 3 largest mercenary groups. We don't know how they found out that we killed Qin Wu, so they used this incident to make trouble for us. Those 2 spirit paragons were sent by Qin Mo to avenge Qin Wu. Sima Yue heard Bai Yunqi's words and narrowed her eyes. West Moon Kingdom's consort, Sai, just like Mother said, the domineering army has been spying on us for a long time. Even if this incident didn't happen, there would be another one, Bai Yunqi comforted when she saw that Sima Yue's expression was not right. Sima Yue looked at this family. This incident was all because of the 5 of them. However, not only did they not hand her over to make peace, they even comforted her in this situation. She really didn't know whether to call them stupid or stupid. However, she was really touched by their kindness. Don't worry, I will definitely cure Uncle. Not knowing how to express her feelings, Sima Yue could only promise like this. West Moon Kingdom's royal family, very good, very good. Yue, can my father really be like before? Bai Yunqi looked at Sima Yue and asked. Sima Yue came to the bedside and looked at Bai Yunqi's condition, saying, I need a quiet environment. It's best if everyone else leaves. At the same time, this was to prevent others from finding out about the situation here. No problem. Prepare a pool. 3 meters long and a meter deep will do. Alright. Also, let our Bei Gong Tang, Ouyang Fei, and the others come and help me. This time, Bai Ran went out and said that Sima Yue wanted to save Bai Yunqi's life. When those people asked about Bai Yunqi's condition, Sun Ran told them everything that Sima Yue had said with a red nose. When those people heard that even if he was cured, he could only lie on the bed as a cripple, their expressions were all different. Even if he can only lie on the bed in the future, I still want to save him. Although Old Master has fallen, the mercenary group cannot fall. You guys should go and do what you need to do. You can't mess things up, understand? Understood. You can all disperse. Sun Ran waved her hand and those people left the courtyard. Bei Gong Tang and the others stood in their original positions without moving. Those people had already told them the reason for Bai Yunqi's injury. The 4 of them blamed themselves and wanted to see if they could help. You guys can come in. Sun Ran said to them. Seeing Bei Gong Tang and the others enter, Little Two also followed in. Yue, uncle, he really. Fatty Chu said as he looked at the lifeless Bai Yunqi on the bed. He can still be saved. Sima Yue said, but I need your help. Just tell us what you need us to do. Okay. The pawn that Sima Yue asked for just happened to be in this courtyard. She let Bai Yunqi fill it with water. After that, together with Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei, the 3 of them took out many medicinal ingredients to refine them. They poured the essence of the ingredients into the pond. When the water changed color, Bei Gong Tang and the others continued. She went to remove the silver needles from Bai Yunqi's body and let Bai Yunqi carry him into the pond. Yunqi, you have to support Uncle well. You can't let him fall. Sima Yue said. I understand. Bai Yunqi nodded. Sima Yue let Bei Gong Tang and the others continue to refine the medicinal ingredients. She sat opposite Bai Yunchun and guided the medicine and the water into his body. At the same time, she used the silver needles and spiritual energy to connect his meridians. This entire process required a high level of concentration. In the house, other than Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei, there was only Bai Yunqi in the water and Sun Ran on the shore. There was also Chongming, who had been invited to ensure her safety. Seeing her like this, they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Sima Yue didn't say anything, but Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei didn't stop refining the medicinal ingredients. They did their best to maintain the medicinal effects of the water. This continued for 3 days. If it wasn't for the fact that Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei had been trained to have abnormal mental strength, the two of them would have collapsed long ago. Chapter 202. Bai Yunqi supported Sima Yue from behind by Yuan Chun. Seeing that Sima Yue's complexion was getting worse and worse, she gritted her teeth and continued to connect her father's meridians. Her heart was moved beyond words. 3 days later, Sima Yue put away the silver needles in her hand and took out a pill for him to eat. Then, she smiled at Bai Yunqi and said, "It's done." After saying that, she fell backwards. Yue, several voices rang out at the same time. Because Bai Yunqi was separated by Bai Yuanchen, she reached out to grab her, but was unable to do so. Just as her head was about to be submerged in the water, a figure quickly swept past, scooped her up from the water, and flew her to the opposite shore. Chongming held Sima Yue in his arms. Seeing that she had completely fainted, he asked anxiously, what happened to her? She just fainted from exhaustion. Bei Gong Tang said. Although she and Ouyang Fei did not faint, they both sat down on the ground because they were too relaxed. Sun Ran quickly came up and helped the two of them sit down. She looked at them gratefully and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll bring her back to rest first." Chongming carried Sima Yue and walked out, but was stopped by Bei Gong Tang, who asked him to carry her over. Bei Gong Tang took out 3 pills and gave one to Ouyang Fei. She ate one herself and gave the remaining one to Chongming. Chongming gave it to Sima Yue before carrying her away. "Yunqi, you can let go of uncle now." Bei Gong Tang reminded Yunqi as she had eaten a pill and was more spirited. Oh. Bai Yunqi released Bai Yunchun. Because Bai Yunchun's meridians had all been reconnected, he could now sit on his own. He went ashore, leaving his father alone in the pool. Just as he was about to ask his father when he would wake up, the pool emitted the light of advancement. "Oh no, if others see this!" Sun Ran exclaimed. "Auntie, you don't have to worry. You had already set up a barrier outside. The people outside won't be able to see what's happening here." Bei Gong Tang said. "Barrier?" Sun Ran was stunned. That child is really thoughtful. How long will it take for my father to wake up? Bai Yunqi asked. "You'll be able to wake up after you advance." Bei Gong Tang said, "Furthermore, after advancing in rank, he'll be able to absorb the spiritual energy in the pond into his body. I estimate that it'll take a while." "Thank you, Bei Gong, Ouyang." Bai Yunqi looked at the two of them. It was his fortune to have met them. "Since there's a barrier here, we'll send you back to rest first." Sun Ran said. Bei Gong Tang nodded. There was no use for them to stay here. They might as well go back and cultivate to recover their physical and mental strength. Sun Ran went up to support Bei Gong Tang while Bai Yunqi supported Ouyang Fei. The 4 of them left the house, leaving behind Bai Yuan Chun, who was still advancing in rank. When they returned to the place where they were staying, Wei Ziqi and Fatty Chu were anxiously waiting in the courtyard. Seeing Sun Ran and the others supporting Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei, they hurried over and asked, "How are you guys?" "We're fine." Bei Gong Tang smiled. "Just now, Chongming carried Yue back. You guys should quickly go in and rest." Wei Ziqi went up to support Bei Gong Tang while Fatty Chu also went to support Ouyang Fei. "Auntie, Ziqi, you guys go and take care of Uncle," Bei Gong Tang said to Sun Ran. "Alright, you guys should rest well. We'll go and arrange things before coming back to see you." Sun Ran brought Bai Yunqi and left after she finished speaking. "The three of you really put in a lot of effort." Fatty Chu sighed. "Uncle got injured because of us. We naturally have to do our best to heal him." Bei Gong Tang said, "Alright, quickly help us into the house." Sima Yue was lying on the bed. Her face was still very pale. Chongming's heart was in a mess and she didn't know where he ran off to after sending her back. A black fog seeped out from the devil's snare bracelet and Nemo Shah appeared beside the bed. Seeing her current state, his face darkened as he said, "You really don't want to live anymore." Although he sounded unhappy, he closed his eyes and activated his martial arts. His originally illusory right arm slowly started to solidify. Spirit solidification. Only when his entire arm solidified did Imo Shah open his eyes. He moved his right hand and said, "This feeling is still the best. It's a pity that it can't completely solidify now and it won't last long." He walked in front of Sima Yue and stretched out his hand to touch her face. He muttered, "It's actually this kind of feeling." Sima Yue laid on the bed without any movement. She didn't know what was happening in front of her eyes. He actually used up all of his spiritual power and spiritual power. "Do you not want to live anymore?" Mo Shah pinched her nose harshly. After he took his hand away, her nose became bright red. "I really don't want to bother with you. But with you lying down like this, my eyes hurt." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle. Inside it was the spirit fluid that Sima Yue usually prepared for him. He pried open her mouth and poured a drop in. Only then did her depleted mental energy recover. Only then did her body start to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside. Only then did she slowly resume her cultivation. Her mental energy was completely depleted and her spiritual energy was completely depleted. Her body was like a machine without oil. Everything stopped working. If it wasn't for Mo Shah's help, who knew what would have happened to her? Mo Shah kept the jade bottle and wanted to pinch Sima Yue's face again to vent his unhappiness. However, the moment his hand touched her skin, before he could exert any strength, it returned to how it was before. "I can only hold on for a while." Mo Shah was still not satisfied with his current strength. Although his spiritual energy recovered quite a bit after he formed a contract with Sima Yue, it still made him feel powerless. "If you do this again, I'll hang you up and beat you." Mo Shah returned to the bracelet after he finished speaking. He didn't realize that his tone had a hint of pampering. Sima Yue seemed to have sensed something. Even though she was unconscious, she still furrowed her brows. On the other side, when Bai Yunqi and the others returned, Bai Yunchun had already woken up. He was currently in the pond absorbing the remaining medicinal energy. "Father, you're awake." Bai Yunqi excitedly looked at Bai Yunchun. Bai Yunchun was in the water. When he saw his wife, he asked suspiciously, "Didn't I die? How come not only am I completely fine, I even advanced in rank?" "It was Yue and Bei Gong Ouyang who saved you," Bai Yunqi said. "They saved me." Bai Yunchun was flabbergasted. "That's right. Because they saved you, the three of them are now paralyzed." Yue even fainted. Bai Yunqi said. "What happened?" Bai Yunqi explained how Sima Yue and the others had saved her. In the end, she concluded, "Aren't they powerful?" However, the medicinal ingredients they refined for you in these 3 days would probably cost a few 100,000 gold coins. In this kind of water, it would be hard for you not to advance in rank. Bai Yun-chun lowered his head to look at the water that still had some color. He said, "This time, I really have to thank them properly." Bai Gong said that you've just advanced in rank. Absorbing the medicinal energy in the water can help you consolidate your strength. Bai Yun-chun nodded. When he woke up, he discovered that he could absorb it. We'll talk about this later. Right now, tell me about the mercenary group's current situation. Chapter 203. Sun Ranran explained the current situation to him. If it wasn't for her arrangements these past few days, they would have been dead by now. Brother Chun, I think we have a domineering guild spy here, and his rank isn't low either, Sun Ranran finally said. Traitor. Sun Ranran nodded and said, not many people know that you guys killed Qin Wu, and even fewer people know that your father is going to personally carry out a mission, and where he is going to carry out the mission. However, the domineering army knows about this. Bai Yuan-chun agreed and said, the last time I saw Qin Ming come to ask for people, I already had this kind of conjecture. However, because of the urgency of the situation, I didn't have the time to find the traitor. Then Yu Yue must have guessed it. No wonder she wanted to keep the news of father's recovery a secret, Bai Yunqi said. That child is also a smart child. He guessed this from a few words of others. Sun Ranran said. Dad, Mom, what should we do next? Bai Yunqi asked. Right now, many of the teams that went out on missions have been killed by the domineering army. They haven't made a move against us yet, so I guess they're just waiting to slowly cut off our branches. Sun Ranran said, Brother Chun, how strong are those 2 spirit paragons? One is level 2, and the other is level 3. Bai Yuan-chun said, now that I've advanced to level 3, I'm still a little lacking compared to them. That 3rd level spiritual elder doesn't seem to have advanced recently. What's there to be afraid of? Bai Yunqi said, since they have 2 spirit paragons, we'll just kill one of them. Father was almost killed, we can't just let it go like this. Killing one is easier said than done. Sun Ranran frowned. Mother, have you forgotten that we have someone even more powerful? Bai Yunqi said. Even more powerful. Sun Ranran stared blankly at first, then she suddenly realized and said, you mean Chongming? That's right, it's him. Bai Yunqi said, he's a sacred beast, even if another dozen spirit paragons came, he wouldn't be afraid. She was afraid that he wouldn't be willing to help. After all, he only promised to protect Yu Yue. If it's possible, we can ask Yu Yue for help. Sun Ranran thought for 2 seconds and said, that child doesn't seem like a difficult person to talk to. It's not just difficult to talk to them. Didn't you see Zi Qi and the others' expressions just now? I think they're already bearing a grudge against the domineering army. Bai Yunqi was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred towards their relationship. In this world, there were very few people who cared so much about people who were not related to them by blood. Using Fatty Chu's words, they were not family, but they were closer than family. Many relatives couldn't even do what they did. After discussing for a long time, they decided to temporarily not spread the news of Bai Yuan-chun's recovery. They only said that his life was no longer in danger, and that he would spend the rest of his life in bed. As soon as he told the elders about this bad news, the domineering army received the news. Qin Ming, Qin Wan, Shi Yueshi, and a few others were in the living room discussing the matter of exterminating the sand gulls. Hearing that Bai Yuan-chun had already woken up and had become a cripple, Qin Ming laughed loudly and said that they could begin. Father, why aren't we pursuing them? Why are we waiting for so many days? Qin Wan didn't understand. Haven't we been taking care of the sand gulls these few days? I want to see if that Bai Yuan-chun will be able to get reinforcements. If someone were to suddenly appear and mess things up, it would be troublesome. Qin Ming said, however, we've waited for 3 days and no one has come. This means that the sand gulls have run out of luck. We can make our move now. I see. Then father, when are we going to make our move? Qin Wan asked. Qin Ming did not reply, but turned his gaze to Shi Yueshi and asked, Princess, when do you think is a good time? Let's wait for 2 more days. Shi Yueshi said, Master Jiang has returned to the capital for some matters. We'll wait for him to return before we make our move. Master Jiang was one of the 2 spirit paragons. Alright, then we'll wait for 2 more days. Qin Ming said, we'll let the sand gulls live for 2 more days. Furthermore, we can use these 2 days to receive those who are willing to join us. Shi Yueshi stood up and said, then we'll come back 2 days later. Teacher Hu, let's go back. After she finished speaking, she brought the other spirit paragon and left the sand gulls. Sima Yuyue woke up in the afternoon of the 2nd day. During this time, Bai Yunqi and Sun Ran came to see her. Seeing that she was still unconscious, they were extremely worried. It was a good thing that Bai Gongtang and the others had already recovered. They also said that Sima Yuyue was fine. Only then did the 2 of them relax. When Sima Yuyue woke up, she felt a pair of eyes looking at her. When she opened her eyes, she saw Chongming sitting by her bed, staring straight at her. Chongming. Sima Yuyue's voice was a little hoarse. Why? Chongming asked. What do you mean why? Sima Yuyue felt her head hurt a little. She raised a hand to support her forehead, not knowing what Chongming was asking. Chongming did not say anything else, but stood up and walked out. Sima Yuyue blinked, muttering to herself, what's wrong with this guy? Chongming walked out, and very quickly, someone pushed the door open and entered. How are you? Bai Gongtang came to the bedside and sat down. Seeing that Sima Yuyue's complexion was still not very good, she asked. It's not a big problem. Sima Yuyue sat up, asking, how are you and Ouyang? Luckily, you gave us the soul fluid in advance. Bai Gongtang said, we each took a drop and have already recovered. That's good. This time, I really have to thank you guys. Sima Yuyue said. If it were not for the 2 of them working together, she would not have been able to cure Bai Yuan Chen. What are you thanking us for? Isn't your problem our problem? Moreover, we all had a part to play in killing Qin Wu. Bai Gongtang glared at Sima Yuyue, however, what do you plan to do this time? Domineering? Sima Yuyue asked. Bai Gongtang nodded. Sima Yuyue laughed coldly, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, then I won't be polite. Then I'll call the few of them in to discuss this. Bai Gongtang left after speaking, and the few of them quickly came in. Yuyue, how are you? Wei Ziqi asked concernedly. I'm fine. Sima Yuyue smiled as she replied. This domineering army is too much. They actually used us as an excuse. Fatty Chu said hatefully, this time, we'll definitely make them regret it. That's right. They want to use this opportunity to swallow the sand gulls. Then we'll make them choke to death. Wei Ziqi's eyes revealed a ruthless glint, replacing his usual cultured and refined self. All right. Then let's discuss what to do now. Sima Yuyue nodded. Half an hour later, Sun Ran and Bai Yunqi heard a servant report that Sima Yuyue and the others had come over. Yuyue has woken up. Quickly let them in. Bai Yunqi ordered. Yes. Sima Yuyue and the others came in. Seeing Sun Ran, Bai Yunqi and Li Kuei, they were a little surprised that there were so few people. Bai Yunqi scurried in front of Sima Yuyue, held her shoulders and looked at her, asking, Yuyue, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? Chapter 204. Sima Yue shrugged and said, I'm fine now. That's good. Bai Yunqi let go of her shoulder and said, thank you. You're welcome. Sima Yue smiled and said, when we came, we saw some people packing up. What's going on? Upon hearing her mention this, Bai Yunqi and the other two people's expressions turned ugly. Those people are traitors. Bai Yunqi said hatefully. What happened? Fatty Chu asked. Li Kuei sighed and said, the domineering army has spread word that they will bring people to massacre us sand gulls the day after tomorrow. They even said that those who are willing to join the domineering army can be spared. Those people are going after the domineering faction. What? Bei Gong Tang and the others looked at Sun Ran Ran in shock. Seeing her nod, they knew that this was true. Let them leave, Sun Ran Ran said. The fact that they left now means that their hearts for the sand gulls aren't firm enough. It's a good opportunity to get rid of those traitors. Sometimes, it doesn't matter how many people there are, as long as they are the best. Sima Yue said, it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. It's not necessarily a good thing for those people to stay in the sand gulls. We can take this opportunity to get rid of them. But with so many people gone, how are we going to fight against the domineering army the day after tomorrow? Li Kuei asked worriedly. We're here to discuss this matter with you. Sima Yue said. Yue, why don't you leave first? Li Kuei looked at Sima Yue and the others, saying, when you leave West Moon Kingdom and go to Central Wu Kingdom, you will be safe. Uncle Li, don't forget that we are not weak. Sima Yue said, if there is danger, Chongming will protect me. That's right, how could I forget about the sacred beast? Li Kuei's originally worried eyes instantly lit up. It was all because Chongming was too low-key and restrained his aura that people overlooked him. But Chongming also said that he would only take care of the stronger ones, Sima Yue added. Alright, as long as we take care of those strong people, we have the confidence to deal with the rest. Li Kuei said confidently. Then, he sighed, it would be great if guild leader could fight alongside us. He often said that he would bring people to wipe out the domineering army. Now that the two groups are facing each other, he is the first to fall. Brotherly, come with me. You guys come too. After Sun Ran Ran finished speaking, she brought them to her and Bai Yuan Chun's room. Sima Yue and the rest knew that Bai Yun Chun was fine, so they were not too surprised. The moment Li Kui entered and saw the person sitting by the bed, he stuttered, Cap, Commander. Li Kui, when did you start stuttering? Bai Yuan Chun asked with a smile. Li Kui excitedly walked over. Seeing that Bai Yun Chun was completely unharmed, he said in disbelief, Leader, it's really you. You're all right. Yeah, Yue and the rest saved me. After Bai Yuan Chun finished speaking, he looked at Yue and the rest gratefully. Li Kui did not think that they would really be able to heal Bai Yuan Chun. He turned around and gave them a long bow, saying, thank you all. Sima Yue went up to help Li Kui up, saying, Uncle Li is too courteous. Brother Chun, from yesterday afternoon until today, more than 100 people have already left. Sun Ran Ran said, I think that the day after tomorrow, I'm afraid that there will be many more who will want to rely on the domineering army. Bai Yuan Chun was not surprised. These past few years, the sand gulls had developed too quickly. The people they recruited were not all good seedlings, and not all of them were loyal. He also wanted to use this opportunity to clean up the domineering army. How many of the higher-ups have left? 7 or 8 have left. One of the senior figures has left. Sun Ran Ran replied. Who? Yang Qing. Sima Yue did not have much influence on Yang Qing. However, she guessed that this person should be the one who leaked the news of them killing Qin Wu. I didn't think that Yang Qing had already relied on others. He sold our information in exchange for benefits. Li Kuei said angrily. When he left, he said that he had already been bought over by the domineering army 3 years ago. I was wondering why the domineering army knew about our matters these past 2 years. As expected. Don't tell anyone about my recovery for now. I want to see how many of our 1,000 people will be left. Bai Yuan Chun said. Yes, leader. Yes, father. Actually, the plan that Sima Yue and the others had discussed was very simple. If one came, they would kill one. If 2 came, they would kill 2. Also, to capture the bandits, they had to capture the leader first. Once they got rid of the domineering army's leader, the rest of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals would not be a problem. Sun Ran had said that the mercenary group would not blame those who were willing to leave. However, once they left, they would never be part of the Sand Gulls. If the Sand Gulls were lucky enough to survive this calamity, then those people would not be able to return. With Sun Ran's words, many people who were still looking for excuses to leave did not bother to find excuses anymore. They left without even saying goodbye. A large number of them directly sought refuge with the domineering army, while the rest left the imperial capital. Bai Yuan Chun heard Sun Ran's report and only said, "Good." His indifferent expression did not reveal any emotions. As for Sima Yue and the others, they were cultivating in their own courtyard. In order to recover to her peak condition, she ate a large number of pills and entered into a state of cultivation. One day later, she brought 2 spirit paragons and appeared on time. The domineering army's people were already prepared and ready to go. Among them, there were quite a number of people who had transferred over from the Sand Gulls. Princess. She looked at those people and said, "We will not directly participate in the battle. If there are people that you cannot handle, then Master and the others will take action." Princess is thinking too much. Qin Ming said, "We have received accurate information that many of the Sand Gulls higher-ups have left. Without Bai Yuan Chun, the spirit paragon, to hold the fort, they are now like a sheet of loose sand. Princess and the rest of the elders can just watch from the side. That would be the best." Shi said, "You have to settle this quickly. It's Royal Father's birthday in a few days and I still have to rush back." "Yes, we will go immediately," Qin Ming said and then waved his hand at the domineering army's people, saying, "The domineering army's people, follow me." Sima Yue, who was cultivating, opened her eyes. She had already recovered to her peak condition. Chongming came in from outside and said, "The domineering army's people are here. They've come on time. Let's go take a look." Sima Yue got down from the bed and patted Chongming's shoulder as she passed by, saying, "In a while, please do your best to protect Ziqi and the others as well as Uncle's family." "What about you?" Chongming asked. "Me?" Sima Yue smiled, "I want to have a good battle today to test my current strength." "What if you meet with danger?" Chongming looked at the smile on Sima Yue's face. That smile was obviously evil, but he did not feel disgusted at all. Instead, he was worried that she might be in danger. "I definitely won't fight with someone who is much stronger than me. I'm not an idiot." After Sima Yue finished speaking, she walked around Halcyon and left, leaving him standing there in a daze. Chapter 205. Qin Ming led the domineering army and surrounded the Sand Gull mercenary group. Bai Yinchi rushed out with the Sand Gulls. When they saw Qin Ming and the others, their expressions turned ugly. "Yang Qing, you traitor." Bai Yinchi scolded when she saw Yang Qing beside Qin Ming. Yang Qing sneered, "Traitor. I'm not a traitor. I'm just trying to protect myself. You dare say you're not a traitor? Didn't you tell Qin Ming and the others that we killed Qin Wu?" Li Kuei said angrily. "You're wrong." Yang Qing said, "I didn't tell them directly, but when someone gave me money, I told that person." Who would have thought that they were princess consorts people? In any case, it's all the same. Another senior figure said. Qin Wan looked at the flustered and exasperated Bai Yunqi and smiled proudly. Bai Yunqi, what's wrong with you today? Didn't you always clamor for your father to destroy our mercenary group? Why aren't you barking today? Of course I have to act like a human when I hear a dog barking. Bai Yunqi said disdainfully. What? You're calling me a dog? Qin Wan pointed at Bai Yunqi and shouted. Bai Yunqi crossed her arms and said, since you like to assume that it's you, then it's you. You, Wan, Qin Ming called out to the enraged Qin Wan and said to the sand gulls, I'll give you one last chance. If you're willing to join Domineering Guild, we won't kill you. Otherwise, he would be killed without mercy. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. At this time, Shiushi flew over with 2 spirit paragons. She stopped in midair and looked at the people below without saying a word. Seeing that all the spiritual paragons had come, and thinking that they didn't even have a single spiritual paragon on their side, many people started to waver. If you want to leave, I'll say the same thing. I won't blame you. But if we're lucky enough to survive today, you'll never be a member of the Sand Gulls. Sun Ranran led Sima Yuyue and the rest out of the door and said to those who were wavering. Madam. Many senior figures cried out in alarm when they heard Sun Ranran's words. Madam, we are already weak. If another group of people leaves, Sun Ranran raised her hand to interrupt them. She glanced at those who were still hesitating and said, since their hearts are no longer on our side, then let's go. Instead of stabbing them in the back when the time comes, it's better to let them stand on the opposite side now. Hearing Sun Ranran's words, those people didn't say anything else. After a quarter of an hour, dozens of sand gulls had left. Out of more than 1,000 people, only less than 800 were left. It's time. It seems like you people would rather die than submit. Qin Ming said, since it's like this, we'll fulfill your wishes. Don't worry, after you go down, I will send your leader down to accompany you. Are you talking about me? An honest and powerful voice came from the door, startling the people outside. Bai Yun-chun, didn't you become a cripple? Qin Ming looked at Bai Yun-chun who was striding out. How did he look like a cripple? Bai Yun-chun stood in front of them like a mountain, stabilizing the hearts of the sand gulls. Haha, just because others say that I've become a cripple, I'm a cripple. You actually believe in hearsay. This only shows that you're still too childish. Bai Yun-chun laughed out loud. Haha, when the sand gulls heard their leader say this, they all laughed out loud. Although the situation was very dangerous, everyone regained their confidence when they saw him. As for those who left, they all seemed to feel guilty towards Bai Yun-chun. They all lowered their heads and didn't look at him. Impossible, your meridians were clearly all broken. How could you have recovered? Master who was in the air, said as he exerted pressure on him. However, he was pushed back by Bai Yun-chun's pressure. 3rd level Spirit Paragon. Master who was pushed back by the pressure, you've advanced in rank. Haha, that's right. Not only have I recovered, I've also advanced in rank. Bai Yun-chun said, people of the Domineering Army, listen up. I'll also give you a chance. If you're willing to leave the Domineering Army and not participate in this matter, can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, if 1 comes, I'll kill 1. If 2 comes, I'll kill 2. Bai Yun-chun, you're too insolent. Qin Ming snorted, even if you've become a 3rd level Spirit Paragon, don't forget that we have a 2nd level Spirit Paragon and a 3rd level Spirit Paragon. Furthermore, you've just become a Spirit Paragon. How can you compare to Spirit Paragon Lu who has been a 3rd level Spirit Paragon for many years? Even if you didn't die, let's do it again today. Spirit Paragon Lu said indifferently. Aside from being a little surprised when he saw Bai Yun-chun, he didn't have much of an expression. Is that so? Then let's see if you still have the ability. After Bai Yunchen finished speaking, he leapt into the air and confronted them. Qin Ming flew up as well. Looking at Bai Yunchen, he said, including me, we have a total of 3 spirit paragons. Do you think that a single spirit paragon like you can reverse the situation? Who said that we only have a single spirit paragon? Bai Yunchi looked at Qin Ming with ridicule. I've already said that people who hear rumors are very childish. You still don't admit it. Don't tell me that you can find 2 more spirit paragons. Do you think that spirit paragons are cabbages? Qin Wan snorted disdainfully at his words. Are you stupid? The most concentrated is the essence. We only need 1 person to take care of all of you. Fatty Chu said while rubbing his nose. Image. Ouyang Fei reminded him indifferently from the side. When did he have an image? Wei Ziqi smiled faintly. That's true. Ouyang Fei nodded. Hey. I just felt that I was very imposing. Why did you guys tear down my stage? Fatty Chu said unhappily. This isn't called tearing down your stage. Tearing down a stage isn't done in this way. Fatty, your words are inappropriate. Sima Yue also joined in. The 5 of them were chatting and laughing. There was no sense of danger at all. This made the other party very unhappy. Sima Yue, you're the one who killed my 5th uncle. Today, I will definitely kill you to avenge my 5th uncle. Qin Wan shouted. You? Sima Yue glanced at her and said indifferently, you're not qualified. If she's not qualified, then what about me? She looked directly at Sima Yue, setting her as her opponent. Sima Yue didn't like to raise her head to look at people. She flew into the air and looked at Shi, saying, why do you women always like to fight with me? I'm not interested in women. Why don't we let our Beigong spar with you? Beigong Tang just happened to fly to Sima Yue's side. She looked at Shi and nodded, saying, I'll reluctantly help you deal with this. A bunch of arrogant people. Spirit Paragon who saw that they were looking down on Shi and exerted pressure on them. He wanted to annoy them, but that pressure had no effect on them at all. This made the 2 mercenary groups extremely shocked. Chapter 206. How is this possible? Even Spirit Supremacy who couldn't believe it. He was well aware of Spirit Supremacy whose aura. Spirit Supremacy whose aura was much stronger than others. Spirit Supremacy whose aura was even stronger than others. However, Sima Yue and Beigong Tang did not feel anything at all. Could it be that they were spiritual venerables? Many people thought so, but they quickly dismissed this idea. How could such a young spiritual venerable be possible? How can you resist Master Hu's pressure? Could it be that the 2 of you have some kind of treasure on you? Shi looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. I wish we had such a treasure too, don't I, Beigong? Sima Yue said. Beigong Tang nodded, agreeing with Sima Yue's idea. If it wasn't for the help of the treasure, how could you possibly withstand this pressure? Shi didn't believe it. If you practice like this, you'll be able to do it, right, Halcyon? After Sima Yue finished speaking, she glanced at Halcyon, who was standing on the rooftop without moving. Chongming understood what she meant and flew to her side. Someone from Domineering Army recognized him and exclaimed, Ah, I remember now. He's the sacred beast that started the spirit beasts in Mountain Water City a while ago. Sacred beast? There was an uproar below. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and their jaws were about to drop to the ground. Halcyon glanced at Spirit Sovereign Hu. That gaze made his body stiffen, and he fell from the sky. Chongming's identity had reversed the entire situation, making the onlookers' jaws drop. Those who had left were filled with regret. They felt that Sand Gull was going to die, so they wanted to leave. However, the appearance of this sacred beast was enough to wipe out everyone in the domineering army. Qin Ming and the rest were scared silly. With a sacred beast, how could they still fight? If they had known earlier that the other party had a sacred beast, they would definitely have waited for Sima Yue and the rest to leave before attacking. Now that things were like this, they couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Sima Yue smirked. I heard that leader Qin asked Uncle Bai to hand us over. We are here now. What do you plan to do? Do you want us to bring our heads here? Without waiting for the other party to reply, she continued, yes, you even plan to use us as an excuse to destroy the Sand Gulls. We can't agree to that. Yue, why are you still talking nonsense with them? They've already come all the way to our doorstep. No matter what, we'll make sure they don't return today, Bai Yunqi shouted. Sima Yue nodded and said, Chongming said that he won't attack those who are weak. It's too damaging to his dignity, so you have to deal with those who are below spiritual venerable by yourselves. Oh, that master who, he's the one who injured Uncle. Chongming, don't kill him. Leave him for Uncle to avenge himself. Yue, this is the first time I've felt that you're so slow. Fatty Chu couldn't suppress the fighting spirit in his body and raised his fist as he charged towards the other party. Once he moved, the Sand Gulls who had been suppressing their anger also moved. They had accumulated too much anger in their hearts over the past 2 days. Today, they could vent it all out, so everyone's fighting spirit was very strong. Although Sima Yue had said that Chongming wouldn't attack those who were weak, once they thought that he was a member of the Sand Gulls, the small fries from the domineering army were scared stiff and their fighting spirit plummeted. Although the domineering army had about twice the number of the Sand Gulls, their fighting spirit was far from the Sand Gulls. They had been at a disadvantage since the beginning. Sima Yue looked at the chaotic scene below and said, I'll leave this to you guys. After speaking, she went down to join the battle. I'll also experience your strength. After she finished speaking, she attacked Bei Gong Tang. The two of them fought further and further in the air. Bai Yun Chun also attacked Spiritual Venerable Hu, leaving Spiritual Venerable Lu to guard against Chongming. Chongming sighed and said, actually, I don't like to kill people. But who asked you to provoke her? After speaking, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there were only 2 pupils in his eyes. He stared straight at Spiritual Venerable Lu. His expression changed, and Spiritual Venerable Lu was immediately imprisoned. Break! Chongming said faintly, and the space that imprisoned Spiritual Venerable Lu immediately broke apart. His body also turned into a bloody mist. This scene caused the people below to be stunned. He had only stood in his original position without moving, but he had already exterminated a 3rd-level Spiritual Venerable. Not even a trace of him was left. Even Sima Yue shivered when she saw this scene. If he had directly used this move on her at that time, would Qi Yan still be able to save her? The scene of Spiritual Venerable Lu being killed fiercely attacked everyone's hearts. The difference between the 2 sides' auras was once again pulled apart. The City Lord of Peace City had originally said that he was going to save Shi, but when he saw Chongming, he was so scared that he immediately retreated back to the City Lord's residence. Oh my God, how did this domineering army provoke such an existence? The City Lord slapped his chest and cursed. It was a good thing that he did not express his loyalty to help Shi from the start. Otherwise, he would have become a soul under this blade. Many powers had the same thoughts. It was a good thing that they did not participate in this matter. As for those powers that had a good relationship with the Sand Gulls in the past, but did not extend a helping hand this time, they were endlessly regretful. With an existence like a sacred beast, how could the Sand Gulls' future development be bad? I've never fought with so many people before. Fatty Chu waved his fists. 1 punch was enough to deal with 1 person. He was very satisfied. Sima Yu looked for those who were a little more powerful to battle. However, those people had been scared silly by Halcyon and were not her match at all. Her thoughts of looking for someone to have a good battle were dashed. It was as if she had fiercely thrown a punch, but had only hit a ball of cotton. This caused her to feel extremely gloomy. This battle continued for an entire day. The few streets in front of the sand gulls were filled with corpses. Those people who came really did not return. Shi and Bei Gong Tang's strength were comparable. In the final battle, she was unfortunately killed by Bei Gong Tang. Fatty Chu looked at the corpse on the ground and shook his head, saying, "A good princess just had to participate in this matter. It's too late to regret now. Her strength is indeed not bad. If not for Bei Gong training in the mountains for so long, I'm afraid that she would not be her opponent." Wei Ziqi said. "In any case, she's not a good person." Ouyang Fei said. What he did not say was that it was fine to kill her. This princess is very loved by the West Moon Kingdom's emperor. If we kill her, won't we completely offend the West Moon Kingdom's royal family? Bei Gong Tang said apologetically. What's there to be afraid of? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If the West Moon Kingdom's royal family has any brains, they should not have come to find trouble with us. Otherwise, we'll make them restless. Sima Yue shrugged. She did not take this to heart. At worst, she would just say that Chongming killed her and they wanted revenge. Alright, go find Chongming for revenge. Chongming seemed to have sensed her thoughts and lowered his head to look at her. She did not know what he was thinking. Chapter 207. It was within everyone's expectations that the three great mercenary groups would become two great mercenary groups. After all, everyone had already heard about the domineering army and the sand gulls a few days ago. However, no one expected the domineering mercenary group to be annihilated. This caused many people to lose their bets. Bai Yunchun and the others did not have the time to care about the opinions of the people outside, because he was currently leading the fire and water attribute members of the mercenary group to clean up the corpses in front of them. They had originally wanted to burn it all, but Fatty Chu had told them that these people had done many bad things over the years and had stolen many things, so they definitely had quite a collection. Those spatial rings and whatnot shouldn't be wasted, as they might be able to accumulate quite a bit of wealth after collecting them. At the very least, those 1,000 rings would still be worth some money. Therefore, those people could only turn over the corpses one by one and collect all the spatial rings on the corpses. Then, they let the fire attribute people burn the corpses and the water attribute people wash the streets. Peace City was destined to be sleepless tonight. Many people looked at the fiery red sky in this direction and lamented the impermanence of the world. The domineering mercenary group was gone just like that. Many people were not used to it. If Sima Yuyuan knew about this, she would definitely spit at them. You guys are masochists. Sima Yuyue, Bei Gong Tang and the others had refined many lower-grade pills for the injured people. They were already familiar with these pills and could refine a lot in one furnace. Furthermore, their refining speed was especially fast. The three of them finished refining pills for 400 to 500 people in one night. Yuyue, thank you. Bai Yinchi took the pills from Sima Yuyue and thanked her. If it weren't for you, I think we would have been doomed. But we've gotten ourselves into bigger trouble, and we might even implicate you. Sima Yuyue said. Are you talking about killing Shiyueshi and the two spirit paragons? Sima Yuyue nodded. You don't have to worry about this. Our West Moon Kingdom's emperor is still very open-minded. The most important thing is that he knows how to judge the situation. He clearly knows that a sacred beast is involved in this matter, so he will not pursue this matter any further. Sun Ranran said. Right, unless he dares to use the entire West Moon Kingdom to fight against the sacred beast. Bai Yinchi said. But isn't that Shiyushi favored by the royal family? Fatty Chu said. One is she, one is a sacred beast. Which one do you think you will choose? Wei Ziqi asked. Of course it's a sacred beast. Fatty Chu said with certainty. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor should be the same. If he dares to touch you, we don't mind bringing Chongming back to deal with all of them. At most, I'll just make him run for his life before I escape. Sima Yue said, we're going to the capital anyway. With their abilities, it's impossible that they don't know where we are. When the time comes, I'll go with you. Bai Yunqi said without even thinking. We will go straight to Zhongwu country after we reach the imperial capital. What are you going to do there? Sima Yue disagreed. I'll go with you. If anything happens, I can go with you, Bai Yunqi said. Not good. Wei Ziqi shook his head and said, the few of us have no roots here. If we cause trouble, we can just leave. You have the Sand Gull army behind you. If anything happens, they will be implicated. But, relax. With Chongming around, do you still have to worry about our safety? Sima Yue said. Bai Yunqi looked at Chongming, who had been quiet the whole time, and said, that's true. No matter what, we will settle this matter thoroughly before leaving West Moon Country. Bai Gongtang said. It's been a tiring day. Let's go back and rest. Sima Yue stretched lazily and said to Sun Ran, Madam, we won't disturb you from cleaning up the mess. Alright, you can go back and rest. If anything happens, I will find someone to inform you. Sun Ran said with a smile. She was referring to if the royal family came to find trouble. Sima Yue and the rest went back to rest. They had just reached the courtyard when they saw Little Two pouncing over. Big brother, big sister, are you guys okay? Little Two pounced into Bai Gongtang's embrace and raised his head to ask. We're fine. Were you scared? Bai Gongtang patted his head. No, I've been staying in the enchantment that Little Roar set up. I know that the people outside can't hurt me. Little Two said. Before Sima Yue left, she let Little Roar set up an enchantment to surround this place. The enchantment could withstand the aftermath of the battle. Little Two stayed inside the enchantment the whole time, watching the people in the air fight intensely. He did not take a step out. He had always been very sensible. He knew that it was dangerous outside, so he did not go out. He was not like the other little kids who would run everywhere out of curiosity or fear. Little Two, rest well. In 2 days, I will help you clear your meridians for the last time. After she finished speaking, she went back to the house. Wei Ziqi and the rest were indeed very tired. They all went back to rest. Bai Gongtang patted Little Two's head and also went back. Little Two stood in the courtyard and looked at their tightly shut doors. His little face was scrunched up. He did not feel happy because he was about to be able to cultivate. At the same time, the emperor who was far away in the imperial capital received an urgent report from Peace City. The city lord of Peace City told him everything that happened the night before. After reading the news, the West Moon Emperor angrily slammed the letter on the table. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The personal bodyguard at the side rarely saw him so angry and asked. Humph. He threw the letter at the bodyguard and did not say a word. That bodyguard skimmed through the contents of the letter and raised his head in shock. Your Majesty, the princess, not long ago, Shanshui City sent news that a sacred beast had appeared. This time, she actually provoked a sacred beast. The West Moon Emperor said, if the sacred beast is angry, it will definitely alarm the protectors. We may not even be able to defeat it. A sacred beast is an existence that is even stronger than a spirit paragon. Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Who knows, that sacred beast might not find trouble with us. The bodyguard said, I think what it says is that although the sacred beast has not been contracted, it still listens to Sima Yue. If we express goodwill to her and give her some compensation, we may be able to resolve this crisis. We can only do this now. The West Moon Emperor shook his head helplessly. Then, he thought of something and stood up from the dragon throne, saying, "Go to Warsaw Palace." In the Warsaw Palace, a woman who looked very similar to she was currently feeding the fishes by the lake. When she heard the report that the West Moon Emperor had arrived, she quickly put down the bait in her hands and bowed, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The West Moon Emperor looked at her and did not speak for a long time. That gaze made Qin Mo feel uneasy. "Your Majesty." She raised her head, her eyes filled with grievance. "I'm here to tell you two things." The West Moon Emperor said, "The first is that she has been killed. The second is that the domineering army has been exterminated by the sand gulls." "What?" Qin Mo was so shocked by the West Moon Emperor that she could not stand steadily. The palace maids at the side quickly came forward to support her. Chapter 208. Your Majesty, our child. How could she die? Domineering army. Domineering army has been annihilated. How is this possible? Qin Mo was so frightened that she was incoherent as she grabbed the palace maid's hand. Humph. You guys from the domineering army have been rather arrogant these past few years. You guys actually dared to go behind my back for something as important as exterminating the sand gulls. The West Moon Emperor sneered. Your Majesty, I only feel that there are so many mercenary groups in the West Moon Kingdom, so it doesn't matter if one or two of them are missing. Moreover, they killed my younger brother, so I am merely taking revenge for my younger brother. Qin Mo explained. Revenge? Humph, not only did you fail to take revenge, you even got yourself into trouble. The West Moon Emperor said, "You'd better stay here obediently. If you do anything else, don't blame me for disregarding our relationship as husband and wife." After saying that, the West Moon Emperor left without looking back. Qin Mo's vision turned black and he fainted. Your Highness, Your Highness. The palace maid hurriedly had the palace maids by her side come over. Several of them helped Qin Mo to the pavilion at the side. After a while, Qin Mo slowly woke up. The first thing he said when he opened his eyes was, "Go and find out what's going on." Unfortunately, when her palace maids received the order, they were informed that they were not allowed to leave Warsaw, and many guards were sent to surround the Warsaw Palace. She also ordered that no one outside the Warsaw Palace was allowed to reveal any information to them. However, that palace maid was quite capable. She managed to find out that she was killed by Sima Yue and a few others. This Sima Yue, he killed my younger brother and now he killed my daughter. She and I are irreconcilable. Qin Mo smashed everything in the room, but he still couldn't vent the anger in his heart. However, because the information they received was limited, the people of the Warsaw Palace didn't know about the existence of Chongming. Thus, they made a series of wrong decisions, which made them pay a heavy price. Your Highness, I also heard that His Majesty invited a few people to attend the banquet. The palace maid said. Her Majesty's birthday banquet? Why would His Majesty invite them? Qin Mo glared at the palace maid. But this is a good opportunity. If I can't kill them outside the palace, I can do whatever I want in the palace. Nyang Nyang, what should we do? Inside the palace asked. Think of a way to contact our people and arrange for them to be near the Spirit Master Guild. Once they come to the capital, kill them without mercy. Qin Mo said. Yes, Your Highness. After speaking, the maidservant went to make the arrangements. Wait, let those spirit paragons go. I don't know what kind of experts they have protecting them, but since Spirit Paragon Hu and Spirit Paragon Lu are both dead, it's useless for those people with lower power to go. Qin Mo said. This servant understands. The palace maid bowed and retreated. Sima Yue, I'll make sure you never return. In Peace City, Sima Yue looked at the smiling city lord. No matter how she looked at him, he looked like a blooming chrysanthemum. Cough cough, may I know why the city lord is looking for us? Wei Ziqi saw Sima Yue's expression and knew that she had thought of something bad. In order to prevent her from saying it out loud, he opened his mouth and asked. The city lord's gaze shifted away from Chongming and took out a glittering invitation card, saying, "This is an invitation card that I, the West Moon Emperor, have sent to all of you. I would like to invite all of you to attend His Majesty's birthday banquet in 10 days. Invite us to attend the banquet?" Fatty Chu looked at the city lord and said, "We don't even know the West Moon Emperor, why would he invite us?" Since the West Moon Emperor's invitation card had already been sent over, it would not be good for them to reject it. After all, they still needed to use the teleportation array in the capital. Wei Ziqi took the invitation card and said, "We will definitely be there on time." Then let's go together in a few days. The city lord said, "You are not familiar with that place, so I hope I have the honor of being your tour guide. To be able to go with the city lord is our honor." Wei Ziqi said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, then we will go together." The city lord said with a big laugh, "The invitation card has already been sent over, so I'll go back first. I'll send the city lord out." Bai Yuan Chun made a gesture of invitation and left with the city lord. After the city lord left, Bai Yunqi pursed his lips and said, "He invited you, but not us. It's good that you don't go. Who knows whether or not this is a banquet at Hongmen?" Sima Yue said. "That's true." Bai Yunqi nodded. The capital was more dangerous than Peace City. If he went, he might really become a burden to them. "Alright, we've already received the invitation card. Let's go back and rest." Sima Yue stretched lazily and went back. Wei Ziqi and the others also went back to their temporary residence. Bai Gongtang did not go. After Sima Yue went back, she went to Little Tu's room. Bai Gongtang was currently teaching Little Tu some basic things. Bai Gongtang saw Sima Yue enter and asked, "Did he call you over for something?" Sima Yue walked over and picked up the teapot on the table, drinking from the spout. After drinking enough, she said, "The West Moon Emperor wants us to attend the banquet 10 days later. The city lord has sent the invitation card. He wants us to attend the banquet? Banquet at Hongmen." Bai Gongtang frowned. "I don't think so." Sima Yue said, "With Chongming around, he wouldn't go so far as to invite a sacred beast to attend the banquet, right?" "That's true." Bai Gongtang replied. "We'll leave in a few days. Before we leave, I have to unblock all of Little Tu's meridians." Sima Yue said as she patted Little Tu's head. Little Tu kept his head down and did not speak. His tears fell drop by drop, wetting the front of his clothes. Bai Gongtang saw Little Tu's tears and asked, "Little Tu, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Little Tu raised his head, his little face full of tears. He looked at the two of them and said, "Elder sister, are you going to abandon Little Tu?" You want to unblock all of my meridians before you leave. Then, you won't bring me along when you leave, right?" Little Tu said sadly. Sima Yue and Bai Gongtang looked at each other. They really did plan to do so. "Little Tu, what we're going to do is very dangerous. If you follow us, you'll be in danger." Sima Yue said. "I know. You're going to save grandfather." Little Tu said, "But I want to go with you." "You don't want to stay here." Sima Yue said, "If you stay here, Brother Yun Qi will take care of you. You can grow up safe and sound." Little Tu shook his head with all his might, saying, "I want to be with you. Elder sister, take me with you. Little Tu doesn't want to be separated from you." "Little Tu, if you follow us, you might face endless pursuits in the future. Do you know that? Bei Gong Tang advised, but it's different here. Here, you can have a stable environment and receive good nurturing. You might even be able to make a name for yourself in the future. Little Two still shook his head and said firmly, I'm not afraid of a homeless life. If there are bad people who bully you, I'll help you beat them up. Elder sister, don't abandon Little Two, alright? Chapter 209. Bei Gong Tang saw that Little Two was crying so sadly and looked at Sima Yue with some difficulty, saying, why don't we bring him along? You're at your wit's end when you meet him. Sima Yue looked at Bei Gong Tang disapprovingly, saying, we don't have the final say in this matter. We have to discuss it with them. Facing the unknown fate of the future, staying here was undoubtedly the better choice. Bei Gong Tang called Wei Ziqi and the other two over and told them about Little Tuesday. The three of them were somewhat disapproving. We don't even know what the situation is with the Sima family in the Wu Kingdom. If they are good, then that's fine. If the other party isn't easy to talk to, then wouldn't it be dangerous for him to follow us? Wei Ziqi said. I agree with Ziqi's view. Ouyang Fei said. But if Little Two doesn't want to stay here, then he won't be happy staying here. Fatty Chu said. After we reach the Wu Kingdom, we can make arrangements for him first. Then we can go and save grandfather and the others. Sima Yue shook her head and said, I still don't think it's feasible. We have too many unknowns. Big sister, big brother, you don't have to worry about me. Go and do your work. I'll wait for you nearby. If you want to run, I'll run with you. Little Two said. Since he had said so, Sima Yue and the rest could not just leave him alone. The main thing was that they could all tell that Bei Gong Tang was also worried about him. Alas. Sima Yue sighed and said, Little Two, if we all die, you can only become a homeless child again. No. Little Two said seriously. Why? Fatty Chu asked. Little Two looked at Fatty Chu and said, if you're all dead, I'll definitely die too. I won't become a wanderer. The few of them were shocked. Was he already planning to live and die with them? Since we've decided, let's do it this way. Sima Yue said, at most, we'll put him there when something happens. Little Two didn't know about that place, but everyone else understood that it was inside the Spirit Pagoda. After making the decision, no one hesitated any longer. They all left, leaving Sima Yue and Little Two behind. Sima Yue gave Little Two 2 frost pills. She used her spiritual power to catalyze one of them while she wrapped the other one in her spiritual power and left it in his body. She found that her spiritual power had increased a lot during this period of time. She planned to unblock the auxiliary meridians after unblocking the 12 meridians if Little Two could bear it. The remaining 3 meridians were the same as the previous meridians. They were completely blocked. He didn't know what that thing was, but it was so hard that it could block every meridian. Because she was more familiar with controlling Crimson Flame's flames, her progress in unblocking her meridians was much faster this time. After the remaining 3 channels were all unblocked, she dissolved the other cold ice pill and let Little Two's body cool down again. Then, she transferred the flame to his auxiliary meridians. Although the auxiliary meridians were not as blocked as the meridians, there were still many impurities. It was a good thing that these impurities were not as hard as the main meridians. There were also fewer of them, so she cleaned them all in one go. After she withdrew the flame from Little Two's body, he fainted like before. However, Sima Yue was not as tired as before. Bei Gong Tang came in and saw that Sima Yue's spirit was not bad. She asked, "Is it over?" Sima Yue nodded and stood up, saying, "I've already done what I can do. I'll leave the matter of teaching him cultivation to you guys. I don't have the patience to be a teacher." Bei Gong Tang rolled her eyes. If you don't have the patience, then who taught me and Ouyang Yue pills? You guys learned it yourselves. Sima Yue took out a pill and ate it, saying, when he wakes up, you can teach him how to draw spiritual energy into his body. He could feel spiritual energy before, so drawing it into his body shouldn't be too difficult. Okay. You can go and rest. Bei Gong Tang said. Before Sima Yue left, she looked at Little Two again. She thought that this guy was really lucky to have met her. She was just as lucky. If her meridians had not been sealed by the poison, and were blocked by Little Two's iron-like impurities, she was afraid that she would really be a good-for-nothing for the rest of her life. And if Little Two had not met her, he would also be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life. This was also fate. She sighed in her heart before going back to rest. Little Two only slept for a day before waking up. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the house was empty. He suddenly jumped up from the bed and ran outside barefooted, shouting frantically, "Brother, sister!" Bei Gong Tang, who was refining pills next door, thought that something had happened to him. She was shocked and almost destroyed the ingredients in her hands. Wei Ziqi opened the door and saw the barefooted Little Tuesday. He asked, "What's wrong, Little Two?" Little Two saw Wei Ziqi and relaxed. He threw himself into Wei Ziqi's embrace and said, "I thought you guys left Little Two behind." Wei Ziqi patted Little Two's head and smiled, "Since we've already agreed to bring you along, we won't leave you behind again." And Little Two nodded his head. "How's your situation now?" Wei Ziqi asked, "Can you cultivate?" "I don't know either. I woke up and ran out." Little Two said embarrassedly. Wei Ziqi saw his bare feet and smiled, "Then let's go to your room. I'll teach you how to cultivate." Okay. Little Two smiled happily. Bei Gong Tang heard Wei Ziqi's words and relaxed. She continued to refine the pills in her hands. Little Two, who had returned to the house, immediately climbed onto the bed and sat cross-legged according to the cultivation posture. After that, Wei Ziqi began to tell him to close his eyes and meditate. He could feel the spiritual energy, and even told him what attributes the spiritual energy had and what color it was. "Brother Ziqi, I can feel spiritual energy a long time ago." Little Two said. "You can feel it a long time ago?" Wei Ziqi said in shock. He could not even cultivate, but he could feel it. After Brother Yue helped me clear my meridians for the first time, I can feel spiritual energy. Little Two replied. "Then you can feel other types of spiritual energy." Wei Ziqi thought of the spiritual beast blood in his body. It was normal for this kind of situation to occur. "Let me see." Little Two said and closed his eyes. After that, he opened them and said, "There's water, ice, oh, there's another type that I don't know." "What color is it?" Wei Ziqi asked. "White." Little Two said, "But it's a little rare." "White?" Wei Ziqi had never encountered white spiritual energy before. In his mind, he recalled that Feng Zhixing had said that there was a type of attribute that was even rarer than ice, lightning and wind. That was the light attribute and the dark attribute. And the light attribute people could feel that the light was white. He never thought that other than the rare ice attribute, Little Two actually had the even rarer light attribute. This was a probability that not even 1 out of 100,000 spirit masters would have. This book came from a book hashtag. Chapter 210. In Little Two's room, Sima Yue and the other 4 were sitting at the table. They were all staring at Little Two as if they were looking at a monster. Little Two was scared by their stares and subconsciously shrunk his neck. "Brother, sister, you. Don't look at me like that." Little Two wailed in his heart. Fatty Chu was the first to speak. "Can you really sense the light element?" Little Two nodded fearfully. You can also sense the water and ice elements. Sima Yue looked at him with sparkling eyes. Little Two nodded fearfully. It's only been a day and a night, and you've already absorbed spiritual energy into your body. Ouyang Fei asked. He continued to nod. Heh heh, as expected of the seedling we found. Amazing. Bei Gong Tang said happily. Ah. Comparisons are odious. Fatty Chu cried out as he sprawled on the table. Originally, it was enough to have a Yue provoking us from time to time. Now there's another little doll. I really don't dare to think about it. When he reaches our age, how heaven-defying will he be? Heavens, why are you provoking us like this? The heavens did not hear Fatty Chu's cries, but Sima Yue slapped his head harshly and said, Your innate talent is only used to provoke others outside, don't cry and howl like a ghost here. There's no justice in this world. You've provoked me, yet you don't even let me vent. Fatty Chu muttered softly. In any case, Little Two's talent is shocking. Water and ice, TSK. In the future, Ziqi and Fatty will be the ones teaching him cultivation. Sima Yue quickly assigned the tasks. Beigong is his sister. We can't just leave him be. Ouyang, your fighting strength is not bad. You can teach Little Tuesday. Ah, it's decided then. The 4 people who were named looked at her speechlessly and said, What about you? I'll be in charge of providing resources. And we'll nurture Little Tuesday. In the future, if anyone bullies us, Little Two can help us beat them up. Sima Yue said with a smile. Then, she looked at Little Two and asked, Little Two, is that okay? All right. Little Two also smiled. No one had ever treated him so well. If anyone dared to bully his brother and sister, he would fight them to the death. Thus, from then on, the god of slaughter began his path of growth. Many people saw how he killed people after he grew up, and then saw how obedient he was in front of Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang. They directly said that they were not the same person. For the next few days, they wandered around Peace City and had some fun. When it was 2 days away from the West Moon Emperor's birthday, the city lord came to find them and said that they could leave now. They then bade farewell to Bai Yunqi and the others and used the teleportation array to go to the imperial capital. Before leaving, Sima Yue gave Bai Yunqi a jade bottle. She did not say what it was, and he did not look at it. He only cared about the sadness of parting. Sigh, I wonder if Yue and the others will return to Peace City. Bai Yunqi sighed. Sun Ran looked at the vast sky and sighed. That should be their target. Bai Yunchun looked at the much more mature Bai Yunqi and thanked Sima Yue and the others in his heart for their influence on him. Seeing the jade bottle in Bai Yunqi's hand, he said, Don't you want to see what he left for you? Right, I don't know what kind of pills he left for me. This guy, not only is his strength high, he's also an alchemist. What a blow. Bai Yunqi said as he opened the jade bottle and poured out the pills inside. 2 dazzling golden pills landed in his hand. Father, why do I feel that these pills are a little familiar? Bai Yunqi said as he looked at the pills. Bai Yunchun was so shocked by these 2 pills that he opened his mouth wide. After a while, he stammered, Isn't this the 100 revolutions pill that was auctioned at a sky-high price last time? Only then did Bai Yunqi remember and carefully looked at the medicinal pill. He mumbled, It does seem to be quite similar to that medicinal pill. Bai Yunchun patted Bai Yunqi's head and shouted, What do you mean it looks like it? This is it, all right. You idiot. It really is. Bai Yunqi rubbed his head and said, Then doesn't that mean that Yue is that mysterious person? Bai Yunchun nodded thoughtfully and said, Looks like she's even more powerful than we thought. Bai Yunqi had already been shocked speechless by the news that he had just received. He lowered his head and looked at the pills in his hand. Thinking about how she had said that she hoped that they would meet again in the future, he made a decision in his heart. In the future, he would develop to a higher level. In the past, he felt that his life in the mercenary group was pretty good. When he met Sima Yue and the others, he sometimes heard them talk about the world above. However, he did not pay much attention to it. Now, he felt that if he could, he also wanted to go to that world to take a look and explore it. Let's go. Your father and I will protect you. Eat this pill. Sun Ran said as she patted her son who was in a daze. All right. Sima Yue and the others followed the city lord of Peace City to the imperial capital. The moment they stepped out of the teleportation array, they felt a different atmosphere. Everyone looked at them strangely. Why are they looking at us like that? Fatty Chu shrunk to Ouyang Fei's side. I don't know. Ouyang Fei said honestly. There's a strong intent that's locked onto us. Sima Yue said as she looked around. Let's leave this place first. Bei Gong Tang said. Seeing that the few of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy, the city lord of Peace City said, Everyone, there's no need to panic. I think that the news of you guys exterminating the domineering army has spread here. Everyone is very curious about you guys. Especially your honor, everyone wants to see your face. Hearing the city lord say this, everyone finally relaxed and followed him out of the Spirit Master Guild. Greetings to everyone. A beautiful girl bowed towards Sima Yue and the others at the entrance. Who are you? Fatty Chu's eyes widened when he saw the beauty. This servant is the person that His Majesty specially appointed to take care of everyone's lives in the imperial capital. This servant's name is Yao Guang. Yao Guang smiled at them, extremely charming. People with weak willpower would not be able to resist her charm. Did His Majesty know that we were coming today? The city lord of Peace City asked Yao Guang. His Majesty did not know. However, he ordered this servant to wait here and wait for you to come so that I can bring you to the inn where you will be staying. Yao Guang replied. After that, she looked at the city lord of Peace City and said, City lord, His Majesty said that you should go to the usual place. The smile on the city lord of Peace City's face froze. A trace of anger flashed past his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He cupped his hands towards Sima Yue and the others and said, Since His Majesty has arranged a place for you to stay, then we will part ways here. We will meet again at the banquet. Sima Yue and the others originally did not have a good impression of this city lord. Now that they saw him suffer, they were secretly laughing in their hearts. However, no matter what, he was still the city lord of the second largest city. They could not show it too obviously. They cupped their hands and bid him farewell. After he left, the few of them laughed. Chapter 211. Yao Guang also did not like that city lord. He did not have any ability and was only able to become the second city lord because of Qin Mo. She waved her hands towards Sima Yue and the rest, saying, Sirs, please. The West Moon Emperor had arranged for Sima Yue and the rest to stay in an extremely secluded courtyard. There were waterside pavilions and pavilions which were rather beautiful. Furthermore, this place was not far from the Imperial Palace and could be considered a part of the Imperial Palace. It was just that it was outside the Imperial Palace, so there were not many strong guards. This place is really not bad. Fatty Chu looked at the secluded environment and did not think that there would be such a place in the Imperial capital. It is really not bad. Even Ouyang Fei praised. Yao Guang sneaked a glance at Chongming and said, His Majesty said that you have always lived in the mountains and did not like noise, so he specially arranged for you to stay here. Mr. Chongming, we are basking in your glory this time. Sima Yue laughed as she teased Chongming. She was not afraid that he would get angry. Chongming looked at her indifferently and did not say anything. Miss Yao Guang, when can we meet His Majesty? Wei Ziqi asked. His Majesty said that it is up to you all. You can go whenever you want. Yao Guang smiled as she replied. It is already late today. Why don't we go tomorrow? Chongming, what do you say? Sima Yue said. Up to you. Chongming threw out these 3 words and did not say anything else. Pretending to be cold. Sima Yue muttered in her heart before saying to Yao Guang, then we will have to trouble Miss Yao Guang to ask His Majesty on our behalf. Sir is too polite. Yao Guang said, this servant will definitely pass on your message to His Majesty today. She could tell that although Chongming was not their contracted beast, he listened to Sima Yue's words. That was why even though Yue did not look strong, she was the one that they could not afford to offend. Yao Guang arranged for their accommodations and assigned a group of palace maids to serve them before leaving. Sima Yue and the others were cultivating in their own rooms. Even Little Tu had entered his cultivation mode. Bei Gong Tang was afraid that Little Tu would be disturbed by others, so she cultivated with him. If anything happened, she could still protect him. Although this West Moon Emperor seemed to be treating them courteously, who could be sure of the real situation? In the latter half of the night, those who were cultivating stopped cultivating and looked outside. Sure enough, there are people who don't know their place. Sima Yue sneered. In fact, she had already opened the door and left. As soon as the 6 spiritual venerables arrived above the courtyard, they saw Sima Yue and the others coming out of the door. They were not surprised by their arrival. 6 spirit venerables? Sima Yue raised her eyebrows as she looked at the group and said, this lineup is really big. Are you Sima Yue? A spiritual paragon looked at her and asked. Sima Yue leaned against the door and did not panic. She smiled and said, you've already come all the way here. Do you still need to ask? The mockery in her words caused the spiritual venerables to become angry. Looks like it's the few of you. The spiritual paragon who asked the question earlier said, do you want to kill yourselves, or do you want us to send you on your way? Other than Chongming, they felt that these people were not very strong. They did not know why Imperial Concubine Mo wanted so many spiritual venerables to move out together. As for the few who had just come out of closed-door cultivation, they naturally did not have the time to listen to the gossip outside. They did not know that 2 of their spiritual venerables' brothers had already been killed by Chongming. If they knew, even if they had to give up the yearly allowance that Imperial Concubine Mo gave them, they would not have made this trip tonight. I'm guessing that you were sent by Qin Mo. This Imperial Concubine really thinks highly of us. Wei Ziqi said. If it was the West Moon Emperor, he could have taken action the moment they reached the capital. There was no need for him to wait until now to send people over. Furthermore, he would not only send these few people. These people were not even enough to fill the gaps between Chongming's teeth. It was obvious that the Imperial Concubine who did not know the situation had come to pluck the fur from the tiger's mouth. However, they could also use this matter to have a good discussion with the West Moon Emperor. With this thought in mind, Sima Yue did not immediately let Chongming take action. Instead, she asked him to stay put for now. Big brother, you should just take action. These are just a few ants, yet Imperial Concubine Mo actually called us over. She's really making a mountain out of a molehill. A spiritual venerable said unhappily. That's right. Rather than talking to these little dolls, it's better to go back and cultivate. Recently, I've already felt the signs of advancing. Another spiritual venerable said. Sima Yue laughed as she looked at the few people in the air and said, Your Imperial Concubine Mo didn't tell you that the spiritual venerables surnamed Lu and who have already died, right? What did you say? Hearing this news, the few spiritual venerables subconsciously felt that Sima Yue was making things up to stall for time. Furthermore, she didn't tell you that the domineering army has already been exterminated, right? Those 2 spiritual venerables were killed at that time. Sima Yue continued. How is that possible? Who dares to kill our brothers? If you're spouting nonsense, we'll immediately turn you into ashes. The few people released their auras towards them, but the few of them stood in the courtyard without moving an inch. Sima Yue took a step forward and said, "How are we spouting nonsense? Because the person who killed them is right here." "Who?" Sima Yue pointed at Chongming and said, "Your imperial concubine Mo must have something that she didn't tell you. He's a transformed sacred beast, you know." When the few spiritual venerables heard this, they were shocked. No wonder they couldn't see through Chongming's strength. "So, your imperial concubine Mo doesn't care about your lives at all. She's just sending you to your deaths." Sima Yue shook her head and said. She looked like she was regretful. Chongming cooperated and released his sacred beast aura. How can there be a sacred beast? Could it be that something really happened when we were in closed-door cultivation? If there really is a sacred beast, what are we still doing here? Let's run. People with their strength all had a common problem. They were arrogant, but at the same time, they all had another characteristic, which was that they cherished their lives. The few of them looked at each other and ran towards the back. However, they seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't run out. "Since you're here, why don't you stay and talk?" Sima Yue called out Thousand Resonance, Little Rock and Yaguang. Wei Ziqi and the rest also called out their own sacred beasts. "They're all sacred beasts." The few spiritual venerables saw the spirit beast standing in the courtyard and felt their scalps go numb. There was even a sacred beast standing in the middle. "Thousand Resonance, you guys play with them," Sima Yue said. Other than Thousand Resonance's power and spiritual venerables, Yaguang, Little Rock and the rest were slightly weaker and weren't a match for spiritual venerables. Hence, she let Chongming exert some pressure on those people to lower their strength. Then, she used the spiritual venerables for Little Rock and the rest to practice. The commotion here quickly spread. Those spiritual venerables didn't want to fight with them, but the situation now wasn't a matter of whether they wanted to or not. If they resisted, they would lose their lives. If they didn't resist, they would lose their lives. The West Moon Emperor, who was just about to go to bed, was shocked by the sudden fight and asked, "Where's the commotion?" "Your Majesty, someone went to attack the sacred beast at night." The reply from outside almost caused the West Moon Emperor to fall off his bed. He treated them like gods, who would dare to attack them at night. Chapter 212. When the West Moon Emperor brought his men over, he saw Yaguang standing outside the courtyard. She did not enter and was only staring blankly at the battle in the sky. "What are you doing here?" The West Moon Emperor went up and asked. Only then did Yaguang notice the West Moon Emperor's arrival. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, the courtyard seems to have been enveloped by a barrier. We can't enter." The West Moon Emperor got his men to give it a try. Indeed, they were unable to open it and could only watch from the outside. In the courtyard, Sima Yue and the others knew that the West Moon Emperor had arrived. However, they did not remove the barrier. Instead, they continued to let Thousand Resonance and the others fight with the spiritual paragon. However, they had them speed up. Since the main character had already arrived, there was no need for them to delay any longer. Soon, the spiritual venerables were either dead or injured. Those who were still alive were on the verge of death. Sima Yue glanced at Chongming. The latter waved his hand and removed the enchantment he had set up. When the West Moon Emperor sensed that the obstruction had disappeared, he hurriedly led his men inside. When they arrived at the courtyard, everyone saw the spiritual venerable lying on the ground. The West Moon Emperor's eyes flashed as he secretly rejoiced that he had not chosen to go against them for the sake of the royal family's reputation. Not only did these people have sacred beasts with them, even their contracted beasts were all sacred beasts. The sacred beast had not even made a move, and these spirit paragons were already lying on the ground. Even if he sent people over, he was afraid that they would also end up like this. Are you all injured? The West Moon Emperor asked out of concern. Wasn't this obvious? Everyone looked at the West Moon Emperor with a slightly different expression. Cough, cough. Men, go and find out who sent these people, the person behind West Moon Emperor Dynasty instructed. No need. Fatty Chu said, we already know who sent these people. Who is it? Although the West Moon Emperor had guessed who it was, he still asked. You'll have to ask your imperial concubines. Fatty Chu said. Could it be Consort Mo? The West Moon Emperor glanced at Yao Guang. She immediately retreated and went to Huasha Garden to look for Consort Mo. For us to disturb your majesty so late at night, we are truly apologetic. Wei Ziqi said faintly, but there was not the slightest hint of apologetic in his tone. The West Moon Emperor knew that they were all angry. After all, they had only just arrived at the imperial capital, yet they had already encountered such a situation. No one could be happy about it. He secretly glanced at Chongming. The latter's cold expression made him unable to tell if this sacred beast was angry or not. If he was angry, it would be hard to deal with him. Everyone, there's still some time before we can bring concubine Mo here. Why don't we wait inside? The West Moon Emperor said. Sima Yuyue and the others nodded. Although they could rely on Chongming, no matter what, he was still the Emperor of West Moon Kingdom. It was not a good thing to slap his face in front of so many guards. Thus, they went to the living room to wait while the guards stayed outside to keep watch. I believe that your majesty has already clearly investigated our identities. We are not people from the West Moon Kingdom. We only wanted to borrow the road to go to another kingdom. Who would have thought that we would encounter so many things along the way? Wei Ziqi said. That's right. I didn't think that domineering guild would do such a thing. They deserve to be wiped out, His Majesty said with a smile. Then the Sand Gull who helped us, the Sand Gull mercenary group is known for eliminating evil and upholding justice. Naturally, no one would blame them. His Majesty replied. With his words, the Sand Gull was considered safe. I wonder which country you all want to go to? His Majesty asked. Central Wu Kingdom. Central Wu Kingdom. That's the strongest country among our 4 great empires. His Majesty sighed and asked again, I wonder why you all want to go there. To save people. Sima Yuyue said. Seeing that she was not willing to say more, the West Moon Emperor did not continue to ask and changed the topic to something else. Most of the time, it was Wei Ziqi who was chatting with him. Although he was not very enthusiastic, he did not let the West Moon Emperor lose face. After a while, Qin Mo was brought over. When she came to the courtyard, she saw the West Moon Emperor's imperial guards and was shocked. She then saw the spirit paragon she had invited lying in the courtyard. 4 of them were dead and only 2 were left. Her heart was filled with despair. Concubine Mo, please. His Majesty is waiting for you inside. Yao Guang said. Qin Mo felt as if her 2 legs were filled with lead and she could not lift them at all. Yao Guang glanced at her and 2 guards stepped forward. Each of them held on to one of her arms and brought her into the living room. Seeing the West Moon Emperor's cold face, the guards released her and she immediately sat on the ground. Your Majesty, concubine Mo has been brought over. Yao Guang stood beside Qin Mo and said. Concubine Mo, how dare you? The West Moon Emperor's aura burst forth. He was actually a spirit paragon expert. Your Majesty, they were the ones who killed my younger brother first. They killed my daughter and my older brother. How can I not take revenge for this? When Qin Mo saw the spirit paragons in the courtyard, she knew that her plan had failed. So when she saw that Sima Yuyue and the others were unharmed, she was not surprised. she only felt hatred. Concubine Mo, right? Sima Yue stood up and squatted down in front of her, saying, "Why do you always put the cart before the horse?" "What do you mean put the cart before the horse?" Qin Mo raised her head and glared at Sima Yue. "We killed your younger brother because he wanted to kill us. We exterminated the domineering army because your older brother and daughter brought people to exterminate us." Sima Yue said, "If we didn't resist, were we supposed to wait for them to kill us?" Concubine Mo, do you think there would be such a fool? Humph, you're just a few lowly commoners. So what if they killed you? Qin Mo still thought so. Sima Yue rubbed her chin, saying, "We're just a few lowly commoners. So our lives aren't worth anything. But for someone like Chongming, your majesty, is he also a lowly commoner?" "Who is Chongming? If the people with you aren't lowly commoners, then what are they?" Qin Mo said without even thinking. Bang! The West Moon Emperor's aura directly pressed Qin Mo to the ground, unable to move. Sima Yue stood up and looked at Chongming, saying, "Chongming, you're also a lowly commoner like us." "I'm not even human," Chongming said. "Disgraceful thing." The West Moon Emperor was angered half to death by Qin Mo's words. He couldn't help but stand up and kick her. Then, he smiled apologetically at Chongming and Sima Yue. "She's talking nonsense. How can you be lowly commoners? You're our royal family's honored guests." Sima Yue's expression was still ugly. She laughed coldly, saying, "It's fine to say that we're lowly commoners. Chongming is a sacred beast. How can he be called a lowly commoner? If others knew, where would my family's Chongming put his face?" When Chongming heard Sima Yue say the words "my family's Chongming," his eyebrows twitched. This girl was bold. She actually dared to say such a thing. Wasn't she afraid that he would be angry? But why didn't he dislike her saying such things? Chapter 213. When the West Moon Emperor heard Sima Yue's words, he started to break out in cold sweat. If Chongming was angry, they would be in deep trouble tonight. "Your Honor, please calm down. I'll deal with her immediately." After saying that, he turned around, took out a sword, and directly pierced Qin Mo's heart. Qin Mo had just sat up, and when he heard the words "transcendent divine beast," he was stunned. Before he could react, he was pierced through. He raised his head and looked at the West Moon Emperor in disbelief. "Your Majesty," she called out weakly. Her body slowly fell to the side and stopped moving. The corners of Sima Yue and the others' mouths twitched. This guy was really merciless when it came to killing the woman who slept with him. However, this was the only choice anyone could make. After all, the other party was too powerful. "Is this all right?" The West Moon Emperor turned around and asked carefully. "Alas, our Chongming has said that he has never encountered such a thing since he came out. He is very unhappy." Sima Yue said, "Previously there was a princess who wanted to kill us. Not to mention that we were ambushed today, we were even scolded as lowly commoners. This is a huge insult to a sacred beast. If it's possible, please allow me to compensate the royal family for your offense." In any case, she was someone who had lived for so many years. How could she not understand Sima Yue's words? But she had no choice, no choice. She could only try her best to appease them. Otherwise, once the sacred beast made a move, the losses would not be just this. Therefore, the West Moon Emperor spent the night in Sima Yue's living room. As for what they talked about, the people outside did not know. They only knew that when the West Moon Emperor came out the next day, his expression was very ugly. This Sima Yue, her heart was too black. This was what the West Moon Emperor was thinking right now. Seeing that there were still 2 spirit venerables in the courtyard, he said, "Bring them back. Take these damned people away and deal with them." When the guards were about to take action, Chongming's voice came from inside the house, "Since they are here, let them stay here." With that, the 5 corpses and 2 half-dead people instantly turned into a bloody mist and disappeared. The eyes of the West Moon Emperor and the Imperial bodyguard were wide open. This was most likely not something an ordinary sacred beast could do. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. The West Moon Emperor patted his own chest. Although he had lost quite a few treasures, at least he had managed to appease the other party. If Chongming were to do this to him, he would not be able to fight back at all. Sima Yue smiled as she sent the West Moon Emperor off. When she turned around, she saw a few people looking at her with disdain. Hey, what's with your expressions? Sima Yue glared at them unhappily. Brother, you look like a gangster robbing a house. Little Two's words represented everyone's thoughts. Little Two, you're wrong. Bei Gong Tang patted Little Two's head. Did I say something wrong? Little Two looked at Bei Gong Tang in confusion. Bei Gong Tang paused for a while before saying, "She doesn't look like a gangster. She's a gangster. Do you understand? It's still Bei Gong who understands me." Ah. Sima Yue had not finished speaking when she heard Bei Gong Tang's words. Her last word was stuck in her throat. However, she had indeed extorted quite a few treasures from the West Moon Emperor. She had even gotten 2 books of black-grade spirit techniques. Very quickly, the West Moon Emperor's things were sent over. Sima Yue scanned the interspatial ring. It was indeed an empire. So many treasures were sent over so quickly. It seemed like they had a lot of resources. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the treacherous smile on Sima Yue's face, Fatty Chu hugged her shoulder and said, "Yue, you clearly have so many things. Why are you still interested in the West Moon Emperor's things?" Sima Yue looked at Fatty Chu disapprovingly and said with a serious face, "You're really a prodigal son. If you don't manage the household, you won't know how expensive the daily necessities are. There are so many of us and we consume so much. There will be a day when these things will be used up. We can't just sit around and eat. We have to save energy, understand?" Hearing her shameless words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The things in the spirit pagoda could be regenerated. Furthermore, there was a strong housekeeper who knew how to grow them. There was no way they would be used up. She kept the things in the spirit pearl and little spirit would naturally take care of it. Afterwards, she stretched her body and said, "The weather today is really good. It's suitable for sleeping. After attending the West Moon Emperor's birthday banquet tomorrow, we will take the teleportation array to the West Moon Kingdom." After speaking, she returned to her room in a good mood. The West Moon Emperor's face was full of pain as he listened to the guard's report. Thinking about how he had given Sima Yue and the others so many things, his heart ached. It's a good thing that they will leave tomorrow. If they were still here, I don't know what other ideas they would have. The West Moon Emperor muttered softly, as if he was afraid that the Chongming would hear him. "Men, go and check the things needed for tomorrow's banquet. Then, announce the news of the sacred beast. Let those who want to attend the banquet have some brains and eyes. Don't provoke people who shouldn't be provoked." The West Moon Emperor ordered. "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard went out and conveyed the West Moon Emperor's words to every power that wanted to attend the banquet. He warned them not to provoke Sima Yue and the others. If they did not respect them, they would face serious consequences. Actually, there was no need for the West Moon Emperor to send people to spread the news. The news of the sacred beast had already spread throughout the imperial capital. Only Qin Mo and the few spirit paragons who were in seclusion would foolishly go up and be killed without understanding the situation. Therefore, on the second day of the banquet, everyone who saw Sima Yue and the others were respectful. They did not want to follow in Kwang Ao's footsteps. All the banquets were more or less the same. Sima Yue and the others felt bored, so they instigated the Chongming to return to their courtyard in the afternoon. With the Chongming around, no one dared to say that they were Kwang Ao. They were even worried that they might have provoked them and thus left early. The teleportation array to the Central Wu Kingdom would only be activated tomorrow. Therefore, they all went back to cultivate. Everyone thought of the gift that they had given to the West Moon Emperor. This was all arranged by Sima Yue. Before returning to the house, Bei Gong Tang asked what she had given to the West Moon Emperor. After hearing it, even she could not help but break out in cold sweat. Wei Ziqi and the others walked over and asked, "What gift did Yue give to the West Moon Emperor?" Bei Gong Tang said faintly, she said that she had chosen the most valuable gift from the West Moon Emperor. The few of them immediately burst out laughing. She had taken someone's gift and sent it back. Although it was very valuable, sending it back again, wasn't this just annoying the other party? Only she could do such a wicked thing. After the banquet ended, the West Moon Emperor thought of the gift that Sima Yue and the others had given and asked the guard to find it. He wanted to see what they would give. He had given them so many things. No matter what, the other party had to give them something. However, when he saw the things in the box, the West Moon Emperor could no longer remain calm. He hated that he could not throw everything on the ground. Furthermore, Sima Yue had even placed a note inside. On it, she wrote, "We, the mountain people, do not have anything valuable. We could only choose the most valuable thing that we have to give to your majesty. We wish your majesty a long and boundless life." Paw. The cup in the West Moon Emperor's hand was mercilessly crushed into pieces. Chapter 214. Sima Yue was in her room. She took out the sound stone that Sima Lai had given her back then and inserted her spirit chi into it. The lines on the stone moved and Sima Lai's voice appeared once again. The contents of the book, every word, every sentence, she already knew it by heart, but she would still take it out from time to listen to Sima Lai's loving and helpless voice. After meeting Bai Yunqi, they had stayed in the West Moon Kingdom for more than a month. Now, there were only a little more than 3 months left before the 3-year deadline. She wondered if her grandfather and brothers had been doing well these past 3 years. "Grandpa, I'm about to save you. Wait for me." She clenched the sound stone in her hand and muttered. The next day, Sima Yue and the rest went to the Soul Master Guild early in the morning. When the people from the Soul Master Guild saw them, they quickly welcomed them in. "We are going to the Central Wu country," Wei Ziqi said to the manager who had come to receive them. "We're ready." The steward said, "Yesterday, the president gave the order that the lords would be using the teleportation array today, so we haven't opened it to the public yet." Did this mean that he was going to cover them? Where does this teleportation portal lead to? Sima Yue asked. "In Linchuan City, the capital of Central Wu country." The steward replied. "Do you know which city the Sima family is in?" "It's in Anyang City in the east. There's a teleportation array in Linchuan City that leads there." "Not in the imperial capital?" "Yes." As they spoke, they arrived at the place where the teleportation array was placed. Because the teleportation distance was relatively far, the teleportation array was relatively large, covering almost half of the courtyard. Sima Yue looked at the teleportation portal. After confirming that there was no problem, she led them into it. The manager had more than 10 spirit masters inject spirit chi into the teleportation array at the same time. The teleportation array lit up, and the spirit masters stopped inputting spirit chi into it when all the lines were lit up. It was Sima Yue's first time seeing such a huge array being activated. However, when she thought about the range of the teleportation, she felt that it was normal. "Not again," Sima Yue complained in her heart. Then, the familiar dizziness engulfed her consciousness once again. No matter how many times she had used the teleportation array, she still couldn't get used to the dizziness. She had asked Feng Zhixing why she felt uncomfortable when everyone else was normal. At that time, Feng Zhixing's answer was that the teleportation arrays on this continent were too crude. She, who was very sensitive to space, would naturally feel uncomfortable. At that time, she had wailed in her heart. Being talented was also a sin. 2 days later, they finally arrived at Linchuan City, the imperial capital of Central Wu country. No one expected the teleportation array to take so long. If they used flying beasts, it would take at least 3 to 5 months. Moreover, Little Rock was an extremely fast flying beast. If it was an ordinary bird, it would probably take almost a year. The teleportation array between countries was rarely activated. The teleportation array between Linchuan City and West Moon Kingdom had not lit up for a long time. Seeing that the teleportation array was connected, the people from the Spirit Master Guild looked over to see who it was. When he realized that it was just a few young people, he went back to doing his own thing. Sima Yue stayed in the teleportation array for 2 days. When she came out of the teleportation array, she vomited until she fainted. Damn it, next time I'll definitely make my own teleportation array and bring it with me. Sima Yue was completely defeated by the teleportation array after she almost vomited her gallbladder. Because of her body, they did not continue on their journey. Instead, they chose to stay in an inn in Linchuan City. Sima Yue laid on the bed. She still felt that the world was spinning. I've heard of people getting carsick, seasick and airsick, but I've never seen someone like me getting sick from teleportation arrays. She reached out her hand to grab the air, then put it down weakly. Yue, we just asked around. It's not very far from here to Anyang City. Let's take a flying beast next time. Bei Gong Tang was taking care of Sima Yue in the house. Seeing her like this, she said with heartache. Sima Yue looked at Bei Gong Tang weakly, saying, forget it. The earlier we go there, the better. It'll be better to prepare. Furthermore, if they had to spend 1 or 2 months on the journey, it would not be worth it. Then rest well. Fatty and the others are quite curious about Linchuan City. We plan to go and take a look together. After she finished speaking, she stood up and took the towel on Sima Yue's head. She took the wooden basin and left, leaving Sima Yue alone in the house. Bang dash, the sound of the door closing shocked Sima Yue so much that she closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she wailed in her heart, this group of heartless people. They left me here alone and ran out to play by themselves. They're too disgusting. I can't take it anymore. I'm still dizzy. I need to sleep for a while. Chongming, call me when they come back. Chongming, who had been leaning on the window without making a sound, looked at the person on the bed. He then shifted his gaze to the street outside and watched the people coming and going. This guy was usually lively and fearless. Who would have thought that he would be troubled by a teleportation array? Sima Yue slept until evening. When she woke up, she felt much better. At least the world was no longer spinning. However, she still felt a little stuffy and uncomfortable. My back hurts from sleeping so much. Chongming, why haven't they come back yet? She groped her way out of bed and realized that Chongming was nowhere to be found. She opened the door and went out. She heard the sound of teeth gritting and shouting coming from downstairs. She stood by the railing and looked down. She saw Fatty Chu being supported by a few people with a bruised nose and swollen face. Little Tu followed behind, one of his eyes looking like a panda. Hey, you guys went out for a day and ended up like this. Sima Yue laughed and said, could it be that you guys didn't go out to shop, but to rob a house? Fatty, what's with these bruises? Fatty Chu glared at Sima Yue resentfully. This guy clearly saw that he was beaten up, yet he was still gloating. Everyone went upstairs. Sima Yue looked at them with a bright smile. I told you guys to go and play by yourselves, but you guys got beaten up. She waved at Little Two and said, Little Two, come here. Little Two went around Fatty Chu and the rest and came to Sima Yue's side. Sima Yue stretched out her hand and touched his panda eye, saying, Come, tell Big Brother, who hit you? A bad guy. Little Two said angrily, Not only did that person have designs on Big Sister and me, he also beat Big Brother Fatty up to this extent. Oh. What happened? Sima Yue asked. When Big Sister and I were walking on the streets, we met some young master. He said that he had taken a liking to Big Sister and wanted to catch Big Sister. Another old man said that he had taken a liking to me and wanted to catch me. Big Brother Ouyang and Big Brother Ziqi weren't around, so Big Brother Fatty went up to fight with them. In the end, he got beaten up to this extent. I didn't expect that old man to be a spirit paragon expert. If Big Brother Chongming hadn't come, we wouldn't have been able to come back today. Sima Yue crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her eyebrows. Had he taken a liking to her beauty and little Shota? Chapter 2:15. No wonder she didn't see Chongming at the inn when she woke up. It turned out that he had gone to save the damsel in distress. Do you know who they are? She asked. I know. Little Two said, the other party said that they were from the Nalan clan. I heard from the onlookers that it was some first-rate force. Nalan family. Sima Yue was surprised to hear this name again. Dongchen country's Nalan clan had quite a grudge with her. Since the Sima family was exiled there, then the Nalan family also had their own family. However, he didn't expect to meet them as soon as he arrived. Did Chongming kill them all? Sima Yue was curious. Little Two shook his head and said, Brother Chongming said that he only saves people and doesn't casually kill people. He made those two leave. Sigh, what a pity. Sima Yue sighed. However, Big Brother Chongming did not let others know that he was a sacred beast. Little Two added. Sima Yue patted his shoulder and said, Go and eat 2 pills to get rid of your panda eyes. You don't look cute at all. As for Fatty, you can find your own pills to eat. Little Two, let's go in. After she finished speaking, she led Little Two into the house and gave him 2 pills to eat. After a while, Bei Gong Tang also came over. The Nalan clan. If you're not a family, you won't enter the same house. As expected, you're all from the same clan. The way you do things is so similar. Bei Gong Tang did not have a good impression of the people from the Nalan clan. She almost ground her teeth to pieces. It's very annoying. Sima Yue felt disgusted when she heard that the other party wanted to snatch a beauty in broad daylight and the old man's perverted hobbies. However, it's not good for us to find trouble with them now. We'll deal with them after we understand the situation here. Bei Gong Tang nodded, but the anger in her heart could not be quelled. On the morning of the second day, Sima Yue dragged Bei Gong Tang out to the streets. First, they asked about the Nalan clan. When the other party saw that they knew nothing about the Nalan clan, they looked at them as if they were barbarians. However, they still told them what they knew. As expected, the Nalan family was one of the top powers in the Yilan continent. Their base was not in the imperial capital, but in the northwest of Lin and City, which was the opposite direction of the Sima family. Since they were able to join the 4 great clans, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. However, knowing that this wasn't the Nalan clan's base, Sima Yue relaxed a little and pulled Bei Gong Tang to walk around the streets. It would be fine if she didn't meet those people, but if she did, she would reluctantly get rid of them in the name of eliminating them. Oh, isn't this the beauty from yesterday? A wretched voice was heard. Bei Gong Tang turned around to look. Indeed, it was the wretched man from yesterday. Beside him was a wretched old man. Both of them were dressed in luxurious clothes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary goods. Sima Yue glanced at them and said, "Were they the ones who harassed you yesterday?" Bei Gong Tang nodded. "Where's the little doll from yesterday? This lord really likes him." The wretched old man looked left and right, but did not see Little Tu's shadow, so he directly asked. Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang's hearts sank. This old man who refused to die actually had designs on Little Tu. Seeing that Sima Yue was about to explode in anger, Bei Gong Tang pulled her back and said to the two people from the Nalan clan, "My brother is nearby. Don't follow us." After she finished speaking, she pulled Sima Yue into the crowd. "Elder, they." Seeing that Sima Yue and the others had left, the wretched man was a little anxious. "Don't be anxious. Let me sense it for a while." The wretched old man closed his eyes and sensed for a while, saying, "That brother of theirs is not nearby at all. Then should we chase after them?" The wretched man said anxiously. "If they did not go now, they might not be able to catch up. Don't panic. They won't be able to escape." The wretched elder said as he slowly walked in the direction that Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang had left. Seeing this, the wretched man hurriedly followed. Bei Gong Tang pulled Sima Yue and walked out of the city. It looked as if they were running away from something. This made the two people behind them even more certain that there were only two of them. "Elder, if we catch that girl, we will naturally know the whereabouts of the child molester yesterday." The wretched man said this to the wretched old man, hoping that he would help him catch Bei Gong Tang. "Don't worry. I will naturally catch them. It's been a long time since I met a child molester that moved my heart," the wretched old man said. In front, Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang heard the two people's words and their eyes were filled with killing intent. These two people actually called Little Tu a child molester and even wanted to catch them back. They were really despicable. When the two people from the Nalan clan saw them walking out of the city, they thought to themselves, could it be that they lived outside the city? However, if they went to a desolate place, it would be convenient for them to take action. At that time, nobody would know that they were the ones who did it. When they were about 10 li away from the city, Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang stopped and turned around to look at them. "Why are you following us?" Bei Gong Tang looked at the two of them with disgust. "Hee, beauty, when I saw you yesterday, I couldn't help but fall head over heels for you. I want to invite you to my residence as a guest to improve our relationship," the wretched man said shamelessly. Sima Yue stood in front and blocked Bei Gong Tang, saying, "Where did this lunatic come from? Is my wife someone you can invite just because you want to?" Hearing her say wife, the wretched man was very unhappy, saying, "How can a man like you be worthy of such a beautiful girl? Today, I will kill you first and set the beauty free." "Pfft, aren't you just trying to snatch my wife? You still have to make it sound so dignified." Sima Yue looked coldly at the wretched man, as if she was looking at a corpse. If he wanted to kill her, she didn't even know who would be the one doing the killing. She activated the spiritual energy in her body and the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated. The other party immediately sensed her strength. You're only a second-level spirit grandmaster. Today, I'll send you to hell." As he spoke, the wretched man also activated the spiritual energy in his body and displayed the strength of a fourth-level spirit grandmaster. Sima Yue didn't think much of him. When she was still a first-level spirit grandmaster, she was already able to kill Qin Wu. Although this man's level was about the same as Qin Wu's, compared to Qin Wu who lived on the edge of a knife, he was obviously a good-looking but useless piece of trash. "Elder, don't do anything. Let me kill this person." After speaking, he attacked Sima Yue. Sima Yue snorted coldly and fought with him. It didn't take long for the victor to be decided. After a few rounds, the other party was killed. The wretched old man didn't think much of Sima Yuyue because she was 2 levels lower than the wretched man. But he didn't think that she would be so strong in battle. She defeated the wretched man so quickly and killed him so quickly. By the time he reacted, she had already killed the wretched man. Chapter 216. How dare you kill a member of my Nalan family? The wretched old man's eyes flashed with malice. His murderous intent surged towards Sima Yuyue along with his aura. He was waiting to see her being suppressed by his aura. However, Sima Yuyue stood where she was, completely unaffected. You're actually not afraid of high-level coercion. This surprised him, but he didn't think too much about it. He just thought that she must have some treasure that could resist the pressure. No matter what treasure you have, I will kill you today and avenge my Nalan clan. A junior of the Nalan family was killed in front of him. If this matter were to spread out, it would be a colossal joke. The only way was to kill the 2 of them here so that this matter would never spread. Sima Yuyue ignored the murderous intent in his eyes and said, "Is the Nalan family that great? How come I've never heard of it? I don't think it's a good family that raised 2 scum like you. It's fine if I don't know. Arrogant brat. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after I kill you here." As he spoke, the wretched old man circulated his spiritual chi to show his level. A first-level spiritual venerable? Sima Yuyue looked at the old man and sneered, "You only managed to become a spiritual venerable at your age. I don't think your talent is that good. Did you burn a lot of spirit herbs to grow up?" Sima Yuyue's words angered the vulgar old man so much that he almost vomited blood. He said, "I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I want to slowly torture you to death. Am I someone you can torture as you please?" Sima Yuyue looked at the wretched old man and said, "You want to kill me, but I want to kill you too. You actually dared to have evil thoughts about my family's little too and even wanted to capture him. Now you even want to kill us. It seems that we have no choice but to take your life today. Ha 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 ha." The wretched old man laughed heartily as if he had heard a joke. Laughing, he looked at Sima Yuyue and said, "A mere spiritual grandmaster like you wants to kill me? Who said I was going to do it myself?" Sima Yuyue looked at him as if he was an idiot and said, "Thousand resonance, I'll leave this old fart to you. Just kill him." The wretched old man wanted to laugh at her for boasting shamelessly, but before he could say anything, he saw a fox appear beside Sima Yuyue. Divine beast. The vulgar old man's eyes narrowed as he looked at Thousand Resonance's level and said, "A 5th-level spirit beast. His strength has barely reached the level of a spirit paragon. I'm about to advance to level 2. This guy can't kill me. Is that so?" Sima Yuyue smiled disapprovingly and said, "Don't be so arrogant." The tail behind Thousand Resonance slowly turned from 1 to 7, and it looked like a fan behind him. 7-tailed spirit fox. This time, the wretched old man could not remain calm. This was actually a 7-tailed spirit fox, a rare spirit beast. Sima Yuyue looked at the change in his expression with satisfaction and said, "That's right. Thousand Resonance has the blood of the ancient 9-tailed spirit fox. His battle strength is stronger than those of the same level. He's comparable to a level 6 spirit beast. If he wants to kill you, it'll be easy." After speaking, she said to Thousand Resonance, "Hurry up. They're still waiting for us to return." "Yes, master." Thousand Resonance pounced towards the wretched old man. Sima Yuyue and Bei Gong Tang hurriedly retreated to a distance of 1 li away from them. It was better for them to watch a battle between spirit paragons from afar. Just as Sima Yuyue said, Thousand Resonance had an absolute advantage over the wretched old man. Very quickly, he beat the other party to his last breath. Sima Yuyue and Bei Gong Tang saw that the battle was over and flew over. She came to the wretched old man's side and kicked him fiercely, saying, "How was it?" I said that I'll kill the two of you today, so I'll kill you. You want to steal my woman and brother? You better open your eyes in your next life. Not just anyone dares to touch them, do you understand? The wretched old man did not say anything. Sima Yue squatted down and took a few interspatial rings from the wretched old man's hands, saying, "Since you're going to die anyway, take these things as a way to help us get over our shock." The old man, who was still hanging on to his last breath, was angered to the point of vomiting blood by Sima Yue's bandit-like actions. He died. She threw a flame at the wretched old man's body and burned his corpse. Bei Gong Tang threw a flame at the wretched old man's body. Before that, she did not forget to take his interspatial ring. The two people who wanted to take advantage of them were killed by them just like that. Now that the two of them were dead, their connection to the interspatial ring was also cut off. Now, it was an ownerless ring. Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang each sent their consciousness into the ring to check what was inside. Damn, this old man has so much wealth. Sima Yue could not help but cry out when she saw the treasures inside. This little one too. Bei Gong Tang said. Looking at them, they must have done many bad things. But I never thought that we would benefit from it. Sima Yue's mouth was laughing so hard that it almost reached her ears. Bei Gong Tang looked at Sima Yue's appearance and could not help but shake her head. This guy was actually very hooligan. Just now, he had called her his wife so naturally. Wasn't this also teasing her? Now, this bandit role was played by her incisively and vividly. What were hooligans and bandits? It's getting late, let's go back. Otherwise, they will be worried. Bei Gong Tang resisted the urge to roll her eyes and passed the wretched man's ring to her. Okay. Sima Yue kept the rings and thanked Thousand Resonance for his hard work. She kept it in the spirit pagoda and then said to Bei Gong Tang, "Let's go." When they returned to the inn, Wei Ziqi and the others were not as worried as she thought. A few of them were drinking tea in the main hall of the inn. Only Little Two saw them return and waved at them with a smile. How was it? Fatty Chu bore a grudge against the people who beat him up. He originally wanted to go with them today, but Sima Yue said that he was a hindrance and let him stay in the inn. Looking at the two of them, you can tell that they must have succeeded. Wei Ziqi said with a smile. Sima Yue and Bei Gong Tang sat down and drank the tea that Fatty Chu poured for them, saying, "We took action, of course there was no problem. And we even handed in a lot of spoils of war." What spoils of war? Little Two looked at Sima Yue with his eyes wide open. Sima Yue did not say anything and only glanced at Little Tuesday. He immediately understood and said, "Oh, I know, elder sister and elder brother snatched other people's interspatial rings again." What do you mean snatched? I picked it up, okay. Sima Yue looked at Little Two disapprovingly, saying, "It's only snatching if it has an owner. I picked it up without an owner. Do you understand? It's only snatching if it has an owner. It's only picking up if it has no owner." Little Two nodded his head fiercely, understanding this truth to the bone. So many years later, when he snatched other people's elixirs and faced other people's accusations, he calmly said, "It's only snatching if it has an owner. It's only picking up if it has no owner. Do you understand?" After he finished speaking, he swaggered off, angering everyone so much that they almost vomited blood. Chapter 217. Sima Yue and the others stayed in Linchuan City for another night to deal with the Nalan clan. They were preparing to go to Anyang City the next day. At this time, in an inn not far from the one they were staying at, the Nalan clan members were all pulling long faces. They were frighteningly gloomy. The elder and younger cousin were killed. The person sitting in the middle looked at the guard kneeling on the ground, his voice frighteningly cold. This person was handsome, but his malicious eyes made him look sinister and ruthless. One look and you could tell he wasn't a good person. However, the people around him all stood respectfully to the side, like stars surrounding the moon, showing his status in the Nalan clan. Young master, the elder and the others didn't come back after they went out, so we went out to look for them. We saw the clan token 10 miles away from the city. After some investigation, we confirmed that there was a battle between spirit paragons during the day. The guard replied. Did you find out who did it? Nalan Jia asked. No one saw it at the time, so we didn't find out. However, we will definitely find out by daybreak. The guard replied. No matter who it is, if they dare to kill my Nalan clan members, we will catch them even if they run to the ends of the earth. Nalan Jia ordered. Yes, young master. Everyone in the room replied in unison. The guard retreated, preparing to continue investigating the elder's murderer. As he left the room, Nalan Jia's voice faintly sounded, if you can't find the culprit by daybreak, you will all go back to receive your punishment. The guard's body trembled, he was very afraid of being punished. However, he still said yes and obediently left. Inside the room, an elder sat at the same table as Nalan Jia. It was obvious that his status wasn't low. This person was Nalan Jia's master, Nalan Hong. He was also an elder of the Nalan clan. Master, who do you think killed the 15th elder and the others? Nalan Jia asked. Nalan Hong thought for a moment and said, someone who dares to kill my Nalan clan's elders, if their status isn't the same as ours, then they don't know the strength of our Nalan clan. Nalan Jia laughed coldly and said, who on this continent doesn't know the strength of our Nalan clan? I think the first possibility is more likely. It's possible that it was done by one of our enemies. Nalan Hong did not deny it, saying, the possibility is not small. After all, the grand banquet was about to arrive, and the various factions were already restless. Let's wait for the results of their investigation. Yes. Nalan Jia responded, then asked again, Master, what do you think of this event? There are less than 2 years left until the Grand Assembly, so the number of middle-aged people should be about the same as before. However, there are quite a few rising stars among the younger generation. However, their talents cannot compare to yours. You just have to pay attention to the Sima family's Sima Yulin, the Sang family's Sang Qiongli, and the Hua family's Hua Ziyan. The others are not your match. Those few people have been known as the 4 great freaks with me all these years, but I've never fought with them before. I'm actually looking forward to this gathering. Nalan Jia sneered. This gathering is related to the ranking of the various powers. The battles between the younger generation are also an important part of it. You can't be careless. Otherwise, your father won't have a good time. Nalan Hong said. I know. Nalan Jia said, I won't disappoint father and the clan elders. It's good that you know. Nalan Hong had always been very satisfied with his young master's disciple. He knew his character, so he was not very worried. However, Master, will the broken blood grass that we picked be of any use to that girl? Nalan Jia thought of the purpose of coming out this time and asked with uncertainty. With the broken blood grass, we can unlock that girl's physique. Once the sacred lotus physique awakens, her future achievements will be immeasurable. Nalan Hong said. Is the lotus physique really that good? Nalan Jia asked. Of course. Otherwise, why would we bring her back from the land of exile? Nalan Hong said, the cultivation speed of the lotus physique is many times faster than the average person. Especially after breaking through to that level, the advantage of her physique will be even more obvious. Right now, that girl is not even 25 years old, and has not reached the deadline for awakening her physique. Otherwise, it will be difficult for her to awaken it. Nalan Jia naturally knew how important it was for the clan to have someone with a physique to awaken her physique. Otherwise, they would not have come out to look for medicine to awaken her physique. Master, the level you're talking about, you don't need to know that yet. Just focus on cultivating. Nalan Hong did not reply. Yes, master. Go and rest. When they send the news back, we will go and take care of that group of people and rush back to the clan. You should also go into seclusion to prepare for the gathering. Sima Yue, 6 adults and 1 child slept very late that night because they were counting the spoils of war today. Chongming originally did not want to participate, but he was pulled over by Sima Yue. Now, she was no longer afraid of him. Sometimes, she would even put her arms around his shoulders. I never thought that these 2 fellows would have so many treasures. In Dongchen Kingdom, these treasures are almost equivalent to the treasures of a middle-class family. Either the Nalan clan's resources are extremely rich, or they have done a lot of robbing. This was the unanimous conclusion of everyone. Sima Yue distributed the items according to everyone's needs. Then, she urged everyone to leave. She wanted to conserve energy for tomorrow's hardships. Thinking about how she fainted from the teleportation array, everyone laughed silently. However, they all left. On the second day, Sima Yue and the others woke up early. After bringing Little Two to eat breakfast, they walked towards the Spirit Master Guild. Lin Chuan City was the capital of the Central Wu Kingdom. There were a few teleportation arrays that led to the outside world. They went to the north, south, east and west. There were many cities in the east, so there were more people going there. Even though it was so early, there was a long queue for the teleportation array in the east. Let's wait for a while. They queued at the back of the queue and watched the queue slowly move forward. Sima Yue pulled Little Two to the back. Bei Gong Tang was in front of them. Wow, what a cute little brother. A few more people queued at the back. When they saw Little Two, they could not help but exclaim. Sima Yue turned around to look at the people behind her. She realized that there were 2 old people with a few young people. Looking at them, they seemed to be together. The one who spoke was a young lady. Seeing Sima Yue turn around, the lady smiled at her, saying, "Is this your little brother? He's so cute." Sima Yue saw that the other party's smile was kind and smiled back, saying, "Thank you for the compliment. Are you going to the east as well? Which city are you going to?" The lady asked. Sima Yue saw that this lady looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her face had some baby fat. When she smiled, her dimples appeared. Her eyes were clear. It seemed that she was a simple person. She nodded lightly, saying, "Yes. We're going to Anyang City." "Really? We're going to Anyang City too. Looks like we're going the same way." The lady said, "I'm called Sima Yuqing. What about you?" Hearing the other party's name, Sima Yue's heart skipped a beat. She had met the Sima family before going there. Chapter 2:18. Hearing Sima Yuqing's words, Wei Ziqi and the others who were in front turned their heads and looked at the 2 of them. If Sima Lin wanted to protect Sima Lai, he would have to reveal the matter of the 3-year promise. Sima Yue's name was probably no longer a secret within the Sima family. If people were to know of her existence now, she wondered if it would cause problems for Heng. Sima Yue said, "You can call me Shimin Yu." Sima Yuqing blinked, saying, "Shimin, this surname is rare." A man came up from behind and said, "Yuqing, you like children. Don't scare her." "Yu Yang, I'm so cute, how could I scare a child?" Sima Yuqing glared at Sima Yu Yang unhappily, saying in a bad mood, "It's not like I've never seen you scare a child to tears." Sima Yu Yang said, then looked at Sima Yu and asked with a smile, "Judging from your accent, you're not from Anyang City, right? What are you going to Anyang City for?" "Let's go look for him," Sima Yue replied. This Sima Yu Yang was over 20 years old, but because the body of a cultivator aged slower than the average person, he looked to be around 20 years old. His smile was very sunny, like a big boy. "Oh, you're looking for..." Just then, a loud roar interrupted their conversation. "Who are Shimin Yu and Bei Gong Tang?" Sima Yue and the rest looked over and saw a group of people walking towards them aggressively. They glanced at each other and guessed that the Nalan family's people had come looking for them. After coming to Central Wu country, Sima Yue changed her name to Shimin Yu. She didn't expect that in just one night, the other party would find them. However, they did not intend to admit it. Since the other party did not immediately come to their door, it meant that no one from the Nalan family saw them kill anyone. Seeing the people from the Nalan clan walking over, the people in the queue at the Spirit Master Guild all moved to the side, afraid that they would meet them. Only Yue, her friends, and the Sima family remained where they were. Heavens, it's actually the young master of the Nalan family. Nalan Jia is here. Looks like something big is going to happen today. Shoo, lower your voice. If they hear you, be careful of your life. Nalan Jia and Nalan Hong walked in front of the guards and stood in the courtyard, sizing up the people in the courtyard. When he saw the members of the Sima family, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Who is Shimin Yu and Bei Gong Tang? The person who came shouted again. Sima Yue knew who they were from the discussions around them. She stepped forward and said, I am Sima Yue. You are Shimin Yu. The guard beside Nalan Jia looked at Sima Yue suspiciously. How could such a person kill an elder of the Nalan family? That's right. What's the matter? Sima Yue felt uncomfortable when she saw Nalan Jia's sinister gaze. She didn't look happy either. You killed our Nalan family's people, and you still dare to ask us what's the matter. Why aren't you committing suicide to atone for your sins? The other party was unhappy with Sima Yue's attitude and shouted. Are you an idiot? Sima Yue looked at that person with disdain. I don't even know who you are. When did you kill your Nalan family's people? You still won't admit it. Someone saw them follow you out of the city. Oh, you're talking about the two wretched men who wanted to capture my wife and brother. Sima Yue wasn't scared at all by the other party and said, what does it mean if they followed us out of the city? They wanted to capture my wife, so they might have been killed by someone after they followed us out of the city. They didn't have any grudges with others, how could they be killed by others? With our strength, we can't kill them. Sima Yue said. What are you doing outside the city? Nalan Jia asked. What else can we do? We're looking for friends. Sima Yue casually made up a story. Don't talk about looking for them, they were in the inn the whole day yesterday. Nalan Jia stared at Sima Yue. The other party didn't give her time to reply and continued to ask, you just arrived in Central Wu Kingdom and don't know anyone. Who are you looking for? Do I need to report to you who I'm looking for? Sima Yue retorted. No need. But if you can't say it, it means that you intentionally went outside the city to kill my Nalan family's people. Who said she doesn't know anyone? Yesterday, Yu and the others went out to look for us. Sima Yuqing, who had been watching the show from the side, suddenly said. Who are you? Nalan Jia turned his gaze to the Sima family and saw a man standing quietly behind the crowd, saying, Sima Yulin. Sima Yulin hadn't said a word since he came in and was standing behind the Sima family. Sima Yue and the others didn't notice him. Even Nalan Jia didn't notice his presence when he came in. Sima Yue looked at Sima Yulin. This guy knew how to restrain his aura and reduce his presence. It was as if he was one with his surroundings. His ability to restrain his aura is comparable to ours. She secretly compared it to him in her heart. Sima Yulin took 2 steps forward, saying, Nalan Jia. I didn't think that I would meet you here. Nalan Jia looked at Sima Yulin with surprise. He felt the fluctuations of the latter's spirit energy and was shocked. You know them. Sima Yulin glanced at Sima Yuyue and said lightly, I know them. They left the city yesterday to look for you. Nalan Jia continued to ask. Little sister and the others did leave the city yesterday. Sima Yulin replied in a roundabout way. Since they are your friends, you should hand them over. On what basis? You say that they killed your family's people. Do you have proof? If you don't slander us. Yu Qing already said that they left the city to look for her. How would they have the time to kill your people? Sima Yuyang didn't like Nalan Jia and looked at him sideways. You want to protect them. Nalan Jia ignored Sima Yuyang and asked Sima Yulin. This isn't protecting them. Do you have proof that they killed your people? Sima Yulin retorted. Nalan Jia's eyes darkened. Although they knew that Sima Yuyue had killed his people, they didn't have proof. Why are you looking at my brother like that? Do you want to fight with him? Sima Yuyang said, It just so happens that my brother wants to fight with you too. Isn't that right, brother? Sima Yulin glanced at Sima Yuyang and didn't deny it. Then, he looked at Nalan Jia with a burning gaze. He really wanted to fight with Nalan Jia. They were both called evildoers, but they had never fought with each other before. He really wanted to know who was more powerful between them. Nalan Jia wanted to fight with him as well. Just as he was about to take a step forward, a hand landed on his shoulder. Young master, we still have things to do. Let's go back first. Nalan Hong looked at the Sima family. His voice wasn't loud, but Nalan Jia couldn't resist. Count yourselves lucky. It's best that you don't leave the protection of the Sima family. Otherwise, be careful of your dog lives. After speaking, he led the Nalan family to the teleportation array towards the west. Before he left, he glared at them with murderous intent, causing everyone present to shudder with fear. Chapter 219. The Nalan clan's people left just like that. Everyone was in disbelief. In the past, they would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one person go. Today, they had already suspected Sima Yuyue and the others, but they did not make a move. However, when they saw the members of the Sima family, everyone felt relieved. These two families had always been at odds with each other. Just now, it was obvious that the Sima family wanted to protect these people. Even if the Nalan family wanted to take action, it would be inconvenient. The meeting is about to start. Nalan Jia doesn't want to go up against Sima Yulin first, so he wants to reveal his strength in advance. Someone analyzed. And didn't they say that unless these people always follow the Sima family, they will always be hunted by the Nalan family? Sima Yuyue and the rest did not expect the other party to leave just like that. Regardless of whether it was temporary or not, she still said gratefully, "Thank you for helping us out." Sima Yulin didn't say anything and retracted his aura, causing people to unconsciously ignore him. Sima Yuyang stepped forward and held on to Sima Yuyu's shoulder, saying, "This is nothing. We have always been at odds with the Nalan clan. It doesn't matter if there's more or less trouble." Beigong Tang stepped forward and pulled Sima Yuyu over, escaping from Sima Yuyang's evil clutches, saying, "Thank you, everyone." Wei Ziqi and the others also came up and gave their thanks. "Shimin, who in their family did you kill?" Sima Yuqing beamed as she asked. Sima Yuyue glanced at them and whispered, "A wretched man and a wretched elder." Wretched elder? Could it be their 15th elder? Sima Yuyang said in shock, "Is it a short, ugly, fat old man who likes to molest children?" Sima Yuyue nodded. "Damn, you guys actually killed their elders. They're going to come knocking on our door." Sima Yuyang almost jumped up. His eyes widened as he looked at Sima Yuyu and the others. Even Sima Yulin glanced at them, but quickly shifted his gaze away. "I really admire you. You killed the Nalan family's elder just like that. He wanted to steal my wife and brother, so I naturally had to fight back. However, I'm not that powerful. I had to rely on some tricks. Sima Yue said. No matter what method we use, it'll be good if we can kill him. Sima Yuqing said, that old bastard, no, he's already dead. He's a huge scourge in the Central Wu Kingdom. Because he has a bit of power, and because he's a member of the Nalan clan, very few people dare to touch him. I heard that he's caught over 100 male molesters. Now that he's been killed by you, it's a good thing that he's gotten rid of evil. These people were chatting happily with the younger generation of the Sima family. If they knew that these people were the ones who were going to cause trouble soon, who knew what kind of expression they would have? Weren't you guys in the East? Why have you come to the imperial capital? Wei Ziqi asked. We came out to gather herbs and conveniently came to the Spirit Beast mountain range to gain experience. Sima Yuqing replied. Picking herbs. That's right. Someone in my family was injured and hasn't recovered for a long time. Originally, a strange fruit would have been able to cure him, but someone said that he would bring it to us after 3 years. Now that the 3 years are almost up, we don't know whether or not he will come. Many uncles have said that it's impossible for that person to come, but my great-uncle has said that we have to wait. He wants us to prepare for both eventualities. Sima Yuqing had a good impression of the few of them and blabbered on about the news that they wanted. Then that person made the 3 years agreement with you. Did he not have any conditions? Wei Ziqi asked. He did. He wanted us to guarantee the lives of a great-uncle and a few older and younger brothers. However, those people have done something wrong before. To protect them, it took a lot of effort from great-uncle. If those people don't come, we'll be letting great-uncle down. Sima Yuqing said. Hearing that Sima Lai and the others were safe, Sima Yue heaved a huge sigh of relief. At least the other party had kept their promise. As they chatted, it was their turn very quickly. Because they were going to a place and the teleportation array was big enough, they let them go together. In the Spirit Master Guild of Anyang City, Sima Yue felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing her like this, the youths of the Sima family came over to ask about her. Shimin, are you okay? Sima Yue supported herself against the wall and waved to everyone. What's wrong with her? Sima Yuyang asked. She's fine. She just fainted from the teleportation array. Fatty Chu said. Fainted from the teleportation array. This was the first time they had heard of this. Where are the people you want to find? Sima Yuqing asked. We don't know yet. We have to look for them. Wei Ziqi replied, but we have to rest for 2 days before making any plans. Why don't you come to my house? Sima Yuqing invited them warmly. No need. We can just find an inn. Wei Ziqi said, we're used to staying in the mountains. If we go to your house, we'll be disturbed. All right. Then which inn do you want to go to? We have inns in our house too. Let's find a place nearby to stay. Her condition isn't very good. Take her to rest early. Goodbye. The few of them left without saying much to the Sima family. Sima Yulin watched their backs as they left and felt a little strange. However, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with them. Let's go. We'll go back too. Wei Ziqi and the others came outside and found an inn that looked pretty good to stay in. After that, a certain someone began to rest while the others went out to wander around. They called it scouting for information, leaving a certain someone to lie on the bed alone and draw circles. When night fell, they came back with the information they had gathered. The Sima family is worthy of being a first-rate power in the Yilin continent. This residence is almost the size of a small city. It occupies a large area of Anyang City. The people of Anyang City treat the Sima clan as if they are gods. I heard that the Sima family has a lot of experts. The younger generation is even more outstanding. However, some people say that the Sima family might be reduced to a second-rate power. The Sima family seems to be divided internally. Sima Yu looked at the few of them and her eyes were filled with resentment. You could have waited for me to find out. Aren't we considering that you're anxious to know the situation? Fatty Chu said. Then have you found out anything about grandfather and the others? Sima Yu asked. We haven't. Everyone shook their heads. We did ask a few people about the people that the Sima family brought back 3 years ago, but those people didn't say anything after hearing it. Looks like they're avoiding this and don't dare to talk about it. Sima Yu said, there are still 2 months before the 3-year agreement. During this period of time, I have to seize the time to cultivate and see if I can increase my strength. Thinking about how she was in the same city as Sima Lai and the others, Sima Yu was excited. Grandfather, brother, I'm coming. Chapter 220. After staying in the inn for a night, they changed to an inn not far from the Sima family. From the room they chose, they could directly see the mansion of the Sima family. Sima Yu's inn was on the 4th floor. She stood in front of the window and looked at the Sima family from afar. Compared to the current Sima residence, the Dongchen Kingdom's general's residence was not even as big as one of their courtyards. The tall courtyard wall stretched out. She couldn't see the end of the wall from upstairs, which showed how big it was. No wonder Bei Gong Tang and the others said that it was comparable to a small city. The width of the mansion was also incomparable to that of an ordinary mansion. She estimated that the mansion was several thousand meters wide, stretching all the way to the foot of the mountain. The mountain range behind the mansion was also considered to be the territory of the family. It was said that the experts of the Sima family usually didn't live below, but cultivated in the mountains. Usually, they wouldn't come out unless something happened. I wonder where Grandpa and the rest are. Sima Yue muttered as she looked at the huge courtyard. Bei Gong Tang saw that Sima Yue was staring at the Sima family in a daze and went forward to comfort her. Don't worry, your grandfather and the others will definitely be fine. Yes. In the next 2 months, Sima Yue and the rest would occasionally go out for a walk. The rest of the time, they would cultivate in their own rooms. With the spirit pagoda actively absorbing spiritual energy and the advantage of 1 day being equivalent to 3 days, she advanced another level after 2 months and successfully became a level 3 spiritual grandmaster. She usually spent a lot of time and energy on alchemy, refining souls, and learning array formations. Otherwise, her current strength would be even more powerful. After the advancement, she felt that the power in her body had become much stronger. Her hard work in cultivating for so long had not been in vain. I've been in seclusion for so long, it's time to go out and take a look. Sima Yue got off the bed and opened the door. Not bad, you've advanced in rank again. Wei Ziqi and the others were waiting outside her room to protect her from being interrupted. Evildoer. Fatty Chu said. Didn't the rest of you advance as well? Sima Yue glanced at them. Everyone had advanced in the past few days. How long have I been in seclusion? More than a month. Right now, there are only 10 days left until the deadline of 3 years. Wei Ziqi replied. 10 days. Sima Yue murmured. He didn't expect that he had already been in Anyang City for 2 months. Time was truly endless. That's right, when we went out that day, we saw that lady from before. Fatty Chu said. Sima Yuqing. No, it's Sima Yulan. Bei Gong Tang said, 3 years ago, we saw her in the sect. 2 days ago, when we went out, we saw her beast carriage in front of the Sima family's gate. The guard called her Miss Yulan. Sima Yue also had an impression of this girl who was about the same age as her. Crossing the Sophia mountain range was a dangerous task. At that time, other than Sima Kai, who was a spiritual grandmaster, she was a spiritual king, and the other three were spiritual emperors. They were willing to take her there, but it was definitely not for her to catch people or broaden her horizons. Thinking back to when Sima Lin had listened to her and said that she couldn't sense the exact location of the golden snake fruit, he gave up looking for it. Could it be that she could sense the location of the heavenly treasure? Since Yu has come out of seclusion, let's go find a restaurant to celebrate. Fatty Chu suggested. Sure. Wei Ziqi said, we've all advanced in rank recently. It's indeed something worth celebrating. The Drunken Moon restaurant nearby has pretty good food and wine. Let's go there to eat. Fatty Chu had already eaten at all the restaurants nearby, so he naturally knew which restaurant was better. Alright, let's call Chongming along. We'll go together. Sima Yue said. Chongming left 2 days ago. He said that he would be gone for a few days. He'll definitely be back in 10 days. Wei Ziqi said. Sima Yue was stunned. She didn't think that Chongming would leave. She didn't know what he had to do. Then we'll go by ourselves. She said. Today is the day that Yu will advance in rank. We definitely have to let her bleed properly. Fatty Chu was in high spirits. Alright, I'll treat you guys to a big meal today. Sima Yue said with a smile. Alright, the big brother will treat us to a big meal today. Little Two shouted happily. The few of them then left the inn. Because it was still early, they strolled leisurely towards the restaurant and strolled around the streets. When they passed by a small street, they realized that there were quite a few people walking towards it. This alley is quite lively. Sima Yue said. Of course, at the end of this street is the Xian Yuan Pavilion. Fatty Chu said. Ugly person's Xian Yuan Pavilion. Yes. The signboards are all the same. Fatty Chu said, it's still early and they haven't opened yet. We can go take a look after we finish eating. Alright. Let's see what's the difference between these peace cities. In the afternoon, they arrived at the Drunken Moon restaurant. Although the people who cultivated here didn't have much desire for things, the Drunken Moon restaurant was still packed with people. Why are there so many people? Sima Yue asked as she looked at the restaurant full of diners. Because the food here is delicious. Fatty Chu said as he walked in. A waiter came up to him. Waiter, are there any more private rooms? Oh dear, I'm sorry, our private rooms are all full. The waiter said apologetically. There are no more private rooms. That's right, the private rooms have all been booked. There are only 1 or 2 empty tables left in the main hall. The waiter said as he pointed to the 2 tables at the side. The previous 2 times, we came at night. I didn't think that there would be so many people in the afternoon. If I knew earlier, I would have walked faster. Fatty Chu said. The main hall then. Sima Yue said, since we're already here, let's just put up with it. In any case, it's just a meal. Alright. Guests, this way please. The waiter waved to everyone. Since there are no more private rooms, why don't you join us? Sima Yu Yang's voice came from the door. Sima Yue and the others looked back and saw Sima Yu Yang, Sima Yu Qing and 4 or 5 other people walking in together. Big brother Yu Yang, big sister Yu Qing. Little Two saw Sima Yu Yang and smiled as he greeted them. You're here for a meal too. Sima Yue saw Little Two's appearance and felt that he was much closer to the 2 of them. It seemed like they had met a few times already. That's right. We have a few friends who came and invited them here for a meal. Sima Yu Yang said, we didn't see little brother Shiman the previous 2 times. They said that you were in closed-door cultivation. I just came out today. Sima Yue said. Since there are no more private rooms, you can join us for a meal. Brother Ziyan wouldn't mind, right? Sima Yuyang said. Hua Ziyan held a fan in his hand, saying, since they are your friends, there's naturally no problem. Sima Yuyue didn't want to get too close to the Sima family and wanted to decline, but Fatty Chu had already agreed on her behalf. Thank you so much, Yuyang. Sima Yuyue raised her eyebrows and directly called him by his name. When did their relationship become so good? Chapter 221. Since Fatty Chu had already agreed, Sima Yuyue didn't say anything else and followed them upstairs. The waiter brought them to a private room. The private room was very big and could seat at least 20 people. Sit. Sima Yuyang gestured for everyone to sit down, then introduced them to each other. This is Hua Ziyan from the Hua clan, and this is his younger sister, Hua Zijiao. These two are my younger cousins, Sima Yuzhe and Sima Yui. These people were Shimin Yu, Wei Ziqi, Ouyang Fei, Fatty, Beigong Tang, and this little doll was Tuesday. Where's brother Chongming? He has something to do and will be away for a few days. Sima Yuyue nodded at them and replied. Hua Ziyan replied indifferently, while the others ignored her. Hua Zijiao pouted unhappily, saying, Big brother Yuyang, why did you invite just anyone? This makes the private room look small. When he said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little strange. Sima Yu didn't really want to be with them. When she heard this, she felt even more uncomfortable. She stood up and said, I think we should go outside. Thank you for your kind intentions, young Master Sima. Hey, don't. You're already here, why are you leaving? Sima Yuqing stopped her and said. Hua Ziyan glared at Hua Zijiao, then cupped his hands towards Sima Yuyue and said, Little sister is used to being arrogant and willful, I hope young Master Shimin doesn't mind if she offends you. Seeing that he had already said this, Sima Yuyue couldn't say anything more and sat down again. Hua Ziyan, why do I feel that this name sounds so familiar? Fatty Chu said. You don't even know my brother, what a country bumpkin. Hua Zijiao looked at Fatty Chu with disdain. Hua Ziyan is the genius of the Hua clan who is as famous as Big Brother Yulin. He's one of the 4 great evildoers. Sima Yuqing said. Right, I remember now. We've heard someone mention it before. Fatty Chu said with a sudden realization, completely ignoring Hua Zijiao's words. Sima Yui and Sima Yuzhe liked Hua Zijiao a lot. Now that they saw that she didn't like Sima Yu and the others, they naturally didn't like them either. Sima Yui opened his mouth and asked, even the Hua clan's geniuses aren't enough. Where did you all come from? How did you get to know my brothers? His words were full of disdain, and he was sure that they came from a small place. We came from another country. Wei Ziqi said, we met brother Yuyang at the transportation array in Linchuan City. So that's how it is. I was wondering how you could possibly know someone from the Sima family. Hua Zijiao said. These few people kept saying things to annoy Sima Yu and the others. Everyone was a little angry, but on account of Sima Yuqing and Sima Yuyang, it was not good for them to flare up. Little Tu sat between Sima Yuyue and Beigong Tang. He stretched out his hand and patted Yuyue's shoulder, saying, Big brother, don't be angry. You said that the dog bit you, but you can't bite the dog back. PFFF, when they heard what Little Tu said, everyone laughed. Wasn't he calling them dogs? Little brat, what do you mean? Hua Zijiao slammed the table and shouted at Little Tuesday. Little Tu was not afraid of her. He glanced at her and said, I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so angry? Could it be that big sister thinks you're like this? Little brat, today I represent your parents to teach you a lesson. Sima Yuyue was beside Sima Yuzhe. He went around Sima Yuyue and wanted to hit Little Tu, but his hand was clawed by Sima Yuyue. Does my little brother need an outsider like you to teach him a lesson? After speaking, she pulled forcefully and Sima Yuze was pulled from his seat to the ground. Yuze, how can you hit little too? Sima Yuqing stood up and berated. Sima Yuze crawled up from the ground and glared fiercely at Sima Yue, saying, You actually dare to hit me? You, a country bumpkin from who knows where, actually dared to hit me. Do you know what kind of people the Sima family is? Sima Yue glanced at him indifferently, then said to Sima Yuyang, Looks like not everyone in the Sima family is like you. Let's go outside to eat. Goodbye. After speaking, without waiting for their reply, they all stood up and left. You want to leave after hitting me? Sima Yuze grabbed at them, but was caught by Ouyang Fei. Ouyang Fei used force and he cried out in pain. Ouyang Fei didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He let him go and followed them out. Enough. Sima Yuyang saw that Sima Yuze still wanted to go out and shouted loudly, They are my friends, what are you doing? Sima Yuze held his arm unwillingly. I'll go eat with them. Sima Yuqing left the private room after speaking and saw Sima Yuyang and the others downstairs. She walked down and sat beside their table. It was really a contrast just now. Yuze and the others are used to being domineering. Sima Yuyang and the others didn't think that Sima Yuqing would specially come down to apologize, and their displeasure towards the Sima family lessened a little. Yuqing, why are you with that guy? Fatty Chu was straightforward and asked directly. I don't like them either. Sima Yuqing said, but the whole family has guests, so they naturally have to receive them. Yu Yang and I were supposed to accompany them around, but those two guys like Hua Zijiao and insisted on following. You're all family, why are your characters so different? They're from third uncle's branch. That branch's people are all like this. I've always quarreled with them. Sima Yuqing complained. Sima Yoyue's heart suddenly jumped and asked, I've heard of Sima Kai and Sima Ke before. Which branch are they from? Third uncle and the others are third uncle's children. Sima Yuqing said, however, third uncle died 3 years ago when he came back. No wonder their characters were so bad. Sima Yue and the others ordered the dishes. When she saw the menu, she finally understood why Fatty Chu wanted her to treat them. This meal cost over 1,000 gold coins. However, after they finished eating, Sima Yuqing insisted on footing the bill, saying that it was to apologize for what happened just now. They couldn't win against her, so they let her be. Yu, what do you want to do in the afternoon? Sima Yuqing asked after they left the Drunken Moon restaurant. We want to go to the Xian Yuan Pavilion to take a look. Wei Ziqi said. I haven't been there in a long time. Let's go together. Sima Yuqing said. The few of them went to the Xian Yuan Pavilion, and it was already open. The shopkeeper saw Sima Yuqing and greeted her warmly, Young Miss Yuqing, you're here. Did you get anything good recently? Sima Yuqing asked. Yes, we definitely have something that young Miss Yuqing likes. The shopkeeper said. Yu, do you want to come with me to take a look? Sima Yuqing asked. No, we want to walk around. Sima Yue said. That's good. If you see that I haven't come out, just wait for me. Okay. Chapter 222. That shop assistant took Sima Yuqing and left. Immediately, another shop assistant came up and asked, Is there anything you need help with? No need, we'll just look around ourselves. Okay, call us if you need anything. After saying that, the shop assistant politely retreated to the side. There are indeed more and better things here than in Peace City. Fatty Chu said with a smile as he looked at the dazzling array of items. See if there's anything you like, Sima Yue said. All right. Everyone went their separate ways to find what they wanted. Not long after, Sima Yu Yang and the others came in as well. When they saw Fatty Chu and the others wandering around in front of the items, Sima Yu Zhe, was Zi Jiao and the others' expressions turned ugly. Sima Yu Yang nodded at Wei Ziqi and the others as he brought Hua Ziyan upstairs. It seemed like he had something to buy as well. Hua Zijiao and the rest didn't go up. When they saw Sima Yu Yue and the others, they didn't want to go up. Country bumpkins, do you have the money to buy things here? Hua Zijiao walked over and looked at them with disdain as they wandered around the cheap area. What does it have to do with you whether I have money or not? Fatty Chu sneered, don't tell me that you, the young miss of the Hua family, are in charge of this place. Humph, I'm just reminding you. Don't choose something and then be unable to pay for it. You'll lose face for no reason. Hua Zijiao sneered, waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. At this time, Bei Gong Tang waved her hand at the shop assistant, saying, do you accept pills here? Yes. Miss, do you want to sell medicinal pills? The shop assistant asked. And this Miss Hua reminded me just now. If I don't have money, I'll embarrass myself for nothing. Let's exchange it for some money first. Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yu Yue and the others saw Bei Gong Tang's actions and knew that this young miss was angry. They were waiting to see how she would deal with Hua Zijiao. Then let's go upstairs. Please follow me, miss, said the clerk. All right. Bei Gong Tang nodded, but did not leave. We haven't seen how other people sell pills. Sima Yue said. That's right. If you only have 1 or 2 pills, why would you need to make the trip? Sima Yue agreed. Bei Gong, why don't you just stay here? We're too lazy to go upstairs. Fatty Chu said, otherwise, people will really think that you're going through so much trouble just for 1 or 2 pills. Since your own people have already said so, why are you still going up? They were certain that Bei Gong Tang and the others had come from a small place and would only have a few pills on them. Therefore, they wanted them to embarrass themselves below. Bei Gong Tang glanced at the 3 of them and said to the shop assistant, since everyone wants to take a look, let's trade here. The shop assistant had no objections and said, Miss, our first-grade pills are 30 gold coins each, second-grade pills are 60 gold coins each, third-grade pills are 100 gold coins each, and fourth-grade pills are 300 gold coins each. If it's a special pill, the price will not be limited by its grade. Bei Gong Tang nodded. The price was still reasonable. It was not too much of a scam. After that, the shop assistant brought her to the counter at the side, wanting her to place the pills on it. Bei Gong Tang shook her head, saying, there's not enough space here. Her voice was very soft, but it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This kind of counter was actually not enough. Didn't she only have 2 or 3 pills? The shop assistant was stunned and turned around to instruct the servant girl at the side. Pfft, how could you have so many pills? Could it be that you're an alchemist? I've never heard of a country bumpkin alchemist before. Sima Yue said. What does it have to do with you whether I am or not? Do you have nothing better to do than to meddle in the affairs of the world? Bei Gong Tang retorted unceremoniously. You! Sima Yue was so angry that he stomped his foot and pointed at Bei Gong Tang, his eyes filled with hatred. What, did I say something wrong? Bei Gong Tang laughed coldly, whether or not I'm an alchemist has nothing to do with you. What are you chirping for? Sima Yuqing, Sima Yu Yang and Hua Ziyan came down from above and saw that the few of them were at daggers drawn. They asked, what's wrong? Nothing much. Young Miss Hua said that we don't have any money to spend here. Bei Gong wants to sell some pills to get some money so that young Miss Hua won't laugh at us if we really don't have any money. Sima Yu said lightly. Hua Ziyan, Sima Yu Yang and the others were all shrewd people. When they heard Sima Yu's words, they roughly understood what had happened. It was definitely Hua Zijiao and Sima Yuze who had come to provoke Sima Yu and the others. At this time, a servant girl came over and came to the counter. With a wave of her hand, a table that was 1 meter long and 2 meters wide appeared. The shop assistant who received them said, "Young miss, the table has already been prepared. Please take out your pills." Bei Gong Tang walked over and with a wave of her hand, thousands of pill bottles appeared on the table, shocking everyone present. Sima Yuze and the others had just said that she only had 1 or 2 pills. This was a ruthless slap to their faces, and it was the kind of slap that resounded loudly. The shop assistant was also stunned for a moment before saying, "Young miss, there are so many pills. We need to count them." "Okay." Bei Gong Tang did not say anything as she took out a chair and sat down. The shop assistant hurriedly waved his hand and called a few people over to count the pills. "Young miss, there are a total of 1,100 first-ranked pills, 800 second-ranked pills, 600 third-ranked pills and 200 fourth-ranked pills." The shop assistant kept the pills on the table and reported the total number to them. When they heard this number, everyone present sucked in a breath. Even the average disciple of a clan would not have so many pills, right? Apart from an alchemist, who else would have so many pills on them? Sima Yuyang looked at Bei Gong Tang speechlessly. As a direct descendant of the Sima clan, he only had 100 pills on him. However, this person alone had so many. This alchemist was really good. "Why don't you sell my pills as well? They take up space in my ring." Ouyang Fei walked over and with a wave of his hand, the table was once again filled with jade bottles. This time, everyone was stunned. Even Ouyang Fei was an alchemist. They had previously said that he was poor, but now they knew that he was definitely richer than them. Although Sima Yuze and the other two were shocked by Bei Gong Tang's pills, they did not care too much. She was just an alchemist. Their clan had quite a few alchemists as well. However, they did not expect that there would be 2 alchemists at once. Furthermore, they were 4th-ranked alchemists. The most important thing was that Yu and the others looked even younger than them. In the future, what level would their alchemy skills reach? The shop assistant began to count the second batch of pills. After a long while, he finished counting. The number was a few hundred more than Bei Gong Tang's. "Aya, you're all selling things. I'll also clear out my interspatial ring." Fatty Chu stepped forward, saying, "Do you accept spirit tools here?" The shop assistant nodded, saying, "We do." "All right, then I'll exchange some money to buy things. Otherwise, I won't have enough money later." After Fatty Chu finished speaking, he came to the side of the table. With a wave of his hand, over 100 spirit tools appeared on the table. Because there was not enough space, many of them were directly placed on the ground. Chapter 223. Weapon Refiner. Someone exclaimed. The customers in the shop had long been paying attention to the situation here. Ever since Bei Gong Tang wanted to sell her pills, they had all gathered around. Encountering 2 4th-grade alchemists had already surprised them, and now there was even a blacksmith. Would such a team be poor? Obviously, that was impossible. They were selling pills and spirit tools in front of everyone. Wasn't it just to slap Sima Yuze and the other two's faces? The entire hall was completely silent. Only the sound of the 2 people counting the spiritual artifacts could be heard. Little Two leaned against Bei Gong Tang and said to Wei Ziqi, "Big brother Ziqi, you don't have any pills or spirit weapons to sell." When everyone heard Little Two speak, their hearts were in their throats. After hearing his words, their hearts that had just been in suspense fell back down. If another alchemist or weapon refiner came, their team would be too scary. Little Two paused for a moment before continuing, "Why don't you ask the big brother here to find a few freshly caught holy beasts for you to tame, and you can use them to exchange for some money." Otherwise, you won't have money to pay for the things you buy later. Beast Tamer Master. The few of them understood Little Two's words and looked at Wei Ziqi in shock. Little Two once again mentioned that he had no money to pay the bill. This caused everyone to laugh. This would allow Sima Yusei and the others to not appear in Anyang City for a few days. It was too embarrassing. Wei Ziqi smiled and said, "No need, I don't have anything I want to buy." His answer indirectly admitted that he was a beast tamer. Sima Yue laughed in her heart when she heard Little Two's words. She did not expect this little guy to have such a trick up his sleeve. Why hadn't she realized that he had such a black-bellied side to him before? Everyone sucked in a deep breath. 2 alchemists, 1 weapon refiner, and 1 beast tamer. This kind of lineup would be honored guests no matter where they went. Moreover, these people were so young. They looked like they were in their 20s. Were they really from the countryside? Even a first-rate power wouldn't be able to nurture so many geniuses. Sima Yu Yang and Sima Yu Qing were both shocked. They had always looked at the few of them indifferently, but they never thought that they would actually have skills. Hua Ziyan also looked at them a few times, but his gaze finally landed on Sima Yu Yang, wanting to see what kind of skill she had. However, what disappointed him was that after Fatty Chu, Sima Yue did not sell any pills or spiritual weapons. She only said to the few of them, "While they're settling your accounts, go and bring all the items you've chosen. It's time to settle the accounts. Little Two, didn't you see a stone just now? Go and get it. We'll buy it and play with it as a toy." "All right." Little Two saw Sima Yue winking at him and understood. He immediately ran out, took a stone, placed it on the counter, and ran out again. "That's pure gold Oregon. I saw it just now. It's worth 10,000 gold coins." Someone cried out in surprise. Not long after, Little Two brought 2 more medicinal herbs over and said, "Sister, I've brought you the things you wanted earlier." With that, he ran off again. Both of the medicinal herbs were rare treasures. 1 stalk was priced at 10,000, while 2 stalks were priced at 20,000. It's almost as good as the treasure of this shop. After that, Little Two went to carry a few more items that everyone had their eyes on. When he took down the last item, he said to the shop assistant, "Brother, there's nothing else. That's all." When everyone saw these items, they sucked in a breath. These things added up to 100,000 gold coins. The shop assistant was rather calm. After calculating, he said, "The items here add up to 100,800 gold coins. Forget about the 800. You can just give me 100,000. Do you want to split it?" "No need." Sima Yue said, "Although I'm not rich, I still have this bit of money. You should have said earlier that you wanted to give it to us. You made me worry that I didn't have enough money and had to sell pills to make up for it." Bei Gong Tang said unhappily, "You can give us the money from selling pills and spiritual weapons. Put these things on her head." "All right." The shop assistant nodded. He got someone to bring a box and put everything in. Sima Yue walked over and took out a crystal card and a blue card, handing it over to the shop assistant. Seeing the blue card in Sima Yue's hand, the shop assistant was shocked. He looked at Sima Yue with even more respect. He took the crystal card and the blue card with both hands and bowed slightly, saying, "You have our most precious blue card. You can get a 15% discount on the price just now. The total is 85,000. We'll go and settle the price now. Please wait a moment." After he finished speaking, he took the crystal card and the blue card and went in. The people in the hall were so shocked that they couldn't speak. After a long time, someone said, "I heard that Xianyuan Pavilion has 3 kinds of cards. The green card can give a 5% discount, the red card can give a 10% discount, and the blue card can give a 15% discount. However, there aren't many blue cards. It's said that you can count them with 2 hands. If it was said that they didn't think much of Sima Yue before, everyone's opinion of her had changed now. Xian Yuan Pavilion placed a lot of importance on blue cards. Even the first-ranked clans had red cards. Only a few great masters had blue cards. However, she actually had a blue card. This meant that to Xian Yuan Pavilion, she was even more important than the first-ranked clans. Huazi Jiao's face was burning. She naturally understood the difference between a blue card and a red card. Because a red card was lying in her ring at this moment. Thinking about how she had just said that country bumpkins had no money, their actions were like a slap to her face. Huazi Yan looked at Sima Yue. He didn't know what kind of status she had to be able to get such a precious blue card. Those who had blue cards were not only important guests of Xian Yuan Pavilion, they were also important guests of the large clans. Very quickly, the shop assistant took out a blue card and a crystal card. He handed it to Sima Yue with both hands, saying, "It's already been settled." After Sima Yue took the card, he took out 3 cards and said, "This is the money for the 3 of you to sell your pills and spirit tools." Sima Yue took it all and turned around to hand it to the 3 of them. Then, she nodded to Sima Yuyang and the others before turning around to leave. "Esteemed guests, please wait." The shop assistant called out. "Is there anything else?" Sima Yue asked. The shop assistant took out an invitation card and said, "In half a month, Xian Yuan Pavilion will be holding an auction. We would like to invite our esteemed guests to participate." In half a month. Sima Yue took the invitation card and said, "If I am still here at that time, I will come and participate." After speaking, she left with the others and did not stay any longer. Throwing away 1,000 gold is not enough to describe it. Everyone sighed as they watched their backs. Throwing away 100,000 gold at once. Apart from those large clans, only people like them can be so bold. Those alchemists and weapon refiners seem to be faintly centered around that person. I think she must be even more capable. Of course. Otherwise, how could he have gotten the blue card? What if he picked it up? Everyone finally thought of this question and turned to look at the shop assistant. The shop assistant shook his head, saying, "When we give out the blue card, it will be tainted with that person's aura. It will be easier for us to identify it. That card just now was really his. Truly, too monstrous." Chapter 224. After Sima Yue and the others left the Xianyuan pavilion, they looked at each other and then burst into laughter. "We haven't slapped anyone's face like this before. That feeling was just too great," Fatty Chu said with a big laugh. Little Tu hugged the stone that Sima Yue had bought for him. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Who asked those people to be so annoying? They kept calling us country bumpkins. It's like they're asking for a slap in the face." Wei Ziqi stretched out his hand and patted Little Tu's head, saying, "I didn't think that you would have a black-bellied side to you." "What black-bellied? I'm smart." Little Tu was dissatisfied. Although he didn't know what this black-bellied meant, he could tell from these 2 words that it wasn't anything good. "The Sima family treated you like this, I wonder how they will react when you call on you 10 days later." Ouyang Fei said while rubbing his chin. "It will definitely be very exciting." Fatty Chu chuckled. "Since all of you have announced your identities to the world together, I'm sure you'll attract the attention of the major powers. Have you thought about which force you want to join?" Sima Yue asked. "I'm not going." Fatty Chu immediately denied it, saying, "We're following you now, we have a better future than those powers." "That's right. Our goal isn't here, but the primordial lands. We won't stay here forever." Wei Ziqi also said. "But I might be hunted down in 10 days. Are you sure you don't want to consider it?" Sima Yue did not want the people around her to be in danger. No need. If we're really being hunted down, we'll just treat it as training. Fatty Chu said. Alright then. Then let's set off for our destination. Sima Yue smiled and said, since you don't want to accept the olive branch from other forces, then don't show up for the next few days. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. When they returned to the inn they were staying at, they told the innkeeper that everyone was going into seclusion and that they would not meet anyone who came to look for them. The shopkeeper didn't understand what was going on, but he soon understood. A large group of people came to see Sima Yue and the others. Everyone, my apologies. Those guests have said that they will be in seclusion for 10 days. During this time, they won't be seeing any guests. The shopkeeper said. You're not meeting anyone? Sima Yue asked. Yes. They said that if you need anything, you can come and find them in 10 days. The shopkeeper continued. Sima Yue, I heard that those people were originally your friends. It's a pity that they were offended by someone from your clan who didn't recognize their worth. It's too late to try and pull them into your clan now. Ha ha ha. Sima Yue looked at those people and didn't say anything, but his expression wasn't too good. Hua Ziyan, who had come along, glanced at the room upstairs, his eyes flashing. He didn't expect that these people would actually go into seclusion as soon as they came back. They must have expected that someone would come looking for them. What did they mean by doing this? Did they want to see which forces were suitable for them? Some people who didn't know what was going on saw that so many forces were looking for them, but they were avoiding them. Could it be that they had some kind of background? You don't know this, do you? I just heard from the outside that among the 5 people, there are 2 alchemists, 1 refiner, 1 beast tamer, and 1 unknown person who has the most precious blue card of the Xianyuan Pavilion. That blue card doesn't even have a first-rate power. What? The people in the inn were stunned when they heard this. What kind of status did these people have? Could it be that they were from some kind of powerful force? Also, I heard that those people are not even 20 years old, but they have great attainments. They will definitely become great people in the future. These kind of people are called country bumpkins by others, saying that they have no money to buy things. In the end, they took a few thousand pills and hundreds of spirit tools to sell. This is a slap in the face. How can an alchemist, refiner and beast tamer be poor? What a joke. Don't laugh even if it's funny. Because the ones who got slapped in the face are the Sima family and the Hua family. Be careful that they don't hear you and you get slapped in the face. Sima Yue and the others didn't really go into seclusion. They stayed upstairs to observe what was happening below. So many people came. Fatty Chu pursed his lips. Let the shopkeeper go and make a big deal. Wei Ziqi said. They didn't speak much now. They were constantly being questioned, but they were too lazy to deal with it. Everyone is guessing what kind of strong background we have. Wait until 10 days later and we let them know that we came from Dongchen Kingdom. I wonder what kind of expression they will have. Their mouths will definitely be big enough to stuff a fist in. Little Tu said with a smile. I wonder if this will have any effect on saving your grandfather and the others. Bei Gong Tang was a little worried. Sima Yue thought for a while and said, it should have a good effect. You guys come with me. A few alchemists, refiners and beast tamers won't dare to be punished immediately. Then we'll wait for 10 days before coming out again. Let's all go into seclusion now. Ouyang Fei stood up and took the lead to leave. Everyone left Sima Yu's room. She sat cross-legged and began to use these 10 days to stabilize her cultivation. In these 10 days, Sima Yu and the others didn't take a single step downstairs. Many influential people were waiting for them downstairs, but they didn't see a single person. On the night before the 3-year deadline, Chongming came back and was injured. Sima Yu saw Chongming and said, "You're injured." "It's okay," Chongming said. "My soul is injured, so it takes a long time to recover." Sima Yu said as she took out a small bottle of soul fluid, saying, "With your strength, you should be able to take 2 drops." Although Chongming didn't know what it was, he could feel that it was extraordinary. He didn't act arrogantly and took the jade bottle and thanked her. "There's no need. I just want to have a guarantee for tomorrow's matter," Sima Yu said. Chongming took the soul fluid back to his room and took 2 drops. After that, he began to heal his injured soul. Sima Yu didn't ask him where he went or how he got injured. For someone like him to return injured, those things weren't something she could touch on right now. That night, she didn't enter into a state of cultivation. Instead, she stood by the window for the whole night, her gaze fixed on the courtyard of the Sima family. The next morning, Wei Ziqi and the others came out. After Sima Yu came out, they didn't go straight to the Sima family. Instead, they sent Little Tu to Xian Yuan Pavilion. "If it's possible, please protect him for now. I will definitely repay you in the future," Sima Yu said to the manager. Xian Yuan Pavilion guessed that Sima Yu was going to do something dangerous. However, they still agreed. Although they didn't know how she got the blue card, they were happy to have her owe them a favor. Someone was right. To them, a person with a blue card was more important than any other power. Sima Yu and the others left Xian Yuan Pavilion and went straight to the Sima family. "Sima family, Sima Yu, have come." Chapter 225. Knowing that Sima Yu and the others had come out of their seclusion, many forces came to establish a relationship with them. Sima Yu looked at these people. She wondered if they would still behave like this when they saw her and the Sima family. Where are they going? Someone saw them walking straight ahead and guessed that they had something to do. "This direction seems to lead to the Sima family," someone said. "Are they planning to join the Sima family?" "It can't be. Didn't they say that the Sima family offended them? That's why their identities were exposed. Are they going to settle the score with the Sima family? Hard to say." At this moment, in a remote courtyard of the Sima family, Sima Yuze and Sima Yue led a group of servants in. When they saw the people in the courtyard, they said, "You traitors, what are you still waiting for? Do you really think that a mere spirit master can cross the Sophia mountain range to save you?" Sima Lai opened his eyes and glanced at him before closing them again, ignoring him. Sima Yu saw that the few of them were indifferent and didn't look like prisoners at all. He stepped forward and kicked Sima Yu to the ground. "You traitors! After today, I'll see what reason that old bastard has to protect you." Sima Yu got up from the ground and looked at Sima Yue, saying, "If there is a tomorrow, I will definitely take your life." "Ha, I don't think you'll be able to see tomorrow's sun. Why don't I send you to hell right now to meet your parents? Beat him up." "Yes, young master." The manservants swarmed forward, punching and kicking Sima Yu and the others. The latter's strength had been sealed, and they were no match for them at all. All of them were beaten black and blue. Sima family was in another hospital. Sima Lin, Sima Qing and a few others were sitting together. Someone asked, "Big brother, I really don't understand. Why did you make this 3-year promise with a little spirit master? You wasted 3 years for nothing." "That's right. It's not like you don't know how dangerous the Sophia mountain range is. Even if that person's talent is outstanding, it's impossible for him to have the strength to cross it. Only spirit emperors can break through that barrier. I don't think she'll be able to come today." Everyone did not believe that Sima Yue would come today, as they all shook their heads, thinking that Sima Lin was only letting Sima Lai and the rest live for another 3 years in vain. "I believe she will come." Sima Qing couldn't help but recall the unyielding figure from 3 years ago. He said, "That child, she will come. If you don't come, we'll have to punish Sima Lai and the others." Sima Ku said. Although his strength was not high, he was qualified to sit here because of his seniority. Sima Lin sat there calmly and did not tell them whether Sima Yue was coming or not. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Looking at the tea leaves in the teacup, he wondered if he believed that she would come. Suddenly, he looked outside, and there was a faint smile in his eyes. Sima family, 3 years have passed, and I, Sima Yue, have come to fulfill the appointment. With a loud shout, half of the Sima family was heard. Even the people in the secluded courtyard could hear it. Sima Yuming and the others had already been beaten to a pulp. They were all lying on the ground and did not even have the strength to get up. Sima Yuze left after getting the servants to beat them up. Hearing Sima Yue's voice, a few of them started to cry. "It really is Yu's voice," Sima Yuming said excitedly. "Fifth bro really came." Sima Yuchi looked towards the main door, saying, "Sophia Mountain Range is so dangerous, how did she come here? The barrier can only be broken by spirit emperors and above. She's already a spirit emperor. Will we be able to see her?" Sima Lai did not speak the entire time, only looking towards the main door. Sima Yue stood outside the main door of the Sima family and shouted loudly, giving everyone who followed her a shock. "Sima Yue. Why does this name sound a little familiar?" "I think so too, I think I've heard it somewhere before. But is there such a person in the Sima family? 3-year appointment. I remember now, 3 years ago, the Sima family caught a group of people who had escaped from the land of exile, but did not punish them immediately. Instead, they locked them up in a courtyard. I heard that they made a 3-year appointment with a junior. That person seems to be called Sima Yue." "What?" Everyone was shocked. "Then you're saying that she came out from the land of exile?" "Heavens, the land of exile is on the other side of the Sophia family. How did these people come out? I wonder what kind of appointment she made with them. We'll know when we continue watching. I initially thought that they were here to seek refuge with the Sima family, but I didn't think that they were here to fulfill the appointment." A group of people came out from the Sima family and were shocked when they saw Sima Yue and the others. When Sima Yang and Sima Yuqing heard what Sima Yue said, they were shocked at first before rushing over. After that, Sima Yulin and the Hua siblings who were staying here came out as well. "You're Sima Yue." Sima Yuqing looked at Sima Yue in disbelief. Her own friend was actually the one who had made the appointment with their family. Sima Yue glanced at Sima Yuqing and did not deny it, continuing to shout, "Sima Lin, I've come to fulfill the appointment, where are you?" "Impudent. Is granduncle's name something you can call?" Someone shouted. Sima Yue smiled, saying, "If names are not meant to be called, are they meant to be eaten? If so, why don't you try one for me to see?" Haha, when they heard what she said, the people around them all laughed. "No matter. Since you're here, come in." Sima Lin's voice came from inside. "It's better for you to come out. Do you think I'll be able to come out safely if I enter the Sima family?" Sima Yue said. Everyone was in an uproar. This Sima Lin has already been a spirit paragon for 2 years, but he can't even get a junior to come out. This Sima family will be like a sheep entering a tiger's den if you enter. You might not be able to come out. It's better to stay outside. It's safer. Sima Yue, a junior, actually dares to speak like this. The Sima family said unhappily. "I didn't even make an appointment with you. What are you shouting for?" Sima Yue said. "You're looking for death." That person had lost face and was about to attack. "Stop." Sima Yulin shouted at that person, then looked at Sima Yue, saying, "What do you want?" "I'm here to fulfill the appointment, not to provoke." Sima Yue said, "I brought the thing, I want to see my family." Thing, what thing? Aside from a few people, nobody knew what Sima Yue had that would allow her to make a deal with a first-ranked power. Sima Yue took out a golden snake fruit, and its fragrance filled the air. Golden snake fruit. A voice called out, telling everyone where this fruit came from. Chapter 226. It's the Alchemist Guild's vice president. Everyone recognized the person who spoke just now and said in surprise, "Why is he here?" A few days ago, 2 young 4th-grade alchemists appeared. Presumably, the Alchemist Guild would also be interested. Someone guessed. Sima Yue turned around and saw a skinny and capable old man standing out from the crowd, staring straight at the golden snake fruit in her hand. President Ma. When the members of the Sima family saw Molly, they all bowed respectfully. Molly ignored them and went to Sima Yue and said, "Can I take a look at this golden snake fruit?" Sima Yue shook her head and said, "Grandpa, not now. I want to use this to make a deal with the Sima family." "What deal?" Molly asked. 3 years ago, I made an agreement with Sima Lin. He would protect my grandfather and the others for 3 years, and I would find the golden snake fruit for them. Now, I have already brought the golden snake fruit as promised. I am waiting for them to let me see my grandfather and brother. Sima Yue said, "Grandpa, if you want to see it, wait until I see if my grandpa and the others are safe." "Your grandfather is Sima Lai?" Molly asked. Sima Yue nodded. "Then why don't you go in?" Sima Yue looked at the Sima family's door and said, "I'm just a little spirit master. If I go in, I'm afraid I'll die before I see my grandfather." "How dare you!" Someone from the Sima family roared, "Our family has always been open and aboveboard. How dare you slander us?" "It's not that I'm slandering you, but you don't have enough trust in me." Sima Yue said, "Are you going to let me see my grandfather and the others or not? If you don't, I will destroy this golden snake fruit." As she spoke, she pinched the golden snake fruit tightly. As long as she used her strength, the golden snake fruit would be destroyed. You, don't." Sima Yu Yang and Sima Yu Qing cried out at the same time, their hearts in their throats. Hey, young man, don't be so impulsive." Molly waved his hand and almost came up to pry her hand away. "Do you know how precious this thing is? Perhaps this is the only one in the entire world. Don't be rash, don't be rash." Sima Yu looked at Sima Yulin, saying, "Don't you have the highest position now? I want to see my grandfather and the others. They can't come out now." Sima Yulin said, "Without the clan leader's orders, they can't leave the courtyard." "Then let Sima Lin say it." Sima Yue said, "He promised me that he would protect my grandfather and the rest." "Come in. I'll guarantee your life." Sima Qing's voice rang out. Sima Yue was still hesitating. "Since we've encountered such a situation, why don't I accompany you in? I can guarantee your safety." Molly squinted his eyes and said, "But you have to promise me that you'll let me take a look at this fruit." SSS, with the protection of the Vice President of the Alchemist Guild, there will definitely be no danger. That's right, even if the Sima family is a first-class force, they still have to listen to Molly, otherwise, all the alchemists in the world will cut off all contact with them. I wonder if she will go in. I think so. Sima Yue was actually not worried about her own safety. Chongming's injuries had already healed. Unless the Sima family had a few godly figures, nobody would be able to stop her if she wanted to leave. Wei Ziqi and the others had been quietly standing by her side, waiting for her to make a decision. "Let's go in." Sima Yue sighed, "When the time comes, I'll have to ask Grandpa to help me." Okay, as long as you let me see the golden snake fruit." Molly rubbed his hands and said, "Please." Sima Yulin gestured for her to enter. Sima Yue lifted her feet and walked in. She knew that they would not deal with this at the entrance. After all, this might involve things that they did not know. She was only doing this to create momentum outside. Chongming followed beside Sima Yue. When he passed by the Hua siblings, he glanced at them lightly, causing them to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. What a strong feeling. Hua Zijiao said blankly after they entered. Hua Ziyan felt a chill run down his spine. That gaze felt as if it could pierce through them. That person, who is it? Sima Yue followed Sima Yulin to the main hall. Sima Lin, Sima Qing and the others were waiting inside. She glanced around. Those who were able to sit here were not weak. It seemed that they were not young either. Granduncles, Sima Yue is here. Sima Yulin bowed respectfully to the people in the house. You are Sima Yue. Are you the one who shouted for my big brother to come out? An old man glanced at Sima Yue. The pressure of a spirit saint pressed down on her. Sima Yue stood where she was and did not move at all. She said lightly, your pressure is useless against me. You should save it. After that, she looked at Sima Lin, saying, I've brought the thing. I want to see my grandpa and the others to confirm whether they are still alive. Sima Lin looked at the current Sima Yue, and his heart was filled with shock. He never thought that the little spirit master from back then would have grown to this extent. Even Sima Yulin, who was hailed as the #1 genius, had not improved so much. Bring them here. Sima Lin said. Yes, clan leader. While they were waiting, Sima Lin looked at Molly, who was pacing around Sima Yue, saying, Molly, why did you run here instead of guarding your pill furnace in the Alchemy Guild? I'm here to watch a good show. Molly said without thinking. After that, he quickly denied it, saying, I heard that those perverts had come out, so I came to see what kind of people they were. I didn't think that I would run into something like this. I promised to protect him, and he promised to show me the golden snake fruit. Since this is the case, sit down and wait. Sima Lin said. No need. Molly waved his hands decisively. He wanted to stand beside Sima Yue, as if he would be able to smell the golden snake fruit this way. These must be the few little geniuses that have been spreading like wildfire recently, right? An elder from the Sima family said. Wei Ziqi and the others had yet to speak when Molly jumped up, saying, What do you want to do? They are the ones that we chose first. Don't snatch them from us. Molly, what do they have to do with you? Have they entered your alchemy guild? Why are you making such a big fuss? That elder had a fiery temper as well, and started to argue with Molly. I'm not going to argue with you today. Molly's thoughts were all on the golden snake fruit, and he did not even bother with his old rival. The courtyard that Sima Lai and the others lived in was very far from the main courtyard. Just as Sima Yue was about to lose her patience, she finally heard some movement. Quickly go in. The voice of the guard was heard, and she could not wait to turn around. However, when she saw Sima Lai and the others, her excitement immediately turned into anger, and her entire body emitted a terrifying aura. Chapter 227. Grandpa, big brother, how did you become like this? Who beat you up like this? Sima Yue ran over and looked at them angrily and sadly. Sima Lai and the other 5 all had extremely serious injuries on their bodies. Because their spirit chi had been sealed, they couldn't even heal themselves. Sima Yue couldn't even walk and needed 2 guards to support him. When Sima Lai and the others saw Sima Yue, they were extremely emotional and their eyes were wet. Yue, you're here. Sima Lai said as he caressed Sima Yue's face. Grandfather, I'm here. Sima Yue held Sima Lai's hand and said, I'm here to save you. After saying that, she turned around to look at Sima Lin and said, This is what you meant by protecting my grandfather and the others. If I came 2 days later, I'm afraid I would only see a few cold corpses. Sima Lin never thought that Sima Lai and the others would be like this. He turned his gaze to Sima Yulin and asked, "Who did it?" "Yue and Yuzhe go to the abandoned courtyard from time to time." Sima Yulin replied. "Grandpa, eat these pills first." Sima Yue took out a few pills for them to eat. Level 5 Vitality Recovery Pill. Molly, who was standing at the side, knew what kind of pill it was the moment he smelled it. His eyes lit up as he looked at Sima Yue. Those two alchemists were said to be 4th-grade alchemists. Could it be that she was a 5th-grade alchemist? Thinking about how the Xianyuan Pavilion had given her a blue card, this was not impossible. Sima Yue gave the pills to Sima Lin and the rest. Seeing that they were unable to circulate their spirit qi to heal their injuries, she grabbed their hands to check and raised her head in shock. No spiritual energy. Where is your spiritual energy? It's just that their spiritual energy has been sealed, they haven't been crippled. Sima Qing explained as he felt that Sima Yue was about to flip out. Grandfather. Sima Yue looked at Sima Lai in disbelief. Don't worry, it's just a seal. Sima Lai said. Sima Yue, we have already agreed to protect the lives of your grandfather and the others for 3 years. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise and give us the golden snake fruit? The old man who had previously exerted pressure on Sima Yue said. Release the seal. Sima Yue said. Sima Lin shook his head and said, this won't do. Why? I've already brought the things over. Sima Yue looked at Sima Lin. We still haven't investigated the truth of what happened that year. Right now, we still can't confirm whether or not they are traitors to the clan. Sima Lin said. You haven't been able to find out after so many years. How are you going to find out now? Sima Yue said, are you saying that if you can't find out the truth in a year, you won't return my grandfather's freedom for a year? If you can't find out the truth in 100 years, you won't return their freedom for 100 years? What happened that year has already happened 100 years ago. How could it be that easy to find out the truth? Sima Lin did not bother about Sima Yue's attitude and said, back then, third grandfather had the raging inferno slash. Lai's father was not qualified to cultivate it. However, the spirit technique ended up in his hands. He said that it was given to him by third grandfather. However, when we went over, we only saw third grandfather's corpse. There are no witnesses. Sima Yue asked. There is one. Sima Lin said, one of our little uncles was also injured at that time. We paid a huge price to save him. However, his soul was injured. When he woke up, he was always in a daze. He was completely unable to speak of what happened that year. Your golden snake fruit was used to treat him. Sima Yue thought back to her own guess. Indeed, someone's soul was injured. That's right. With the golden snake fruit, if little uncle can wake up, we can find out the truth of what happened that year. Sima Lin said. Then you should quickly treat him and prove my grandfather's innocence. Sima Yue said. If there was a direct witness from that year, then this matter would be much easier to handle. Her soul was injured. To someone like her who possessed the spirit pagoda, it was not incurable. We will need a few days. Sima Lin said, we are still lacking an item. It will be available at the auction in a few days. What item? Earth Dragon Marrow. She knew about the Earth Dragon Marrow. It was the essence of the Earth Dragon Stone that was formed between heaven and earth. It would take a few hundred years to form a single drop. This item was indeed useful for the soul. However, it could not be compared to the spirit fluid formed by the spirit pagoda. Can you let me see that, senior? Maybe I could treat him. She requested. What kind of status do you have? Do you think my little uncle is someone you can meet just because you want to? Sima knew about what happened that year. Naturally, he would not allow them to treat that old fellow. If not for the fact that that person had been in a daze all these years, they would have killed him long ago. Little brat, are you a doctor or an alchemist? Molly asked. Both. That fatality recovery pill was refined by you. Molly's eyes lit up. Sima Yue replied. Damn, I was just guessing. It was really refined by you. Such a young 5th-tier alchemist. TSK, are you interested in joining our alchemist guild? Let's talk about it in the future. Sima Yue said. Alright. Let's talk about it after you have settled the matters here. Molly nodded. Such a young 5th-tier alchemist. Evildoer. Everyone's gaze towards Sima Yue changed. They did not expect her to be a 5th-tier alchemist. Yes, I heard that you have the blue card of the Xianyuan Pavilion. So that's how it is. Sima Lin said, however, we have looked for many doctors. They all said that the Earth Dragon marrow is not enough. Sima Yue did not want to say that she had the spirit fluid on her. She decided to take a step back and said, we can wait a few days. However, you have to release my grandfather and the rest. At the very least, you have to release their seals. You also have to punish the person who harmed them. This, impudent. You still want to ask for so much from us. It's already not bad that we have left them alive. Don't ask for so much. Sima Yi, the elder who had used his aura to suppress her, shouted. So you're saying that you're not willing? Sima Yue said. Sima Yue and the rest are direct descendants of the 4 branches. Sima Qing said. I don't care whether they are direct descendants or not. Since they harmed my grandfather and the rest, they have to pay the price. Sima Yue stood beside Sima Lai and the rest. Seeing the new and old wounds on their bodies, it was obvious that they had been beaten up badly in the past 3 years. 5th bro, that Sima Yue said that he would kill us today. Sima Yue had eaten a pill and had recovered a little. He could stand on his own. Sima Yue looked at Sima Lin, saying, I'll ask you again. Will you punish the person who harmed my grandfather and the rest? That's impossible. Sima Ku shouted. Then don't blame me. 1,000 resonance, kill him. Sima Yue said coldly. A white shadow flashed in front of everyone's eyes. Following that, a scream was heard from outside, followed by a commotion. Yue has been killed. The people outside shouted. You killed my grandson. I'll kill you. Sima Ku never thought that Sima Yue would kill him just like that. He slammed the table and released a Spirit Saint attack. Cat Pounce. Chapter 228. After not seeing him for 3 years, Sima Ku had actually advanced to Spirit Emperor. Be careful. The Sima family members were far away from Sima Yue and could not stop him in time. Molly's strength was not as strong as Sima Yi's and could not take this move. 5th bro. Sima Yuming and the others saw this attack and were so scared that their hearts were about to jump out. Sima Lai was standing beside Sima Yue and his first reaction when he saw the attack was to pull Sima Yue into his embrace and turn around to face the attack. A white light flashed in from the outside and arrived in front of them. With a slap of its claws, it easily resolved the crisis. Divine Beast of the 5th level. Everyone saw 1,000 resonances level and cried out in surprise. Sima Ku looked at 1,000 resonance. He had just broken through to Spirit Emperor. Compared to 1,000 resonance, the difference was too great. No wonder he's so fearless. It turns out that he has something to rely on. Sima Yi looked at Sima Lai and Sima Yue fiercely, but even so, it won't be able to save your life today. Don't even think about taking a step out of the Sima family after killing them. Sima Yue came out from Sima Lai's embrace and shielded him behind her. She was not afraid of Sima Yi. I just said that I wanted you to punish them, but you were the ones who were unwilling. Since that's the case, I can only do it myself. What right do you have to decide their life and death? Someone rebuked. Sima Yue snorted coldly, my grandpa and the others have more injuries than today, right? Since they dared to harm my family, they should be prepared to die. Second brother, don't talk to her anymore. She killed Yuzei. You have to take revenge for him. Sima Ku's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Sima Yue. Don't worry, how can anyone casually kill the people of our 4 bloodlines? Sima Yi said, you're just a spirit beast, we have more than one spirit paragon here. In order to support his words, the person who had just accused Sima Yue also released the pressure of a spiritual venerable. Seeing this, Sima Yue and the other brothers were anxious for Sima Yue and wanted her to leave quickly. Yue, let 1,000 resonance take you and them away. That's right. Their spiritual beasts are either spiritual emperors or spiritual venerables. You should leave first. What's the use of having so many spiritual paragons? Sima Yue was not in a hurry and said, I have a friend who can handle it. Shameless boasting. Sima Yi berated. Am I wrong? Sima Yue looked at them and said, originally, I could have come here directly to take them away. I spent so much time just to see what kind of character you have and whether or not you're worthy of my grandfather and the others acknowledging your ancestors. But you guys are really too disappointing. Hearing her say that, even Sima Lin and Sima Qing's faces turned ugly. I'll take my grandfather and the others away now. Let's see who can stop me. Sima Yue shot a look at Fatty Chu and the others. They all came beside Sima Yuran and the others, each supporting one of them as they walked out. Men, take them down. Sima Yi ordered. Sima Yue and the others supported Sima Lai and the others into the courtyard. Many spirit overlords and spiritual paragons descended from the sky and surrounded the courtyard. Sima Yi and the others also flew out from the hole. Sima Ke looked at Sima Lai viciously, hating that he could not kill them immediately. Only then did Molly come back to his senses and run out. Seeing this scene, he shouted at Sima Yi, I said that I will ensure that this brat leaves the Sima residence safely. Are you going to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Sima Yue looked at Molly. She never thought that this old man would really protect her. If he didn't kill my descendants and didn't want to take the traitor away, I would naturally let him leave. But he killed Yuzei and wants to take these people away. No matter what, I have to take his life today. Sima Yue looked at Sima Yi. Hearing what he said, she laughed coldly, Chongming, I want his life. Her casual words caused everyone's heart to tighten. Ha 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 dash, Sima Yi laughed loudly, saying, just based on you, you want to take my life. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Sima Yue ignored him and pointed at Sima Ke, saying, and this person. She wanted to kill him 3 years ago. She never thought that in these 3 years, he would not be able to kill her grandfather, so he would get his own grandson to bring people to beat them up every few days. That's all. Chongming asked. Sima Yue turned her head to look at Sima Yuming and the others, saying, brothers, who do you want to kill? Sima Yuran looked at Sima Yue. Her eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage as she smiled and said, just these 2. As for the rest, we will take revenge ourselves. Okay. Sima Yue nodded. She liked to take revenge herself, so she could understand Sima Yuran's feelings. Chongming, I want to bring grandfather and the others back to heal. Kill them and I'll give you a golden snake fruit. Chongming raised his eyebrows. How did she know that he wanted a golden snake fruit? You still have a golden snake fruit? When he heard what she said, Molly's eyes shone, saying, "Why don't I help you kill them and you'll give me a golden snake fruit?" The Sima family was speechless at Molly's actions. Did he really want to fall out with the Sima family? Molly, the Alchemist Guild is not under your control. You want to be enemies with the Sima family? Have you thought it through? Sima Ku roared. At this moment, Chongming moved. He stood where he was and stretched out his hand. With a light tap, Sima Ku felt as if he had been imprisoned. "Break," Chongming said softly. His magnetic voice was intoxicating, but the words that came out of his mouth were terrifying. When he finished speaking, Sima Ku did not even have time to scream before he turned into a bloody mist. Not even a trace of him was left. Everyone was so shocked by Chongming's move that they took 2 steps back. He killed a spirit saint with a light tap. This was too terrifying. Even if you advance from a spirit overlord to a spirit saint, your fate will be the same. Sima Yue said. Sima Yi looked at Chongming and a wave of fear rose from the bottom of his heart, saying, "Who are you?" The aura of a sacred beast was emitted and the people and beasts in the air all fell down. Sacred beast. It's really, other than Sima Yue and the rest, everyone else was suppressed by the sacred beast's aura. They all felt as if they were suffocating. Chongming stretched out his hand and Sima Yi flew into his hand. "No, don't kill me." Sima Yi was scared. Even though he was already a spirit paragon, he was still a match for many sacred beasts. "Have mercy." An old voice came from the back of the mountain. "This aura, its 7th grandfather." Sima Lai raised his head and looked at the back of the mountain. "Lai, you're back." That voice said. "7th grandfather, you're still alive." Sima Lai was too excited and his body was trembling. "I'm still alive." The old ancestor of the Sima family said, "If not for the sacred beast's aura waking me up, I would still be in closed-door cultivation. Please, Your Highness, please show mercy." Everyone's gaze turned towards Sima Yue. Even Chongming looked at her. "Kill." Sima Yue said coldly without hesitation. Chapter 229. Everyone was shocked. Even if Sima Lai's grandfather pleaded for leniency, she still wouldn't let Sima Yi off. "Yue." Sima Qing said, wanting to remind her to think carefully. "He allowed his descendants to bully my grandfather and brother to this extent, and even wanted to kill us. Leaving such a person alive will be a great disaster." Sima Yue said, "And what I can't tolerate the most is bullying my family. Whoever dares to bully them should be prepared to die." No, I was wrong. I won't dare to bully you guys in the future." Sima Lin shouted out, his face filled with regret. But Sima Yue could see a ruthless look in his eyes. If he didn't die today, he would definitely find an opportunity to kill them all in the future. "Although you said you were wrong, you didn't hide the killing intent in your heart. Chongming, do it." Sima Yue ordered. Chongming glanced at her and exerted force in his hand, directly taking Sima Yi's life. "You." When the Sima family saw that she had really killed Sima Yi, they were both shocked and furious. The old ancestor of the Sima family sighed and said, "You guys come over. His Excellency and the other young friends should come as well." "Chongming, withdraw your pressure," Sima Yue said. Chongming withdrew his pressure. Just like when he came, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. However, everyone knew that he was a sacred beast, so no one dared to probe his depths. Without the invisible pressure, everyone was able to straighten their bodies and breathe deeply. "Yulin, bring some men to clean up this place." Sima Lin instructed Sima Yulin before turning to Sima Lai, "Let's go." Sima Yue saw that Sima Lai was very excited after hearing the old ancestor's voice and knew that he would definitely want to see him. She supported him and asked while walking, "Grandfather, who is the one who spoke?" "That's my second grandpa, my grandfather's brother. He has always been very good to us. I was still young at that time, but I remember how he took care of us." Sima Lai recalled, "At that time, one of us was captured. We tried our best to escape but were ambushed. It was second grandfather who saved us and let us go. In that case, he can be considered our benefactor." Sima Yue said. "Second grandpa has no children and is on good terms with my grandpa. After my grandfather passed away, it was second grandpa who took care of us. If it weren't for him, our branch would have been long gone. We simply wouldn't have been able to wait for my father and uncle to grow up." Sima Lai said with a sigh. "Yue, how did you get out?" "Little Roar helped." Sima Yue replied. Along the way, Sima Lai and the others kept asking her questions. She briefly told them what happened after they left. When they heard that the Nalan family and other forces were trying to divide the Sima family, the grandfather and the grandchildren were furious. Sima Yue comforted them and told them how to resolve the crisis. However, she didn't mention that she had become a beast tamer master. Instead, she said that she had asked Wei Ziqi to help her find the Beast Tamer Master Guild. "It's been hard on you," Sima Lai said as he rubbed Sima Yue's head. Sima Yue shook her head and smiled. "That is our home. To be able to protect it is what I should do. In the past, it was always grandfather and brother who protected me. The only thing I can do is to protect our home." Seeing the smile on Sima Yue's face and hearing the warmth of her home, everyone was confused. Was the person who killed so decisively just now really her? Or was this obedient and gentle person her real? As they spoke, they arrived at the back of the mountain. Thinking about how many people of Spirit Saint level and above lived in such a large mountain range, it was obvious that they were a first-rate power. Sima Lin didn't say anything along the way. He only listened to Sima Yue talk about how they had spent the past 3 years and sighed in his heart. It was no wonder that she had improved so quickly. So it was because she had been on the brink of death. He brought them to the middle of a mountain peak and a cave appeared in the vines. He took the lead and walked in with his head lowered. The people behind him walked in one after another. After passing through a short tunnel, they arrived at a stone room. An old man sat on a prayer mat on a stone bed. "Greetings to second grandfather." Sima Lai, Sima Lin and the others bowed to that person. Sima Yue and the others bowed as well. Only Chongming remained standing without moving. "Lai, The old man looked at Sima Lai and his calm eyes flashed with a trace of a smile. His face was filled with wrinkles. He was different from the other peak spirit paragons. He did not choose to stay young forever. "Second grandfather, I'm back." Sima Lai knelt down and bowed to the elder that he had respected so much. Sima Yuming and the others saw this and knelt down as well. Sima Yue stood there without moving. "Your bloodline is now only left with the few of you," the old man said. He raised his hand and a few rays of light entered their bodies. "Grandfather." Sima Yue cried out anxiously. "Don't worry, this is to remove the seal on them," the old ancestor said. Sima Lin also explained, "The seal on our Sima family can only be removed by us. That's why even if you take them away, you can't let them recover their cultivation. You should first refine the great medicine in your bodies," the old ancestor said. After that, he said to Sima Lin, "Tell me what happened." "Sigh, I'm getting old. I've been meditating for so many years." Sima Lin started from 3 years ago when he went to the Dongchen kingdom. Sima Lai and the others got used to the feeling of controlling the spiritual energy. After that, they used their spiritual energy to catalyze the recovery pill. Chongming had not said a word since he came in. At this moment, he was also standing there quietly. It wasn't that the old ancestor didn't want to bother with him. It was just that the moment he came in, he acted as if he didn't exist. It wasn't good for him to pull him aside and say anything. Sima Lin explained everything once. After that, the old ancestor said, even if they were wrong, you shouldn't kill them all. After all, they are still a family. Don't. I'm only a family member of grandfather and my brothers. I'm not related to those people. If grandfather acknowledges his ancestors, then you all can be considered. Sima Yue said, however, didn't you all want to punish grandfather and the others as traitors? That's why we shouldn't be a family anymore. That year's matter is indeed confusing. If you want to reconstruct what happened then, you need to cure the youngest. The old ancestor said. I said I'll try, but they said no. Sima Yue said, I even suspected that they wanted to harm him secretly, so that he wouldn't be able to clear his name for my grandfather and the others for the rest of his life. You're mistaken. The old ancestor said, many years ago, we were searching for the golden snake fruit and earth dragon marrow. We didn't come here to make things difficult for you. Furthermore, most people wouldn't be able to harm little uncle. Sima Lin said. Why? Although little uncle's mind isn't clear, his cultivation is still very high. It's just that he's mentally retarded. If someone wanted to harm him, he would definitely take that person's life. Sima Lin replied. Alright then. Sima Yue pursed her lips, since it's like this, then I'll go take a look at him. Who knows, I might be able to cure him. Chapter 230. Everyone was shocked. Even though Sima Lai and their grandfathers were pleading for mercy, she still wouldn't let Sima Yi off. Yue. Sima Qing called out, wanting to remind her to think it over carefully. He allowed his own descendant to bully my grandfather and brother to this extent, and even wanted to kill us. It will be a disaster if such a person is left alive, Sima Yue said. Moreover, what I can't tolerate the most is bullying my family. Whoever bullies them should be prepared to die. No, I was wrong. I will never dare to bully you again. Sima Lin shouted, his face full of regret. However, Sima Yue could see the ruthlessness in his eyes. If he didn't die today, he would definitely find a chance to kill them all in the future. Although you said you were wrong, you didn't hide the killing intent in your heart. Chongming, do it. Sima Yue ordered. Chongming glanced at her, exerted force in his hand, and took Sima Yi's life. You. When the Sima family saw that she really killed Sima Yi, they were both shocked and furious. The old ancestor of the Sima family sighed, and said, the few of you, come over here. His honor and the few young friends, come over as well. Chongming, retract your aura, Sima Yue said. Chongming retracted his aura, and just like when he came, he gave off an unfathomable feeling. However, everyone knew that he was a transcending divine beast, so no one dared to probe his depths. Without the invisible pressure, everyone could straighten their bodies and take a deep breath. Yulin, take some people and clean up this place, Sima Lin instructed Sima Yulin, and then said to Sima Lai, let's go. Sima Yue saw that Sima Lai was very excited after hearing the old ancestor's voice, and knew that he would definitely want to see him. She supported him, and as they walked, she asked, Grandfather, who was the one who spoke? That's my second grandfather, my grandfather's older brother. He has always been very good to us. I was still young back then, but I still remember how he took care of us. Sima Lai recalled, at that time, our branch was caught, and we struggled to escape, but we were ambushed. It was second grandfather who saved us, and let us go. In that case, he can be considered our benefactor, Sima Yue said. Second grandfather had no children, and he had a good relationship with my grandfather. After my grandfather passed away, it was always second grandfather who took care of us. If it weren't for him, our branch would have been long gone, and we wouldn't have had the chance to wait for my father and uncle to grow up. Sima Lai seemed to feel something. Yue, how did you get out? With Roar's help, Sima Yue answered. Along the way, Sima Lai and the others kept asking her questions, and she briefly told them what happened after they left. When they heard that the Nalan family and other forces were trying to divide the Sima family, they were furious. Sima Yue comforted them, and then told them how to resolve the crisis, but she did not mention that she had become a beast tamer. Instead, she asked Wei Ziki to help her find the beast tamer union. It's been hard on you. Sima Lai touched Sima Yue's head and said. Sima Yue shook her head and said with a smile, that's our home. It's my duty to protect it. In the past, it was you and Grandpa who protected me. The only thing I could do was to keep our home alive. Seeing the smile on Sima Yue's face, and hearing the warmth in her voice when she talked about home, everyone was confused. Was the person who killed so decisively just now really her? Or was this obedient and docile person her? As they spoke, they arrived at the back of the mountain. Thinking about how many people above the Spirit Emperor level lived in such a large mountain range, it was obvious that it was a first-rate force. Along the way, Sima Lin did not speak. He only listened to Sima Yue talk about how they had been living in the past 3 years. He sighed in his heart. No wonder she had improved so quickly. It turned out that she had trained on the edge of death. He led them to the mountainside of a mountain peak, and a cave appeared among the vines. He lowered his head and walked in first. The people behind him walked in one after another. After passing through a short passageway, they arrived at a stone room. An old man was sitting on a cattail hassock on a stone bed. Greetings, second grandpa. Sima Lai, Sima Lin, and the others bowed to the old man together. Sima Yue and the others also bowed to the old man. Only Chong Ming stood still. Lai, The old man looked at Sima Lai, and a hint of a smile flashed across his emotionless eyes. His face was full of wrinkles. He was different from ordinary people at the peak of the spiritual venerable level. He did not choose to stay young forever. Second grandpa, I'm back. Sima Lai knelt down and bowed to the old man he had respected and loved. Sima Yue and the others also knelt down. Sima Yue stood still. You are the only ones left in your bloodline, the old man said. He raised his hand, and several rays of light entered into their bodies. Grandpa. Sima Yue shouted nervously. Don't worry. This is to remove the seal for them, the old man said. Sima Lin also explained, only we can remove the Sima family seal. So, even if you take them away, you can't let them resume their cultivation. You should first refine the medicine in your bodies, the old man said. Then he said to Sima Lin, tell me what happened. Alas, I'm getting old. I've been meditating for several years. Sima Lin started from his trip to Dongchen country 3 years ago. Sima Lai and the rest had to get used to the feeling of controlling spirit qi again. Then, they used their spirit qi to catalyze the vitality recovery pill. Chong Ming had not said a word since he came in. At this moment, he stood quietly. It was not that the old man did not want to talk to him. It was just that the moment he came in, he acted as if he did not exist. It was not good for him to talk to him. Sima Lin told the old man everything. When he finished, the old man said, even if they are wrong, it is not necessary to kill them all. After all, they are still a family. Don't. I'm just a family member of Grandpa and my brothers. I'm not like those people. If Grandpa returns to the family, then you guys are family. Sima Yue said, but didn't you want to deal with Grandpa and the rest as traitors? So, we are probably not a family anymore. What happened back then was indeed confusing. If we want to restore what happened back then, we need to cure the youngest, the old man said. I said I would try, but they said no, Sima Yue said. I even suspect that they want to harm him secretly, so that they can't clear my grandpa's name for the rest of their lives. You misunderstand. The old man said, we have been looking for the golden snake fruit and the earth dragon marrow for many years. We did not come here to make things difficult for you. Moreover, ordinary people can't hurt little uncle, Sima Lin said. Why? Although little uncle is delirious, his cultivation is very high. It's just that he is stupid. If someone wants to harm him, he will definitely kill them. Sima Lin replied. All right. Sima Yue curled her lips, in that case, I will go and see him. Maybe I can cure him. Chapter 231. Since the first day, the light of advancement in this courtyard had been constantly flashing. It could be seen several times a day. The Sima family had never faced such a situation before. Although Sima Lai and his grandchildren were sealed and could not use spirit qi, they did not give up on absorbing it. However, when the spirit qi entered their bodies, it only accumulated and did not increase their cultivation. Now that the seal had been undone, Sima Yuming and the other three brothers had all increased by a few ranks, and had all entered the ranks of great spirit masters. Even Sima Lai had increased by 1 rank, and had become a 3rd-grade spirit saint. After that, they ate the 100 revolutions pill that Sima Yu gave them, cleansing their bodies and increasing their ranks by 2 ranks. Sima Yuming and Sima Yu Qi even entered the ranks of spirit kings. Sima Lai, on the other hand, had advanced to become a 4th-level spirit emperor. Sima Yue was completely unaware of what was happening outside. She let Little Roar set up a barrier to separate the inside and outside of the house to prevent any accidents from happening during the treatment. She first gave Sima Jun a few needles, then kept all the spirit healing herbs that Sima Lin had given her. She only took out 2 or 3 kinds of herbs and refined their essences, refining them into pills for Sima Jun to eat. After that, she took out the golden snake fruit and cut off a small piece. After extracting the essence, she let him drink it. Sima Jun lived up to his name as a spirit venerable rank expert. He digested all the medicinal ingredients in 2 days. Normal people wouldn't be able to wake up without 10 days to half a month. On the 3rd day, Sima Yue took out 2 drops of soul fluid and dripped it into Sima Jun's mouth before removing the silver needles from his body. Sima Jun opened his eyes and glanced at Sima Yue. Without saying anything, he closed his eyes and continued to digest the huge amount of energy. Sima Yue noticed that his gaze was different from usual. She knew that he would recover after he woke up, so she got up and left. Yu, are you done? Wei Ziqi and the rest were waiting outside. Seeing her come out, they asked. Sima Yue nodded and said, he should be fine when he wakes up. Where are my grandpa and the others? They've been advancing so fast these past 2 days that they've almost gone crazy. They only stopped this morning and are now consolidating their cultivation. Fatty Chu said. That's good. They waited in the courtyard for a day and talked about the future. Yue, if your grandfather and the others want to return to the family, what about you? I'll follow Grandpa and the rest. If they stay, then I'll stay too. If they want to leave, I'll leave too. Sima Yue said, we haven't had a stable environment to cultivate in all these years. If it's possible, you can stay here. A stable environment is more suitable for cultivation. I still want to go with you. Fatty Chu said. For the past few years, he had already treated Sima Yue as his backbone. He felt that he was not mentally prepared to face a situation without her. If you stay, we can buy a house nearby. If you want to leave, we will also leave with you. Wei Ziqi said. Sima Yue nodded and said, let's wait and see. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When the morning glow of the 2nd day shone down, Sima Jun walked out of the house. At this moment, there was no longer any innocence on his face. His eyes were like those of a normal person. It seemed that he had really recovered. Sima Lin and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, stepped forward and bowed when they saw him. "Greetings, uncle." Sima Jun's face was solemn. He swept his gaze over everyone present and asked, "Where's that bastard Sima Chang?" "Uncle, fifth uncle has already passed away many years ago," Sima Lin said. "Dead?" Sima Jun stared at Sima Lin. After confirming that he was not lying to him, he asked again, "Where are his descendants?" "Sima Kai and Sima Yi are already dead. Sima Ko is in his own house. I've already sent someone to call him," Sima Lin replied. At this moment, a guard came and said that Sima Ko, Sima Yui and the others were no longer in the Sima family. "Are you sure?" Sima Lin asked. "Yes," the guard said that he saw them leave and never return. Furthermore, they took their things with them. The guard replied. Do they know that I can't hide those things now that I'm awake?" Sima Jun snorted coldly. "Uncle, you're saying that the person who hurt you that year, it's that bastard Sima Chang?" The Sima family said through gritted teeth. "At that time, I went to look for my father, but happened to see him poisoning my father and killing him. He even beat me until I was heavily injured. If it weren't for the fact that someone came in time, I would have been beaten to death. That matter was really done by someone else. It wasn't fourth uncle and the others," Sima Lin said. "Who did you say did it?" Sima Jun glared at Sima Lin. Sima Lin recounted everything that had happened. After Sima Jun heard it, he closed his eyes in pain, saying, "I never thought that Sima Chang and the others would actually play the blame game. This matter has nothing to do with Lai and the others. Raging Inferno / was passed down from my father to his father. No wonder Sima Ku and the others kept saying that they had to immediately deal with Brother Lai and the others. It turns out that they were afraid that the matter would be exposed." Sima Qing said, "Now that they see that uncle is about to recover, they ran away in fear of punishment. Pass down my orders. Immediately capture Sima Ku and the others," Sima Lin ordered. "Then my grandfather and the others aren't traitors?" Sima Yu's voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone finally recalled the people who had been wrongly accused for over 100 years. Sima Qing smiled as he looked at Sima Lai, saying, "Of course not. In the past, we didn't know the truth. Furthermore, your great-grandfather suddenly became hungry and obtained the Raging Inferno / He even left his jade pendant at the scene. That's why everyone thought so. Lai, in the future, you all should return to the clan." Sima Lin said, "In the past, the clan let you all down. Now that there are only a few of you left, the clan will compensate you all in the future. You all can go and settle the remaining matters. I want to go and meet the other elders of the clan." Sima Jun looked towards the back of the mountain. Looks like other than that old ancestor, there were many other elders in the mountain. Cluck cluck cluck, a chicken ran out of its cage and was taking a stroll in the courtyard. Seeing so many people, it ran out in fright. Sima Jun saw the courtyard full of animals and furrowed his eyebrows, saying, "Find someone to clean up these animals. Lai, you will come with me to meet them. As for the younger generation, they will temporarily stay in my courtyard. Everyone can go and do their own things." After speaking, he brought Sima Lai out. The older generation of the clan also left, leaving only Sima Yu and the others in the courtyard. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Sima Yu came beside Sima Yuming and the others. Because Sima Jun came out not long after they came out, the few brothers did not have time to properly talk. Yu, it's all thanks to you this time." Sima Yula patted her head and said happily. "It's good that my brothers are fine. Sima Yu was very happy as well. She saw that the injuries on their bodies were completely healed. After this round of cleansing, they had gained quite a bit of strength. Her worries from before were completely swept away. At this time, Chongming came down from above and looked at her. Sima Yu took out a golden snake fruit, saying, "Although I shouldn't ask, do you want this because you were injured before?" Chapter 232. This golden snake fruit was not something he had snatched from the Puluo mountain range. Rather, it was the fruit that the golden snake fruit tree had grown in his spirit pagoda. Chongming took the golden snake fruit and said, "Yes. I'll be back in a few days." With that, he flew into the sky and left the Sima family. Sima Yu looked at Chongming's back and said, "That direction is towards the sea, right?" "Fifth bro, do you know what he went to do?" Sima Yulo asked curiously. "I don't know either. He's not my contracted beast, so he didn't tell me anything about him." Sima Yu waved her hand. "The young masters are finally free today. When we've settled down, why don't we drink till we're drunk?" Fatty Chu came up and said, "Thank you for taking care of fifth brother these past few years." Sima Yu Ming and the others cupped their hands. "When grandfather returns, we will definitely have a few drinks with you." Sima Lai only came back when it was almost noon. He said to the few of them, "I have decided to return to the main family. From now on, we will live here." Sima Yue and the rest were not surprised by this decision. It was within their expectations. Although he was dissatisfied with the clan, it was better for them to stay, especially since he had to consider Sima Yu Ming and the others. With such a family, they would be able to go further in the future. Since Sima Yue wanted to stay, Wei Ziqi and the rest decided to settle down here and stay in the inn until they found a house. Sima Yue wanted them to stay with the Sima family for a while, but she gave up on the idea as she was not familiar with the family. When it was late at night, Sima Yu Qing and Sima Yu Yang came to look for Sima Yu. They just happened to bump into them drinking and sat down together without any reservations. When he heard that Wei Ziqi and the others were planning to settle down in Anyang City, Sima Yu Yang patted his chest and promised that he would take care of it. He would definitely find a suitable place for them to live in. The next day, he came to look for them, saying that he had found a courtyard. He also brought the news from last night's auction, saying that the Earth Dragon Marrow was fought over by many people. The original starting price of 200,000 was raised to over 5 million. It's a good thing that we don't need it anymore. Otherwise, we would definitely have to fork out a huge sum of money. Sima Yu Yang sighed. "Found a house?" Sima Yu Yang asked. "I've found it. It's my friend's house. When he heard that I wanted a house, he transferred it to me. It's not a problem." Wei Ziqi asked. "It's not a problem. 1 or 2 houses. If you don't like it, you. Okay. Big brother and the others are busy returning to the family. I have nothing to do, so let's go take a look." They first went to Xianyuan Pavilion to pick up Little Two, and then took him to see the house. The house that Sima Yu Yang found was not far from the Sima clan. It was close to the Sima clan's mountain range and was not very big. However, it was not a problem for tens of hundreds of people to stay in it. The courtyard was far from the city center. It was quiet and secluded, suitable for cultivation, was not bad. Wei Ziqi said. "I like it." Fatty Chu said. "Okay, let's do it here." Bei Gong Tang agreed. Then it's settled. Sima Yu Yang said. "I'll get some maids to clean it up for you. It's been a long time since anyone lived here. There's dust everywhere. Then we'll have to trouble you." Sima Yu said. "We're a family now. There's no need to be so courteous." Sima Yu Yang put his elbow on her shoulder. "When we met in Linchuan City, I never thought that we would become a family. Once the house was settled, Wei Ziqi and the others' lives were settled as well. They had experienced many things in these 3 years. They did not have to think about going out for experience in the short term. They could cultivate properly. Everyone believed that in the future, everyone's cultivation would definitely rise rapidly. Those who wanted to recruit you will definitely come looking for you. If you have any ideas, you can find a power to rely on. Sima Yuyang said. We have no interest in joining those powers. What do we do if we don't want to? Fatty Chu asked. Why don't I go back and discuss it with my grandfather? We'll announce to the public that you've joined our Sima family. We won't give you anything and you don't have to do anything for us. Sima Yuyang said. This idea is not bad. Fatty Chu said. Thank you, Brother Yuyang. Okay, then you and I will go back first. We'll come back when we're free. After that, Sima Yu and Sima Yuyang left. The others stayed behind. Not long after, a few maids came over and said that Sima Yuyang had already sent them over. They would be in charge of taking care of them in the future. Bei Gong Tang and the others did not want them at first. However, considering that little two needed to eat every day and the entire house needed someone to clean, they let them stay. Sima Yuyang and the others went to look for Sima Lin when they returned to the Sima family. He told them about Wei Ziqi and the others. Sima Lin readily agreed to Sima Yuyang's request. He got people to spread the news that Wei Ziqi and the others had already joined the Sima family. Once this news was released, those powers that wanted to recruit them were stunned. They were such good seedlings, but they were all taken in by the Sima family just like that. However, when they thought about their relationship with Sima Yu, they could only sigh. They sighed that the Sima family had gotten a huge bargain this time. Many thanks, clan leader. Sima Yu thanked him. You don't have to thank us. Releasing this kind of news is beneficial to us as well. Sima Lin said. This way, the other powers will not try to recruit them. Thinking about the various powers that were fighting openly and secretly, she understood. Yu, because of your grandfather's request, you have not been written into the family tree. However, you are still a member of our clan. Sima Lin said. Grandfather has already told me about this. It's fine as long as you treat grandfather and the others well. Sima Yu said. She did not have any opinion on whether or not she was written into the family tree. In any case, it was fine as long as she lived with Sima Lai and the others. We have let them down in the past. The clan will compensate them in the future. Sima Lin said. Many thanks, clan leader. Since they were going to live together in the future, she did not want to pursue what happened in the past. In any case, the people who had beaten Sima Lai and the others had already been killed. Sima Lin could also see Sima Yu's attitude and nodded satisfactorily, saying, since you are able to cure uncle, your medical skills should be very good. We have something that we need your help with. What is it? Sima Lin glanced at Sima Yuyang, saying, Yang, you can leave first. Sima Yuyang left obediently. Sima Lin went to a secret compartment and pressed it. A secret tunnel appeared in front of Sima Yu. Chapter 233. News of the turmoil in the Sima family spread. Sima Jun's injuries were healed and he told the truth. Sima Lai's family, who were originally thought to be sinners, were cleansed of their grievances and returned to the Sima family. That day, Sima Yue had made a ruckus outside the Sima family's door and even killed Sima Ku and Sima Yi in the Sima residence. Coupled with her identity, everyone was even more curious about her. They were all guessing how she came here from the Dongchen kingdom. At that moment, she and Sima Lin had walked into the secret passageway. As they walked, they did not know which part of the Sima residence they had arrived at. The two of them walked for half an hour before exiting the secret passage. They arrived at a valley and then entered a cave. "We're here." Sima Lin stopped in front. Sima Yue followed behind him and entered the cave. She saw a person lying on the stone bed. His body was glowing as if he was being protected by something. Who is this? She did not know why Sima Lin had brought her here. This is the previous patriarch of the Sima family. Sima Lin said, he is also the eldest brother of our generation. Elderly head. Sima Yue looked at the person in surprise. It seemed like he didn't abdicate normally. 3 years ago, when I went to the Dongchen kingdom, I was not the patriarch. At that time, he was the patriarch. Sima Lin said, at that time, we brought your grandfather and Sima Kai back. On the way back, Sima Kai was unconscious because his magic pet had died. I don't know if it was because of the contract, but he died before we could even leave the Sophia mountain range. I was wondering why I didn't see that guy. Sima Yue said. Sima Lin glanced at him and continued, when we returned home, we found out that the patriarch had gone out. We didn't think much of it, but we never thought that he would be carried back by someone. The family tried everything but failed to cure him. They couldn't even stop his life force from fading away. In the end, they could only use the family's secret method to save his life. You want me to save him? Sima Yue asked. Sima Lin nodded his head and said, the clan's doctors all said that there was no way, but I thought that since you were able to cure little uncle so quickly, you might have a way to save him. I need to check it first. Sima Yue was not very confident. All right. Sima Yue walked over and examined the elderly head carefully. Her expression was solemn. All of this person's meridians were shattered, and all of his bones were broken. Almost half of his body had turned into slag. His internal organs had also suffered heavy injuries, and his vitality had completely disappeared. His injuries were more serious than Bai Yunchen's, but the most important thing was not just the injuries on his body. How was it? Sima Lin asked from the side. Sima Yue sighed, saying, no matter who it was, they would have died. Even you don't have a way. Sima Lin was still a little disappointed in his heart. It's not impossible. Sima Yue said, it's just that the probability of success is not high. Then there's hope. Sima Lin was overjoyed. Sima Yue shook her head and said, his body is completely crippled. It won't be easy for him to recover. But that's not the hardest part. What's that? His spirit is almost extinguished. In order to preserve his life, his spirit has entered a deep sleep. Sima Yue said, if his spirit is unable to awaken, then even if the injuries on his body are healed, it would be useless. How much confidence do you have? Sima Lin naturally knew how serious his injuries were, and knew that the chances of saving his life were not high. If not, he would not have used a secret technique to seal him here. Less than half. Sima Yue replied honestly, and the cost is huge. We will need many rare herbs. No matter what, we need to know who did this to our Sima family. To be able to injure our family head to this extent, it is not something an ordinary person can do. Sima Lin said solemnly, we will get the herbs we need. You just have to try your best to save him. All right. Sima Yue replied. After leaving the cave, Sima Yue and Sima Yue went back the way they came. When they reached home, she wrote down a list of herbs that she needed. The list was filled with names, and there were at least a few hundred to 1,000 of them. Other than those few main herbs, try your best to collect as many as you can. Sima Yue instructed. After 2 days, Sima Lin sent someone to call her over. Other than him, there was a group of elders waiting for her. Sima Yue greeted everyone. Seeing that their expressions were not good, she asked, what's wrong? Of the few main herbs that you gave, 3 of them are missing. Sima Lin said. None. Sima Yue was a little surprised. She had seen them in the medicine book before. If they were not there, how could they appear in the book? We have the rest, but we don't have the moon breath grass, sunset cloud flower and brown honey. The great elder by the side said. Sima Yue already knew that the group of people that she saw when she went to the Sima family were the elders of the Sima family. Most of them were elders of the same generation as Sima Lin. These three are rather rare. Sima Yue said, but it shouldn't be to the extent that they don't have them, right? Have you all gone to the Xian Yuan Pavilion and the Alchemist Guild? We did. Another elder said, but the Alchemist Guild also said that these three main herbs have not been seen for a long time. They don't have any in stock. Since they don't have any in stock, then go and look for them. Sima Yue said, the first two herbs are born together. With them, there will be brown bees. When the time comes, we'll just have to find the hive. We have the same plan. Sima Lin said, so we plan to go to the ocean soon. I called you here today to draw out the main herbs. Only the people we send will know how to find them. The brown bees are easier to identify. But the other two herbs are similar to other herbs and are not easy to identify. If you want to go, bring me along. I can identify them directly when the time comes. Sima Yue said. That place is too dangerous. Your sacred beast friend is not around. It's better for you to stay at home. Sima Lin did not agree, you can just draw out the appearance of the herbs. If you don't need me, I don't want to join in the fun. But if the two herbs are wrong, then it won't be a healing medicine, but a fatal poison. Sima Yue said. Since it's like this, then let her go. The great elder said, this time I will personally lead the team. If I bring more people, I should be able to guarantee her safety. Sima Yue saw their serious expressions and asked, isn't that ocean just an ocean? Is it that scary? Everyone present nodded and said, there are more types of living things in the ocean than on land. Furthermore, they are stronger. If you are not careful, you will be eaten by the fishes. That's scary. Sima Yue was curious. Of course. The great elder raised his hand, the danger level is not lower than Sophia mountain range. It might even be higher. It is also because of this that some herbs that only grow in the ocean rarely appear on land. Now that you mention it, I really want to go and take a look. Sima Yue touched her chin and said faintly. Chapter 234. The matter of going out to sea was settled just like that. The eldest elder would personally lead the team, leading a spirit paragon, 10 spirit saints, 50 spirit overlords, as well as Sima Yue and Sima Yulan. The time of departure was set to be 3 days later because they had to wait for Sima Yulan to come out of seclusion. Sima Yue understood. This Sima Yulan was able to sense the existence of the golden snake fruit at that time, so she must have some talent in this area. Bringing her along might be of help. No wonder I haven't seen her. She must have gone into seclusion after Bei Gong and the others saw her, Sima Yue thought to herself. After that, Sima Yue went to the courtyard and told Wei Ziqi and the others that she would be leaving for a period of time. She also told them that if anything happened, they could look for Sima Yuyang. He would help them. 3 days later, Sima Yulan came out of seclusion and the Sima family was ready to go. Sima Yue noticed that there was one more person in the team. Why is he going as well? She muttered softly when she saw Sima Yulin, who had just joined. Who would have thought that Sima Yulin would just happen to walk over? When he heard what she said, he actually stopped and said, the gathering is about to begin. I'll go with you to gain experience. After saying that, he continued walking forward. He came to the first elder's side and said something to him. This guy is really good at hiding his aura. She felt a little apprehensive when she thought about how he only noticed her when he was so close to her. Sima Yulan walked over, saying, Big Brother Yulin has been training in concealing his aura since he was young. It's already ingrained in his bones. Sima Yue turned around and nodded at Sima Yulan. She didn't look any different from 3 years ago. Even her body didn't grow much. Compared to others, her growth rate was obviously slower. Thank you for the medicine you gave me 3 years ago, Sima Yue said. At that time, I merely saw that you were so seriously injured, yet so persevering. I was shocked by you, that's all. Sima Yulan's smile was very clean. 3 years had worn away some of her previous arrogance. No matter what, I still have to thank you. Sima Yue said. To tell you the truth, although I was shocked by you at that time, I didn't think that you would succeed. So when I sensed that I was about to break through, I chose to go into closed-door cultivation. Sima Yulan said, I didn't think that by the time I came out, the clan would have changed so much. But I'm still happy that you're back. 3 years ago, the two of them didn't have much conflict. Now that they were a family, those squabbles could be ignored. Fifth brother, I heard from Yu Yang that the sea region is quite dangerous. You have to take care of yourself. Don't rush to the front if anything happens. Do you understand? Sima Yulo and the others came to send her off. They were afraid that she would rush forward, so they reminded her many times. Sima Yue agreed one by one and promised that she would not rush to the front. It was only when eldest elder said to move that she and Sima Yulan boarded a flying beast. Anyang City was in the northeast of central Wu country. It was not far from the coastline. Ordinary flying beasts could reach it in a few days. Anyang City and Anyang City were only 1 word apart, but the difference in size was like heaven and earth. This Anyang City was not even half as big as Anyang City. The population was also much smaller. Most of the people here made a living by fishing. At the pier of Anyang City, the Sima family's boat had already been prepared. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters high. It was said that it was a medium-sized boat for the Sima family. Once the group of people boarded, the boat slowly left the coast and headed towards the deep sea. This was not Sima Yue's first time on a boat. In her past life, she even secretly owned a small boat. She used her remuneration as an assassin to buy it with her other identity. But the feeling of sitting on a boat in her past life was different. The fish here are really big. Sima Yue leaned on the railing and sighed as she looked at the fish that were close to a meter long. These are still small. Sima Yulan stood on the deck with her and looked at the fish in the water, saying, These are all normal fish. The bodies of those sea clans are even bigger. Don't be surprised when you see a small mountain of fish. Sima Yue's eyes shone, saying, As big as a mountain. How is the meat of such a big fish? Is it delicious? 3 black lines appeared on the back of Sima Yulan's head. She looked at her rather speechlessly. Such a big sea clan would naturally be very strong. Not many people have eaten their meat before. Sima Yue touched her chin and thought that she would definitely find a chance to try it this time. The sea clan's spirit beasts use spiritual energy to cleanse their bodies. Needless to say, the meat is good. Sima Yulin walked over and said lightly. Sima Yue and Sima Yulan were surprised that Sima Yulin would come over to chat with them. Didn't he usually not talk about these things with them? Why did he come over now? Is it raining red? Sima Yue looked up. No. That's strange. Sima Yulin glared at Sima Yue. This guy really deserved a beating. He had been standing on the deck when Sima Yue was interested in the fish in the water. He did not plan to join in at first. However, when he saw Sima Yue's shining eyes, he unconsciously walked over and continued her sentence. Those sea clans are very strong. Even we cannot casually provoke them. He warned, even if you are interested in them, it's best not to act blindly without thinking. I'll do my best. Sima Yue nodded. It was her first time in the sea, so she naturally would not act blindly without thinking. After all, this was a place that even spirit paragons were afraid of. It was definitely dangerous. Yulin, every time I hear this name, I think of Yuling, Sima Yue muttered softly. However, her voice was not soft enough because the two people beside her heard it. Sima Yulan could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw that Sima Yulin's face was no longer calm. Sima Yue was satisfied when she saw that he was no longer calm. Right, I'm going to identify medicinal ingredients. Yulin is using this as an opportunity to gain experience. Yulan, why are you going to? Didn't you say that it's dangerous here? Because Yulan has an innate ability to sense spirit treasures. Sima Yulin said. Innate ability to sense spirit treasures? Sima Yu's eyes widened as she looked Sima Yulan up and down with curiosity. It said that our ancestors had the bloodline of spirit beasts. However, no one paid much attention to it because no one has ever seen it before. Sima Yulin replied. Yulan's spirit beast bloodline has awakened? Sima Yue asked. Sima Yulan nodded. Sima Yue wanted to say something but suddenly felt a dangerous aura and turned to look at the sea. Sea clans are approaching. The voice of the great elder came from the highest room. Very quickly, the spirit paragons appeared on the deck. Sima Yue looked at the sea. It looked calm, but under the water, the dangerous aura was approaching. Roar dash, following a sharp cry, tens of fish appeared on the surface. Chapter 235. It's swordfish. So many swordfish. At the very least, they are saint beasts. The one at the front is a divine beast. When the people on the ship saw the school of swordfish, they began to discuss among themselves. However, they did not panic. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had encountered such a situation. Sima Yue was curious as she looked at the school of swordfish. She wondered how powerful the spiritual beasts in the water were. The front of the swordfish is very sharp. Don't let them get close to the boat. Sima Yulin ordered. When the swordfish approached the ship, they began to attack them. Pillars of water flew out from their mouths. The spirit grandmasters hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy to attack back. The pillars of water were scattered in mid-air and fell back into the sea. Sima Yue also joined the battle. She channeled her spiritual energy to attack the swordfish, especially the spikes that were aimed at them. Almost every attack was accurate. Many swordfish had their bones broken, and blood dyed the surface of the sea red. Those two divine beasts are approaching the ship. Someone shouted. Humph. The two spirit emperors snorted and flew into the air, attacking the two divine beasts. The two spirit beasts were only at level 1 or 2. Their battle prowess should be comparable to a level 3 or 4 spirit emperor. However, the two spirit emperors had already reached level 5. That was why they could fight against them. Sima Yue stood on the deck and watched their battle carefully. At first, she didn't know why the sea beasts were so much stronger than the spirit beasts on land. After that, she understood that it was because the sea water gave them some protection and weakened their attacks to a certain extent. She called Little Ping out and instructed, "Go and catch 2 swordfish for me." Oh, it would be best if they were those 2 divine beasts. Yes, Master. Little Rock responded, spreading his wings and grabbing at one of the swordfish. 4-winged rock. Seeing Little Rock, quite a few people recognized him. Divine beast. It really is a divine beast. This is young Master Yoyue's contracted beast. Isn't young Master Yoyue's contracted beast the mythical fox? She has 2 divine beasts. Even young Master Yulin only has 2 divine beasts. She actually has 2. Chirp chirp, Little Rock flew to the top of the swordfish and swooped down. His speed was extremely fast, and everyone only saw an afterimage flashing past their eyes. That divine beast swordfish was caught by him. PFFF, Little Rock's claws were as hard as steel. With a tug, the struggling swordfish was torn into two halves. It threw the swordfish onto the deck, and when it was about to catch another one, it found that it had already sunk to the bottom of the sea with its minions. "Master, I'm sorry. I only caught one," Little Rock said guiltily. Sima Yue waved her hand and said, "It's okay, this one is enough." Sima Yulan walked over and saw that she was beside the swordfish, saying, "You really want to eat it?" "Of course." Sima Yue nodded her head seriously, saying, "Didn't Yulin just say that this sea beast is delicious? Moreover, the meat contains spiritual energy. Eating it can also replenish our strength. Then what do you plan to do?" Sima Yulan asked. Sima Yue took out pots and pans, saying, "Take some to roast, take some to make fish soup, take some to boil. Boiled fish with pickled vegetables and steamed fish will do." Those who were with her saw how smoothly she spoke, and knew that she was definitely a foodie. Especially when they saw that she had so many things to cook, they were even more certain of their guess. Sima Yulan was also shocked by Sima Yue and the others. She touched this and touched that, asking, "You always have so many things to cook with you?" "Of course." Sima Yue quickly kept the fish, saying, "After you take my grandfather and the others away, we will go to Sophia mountain range in 2 to 3 months. We will be living there for 2 years, so we naturally have to prepare everything. But spirit masters don't need to eat." Sima Yulan said. "I'm used to it. I feel like I'm missing something if I don't eat for a day." Sima Yue shrugged. Sima Yulin looked at those pots and pans and realized that they were not ordinary household items. He asked, "Are these all spirit tools?" "That's right, they were all made by Fatty." Sima Yue said, "At that time, that guy had just started learning how to refine tools and was looking for something to practice with, so I got him to refine these for me. But I have to say, the food made by these spirit tools is much better than the ones made by normal tools." Everyone was speechless when they heard what she said. Using spirit tools to cook was probably something that only she could think of. And the only armament master who was willing to refine pots and pans was probably someone like Fatty, who asked him to like eating. In the spirit pagoda, Little Roar insisted on coming out because he knew that Sima Yue was cooking outside. Yu had not cooked for everyone for a long time. Seeing Little Roar, Sima Yulan thought of the time in Dongchen Kingdom when he roared a few times and killed the 6-toed devil mouse. She was still a little afraid. However, she was not afraid very quickly because she realized that Little Roar was someone who did not know how to behave properly. Yu, hurry up, I'm starving to death." He lay on Sima Yue's shoulder and stared straight at the swordfish in her hand. Sima Yulan looked at Little Roar in amusement. At his level, he would not feel hungry at all. He actually said that he was starving to death, how funny. Sima Yulin looked at Little Roar and realized that he could not see his original form. He only felt that he was very strong, but also did not seem to have any attack power. Yu, what kind of contracted beast is this?" If he did not understand, he would ask. He had always adhered to this principle. Little Roar. Sima Yue glanced at Little Roar, who was about to drool, and said, "It's just a lazy worm beast that only knows how to eat and not cook." She did not trust him wholeheartedly, so she naturally would not tell him about Little Roar's original form. Even if Sima Yulan had seen it before, she did not know what it was. Very quickly, she finished preparing the swordfish. A portion was used to make fish soup, a portion was steamed, a portion was braised and a portion was roasted. Very quickly, a table full of delicacies was served. She called Sima Yulan and Sima Yue over to eat. She did not care about those guards, she did not have the energy to cook for tens of people. Furthermore, those people had all returned to their own houses after the boat had sailed normally. It tastes so good. She drank a mouthful of fish soup and realized that the taste of this sea beast was really delicious. She could not help but close her eyes and enjoy it. Sima Yulin also took a bite. His movements were very elegant, as if eating was a very noble thing. It was a huge contrast to Sima Yuyue, who was wolfing down the food. Delicious. Although he did not have any requirements for food, he was still attracted by the delicious food in his mouth. You're so particular when eating. I really want to see what you look like when you go berserk. Sima Yuyue could not help but complain softly when she saw how noble he looked. Sima Yulan, on the other hand, did not have such good table manners. Together with Sima Yuyue and Little Roar, they swept the food clean. However, in the end, Sima Yuyue realized that although Sima Yulin looked like he was eating very elegantly, his speed was not slow at all. In the end, the amount of shark fins he had was not less than theirs. Chapter 236. In the later part of the journey, they met a few more sea beasts. As they went deeper into the ocean, the sea beasts were of higher ranks. When they were about to reach their destination, another elder took action. The one who gained the most was still Sima Yuyue. Most people would kill the sea beasts at most and watch their bodies sink to the bottom of the sea. She, on the other hand, would get Little Rock to catch many sea beasts for her to eat in the future. Of course, Sima Yulin and the others ate many delicacies as well. We'll reach in half a day. Sima Yulan said to Sima Yuyue while eating barbecued meat. Sima Yuyue was happy. They had already traveled for half a month. Every day, they looked at the vast ocean. It was boundless. After a long time, the novelty had faded. Which island are we going to? Forgotten Worry Island. Sima Yulan said, that's the biggest island that we can reach. There are many precious herbs on it, but it's also very dangerous. There are many divine beasts. Are there moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower? Sima Yuyue asked. This was the most important thing. They didn't want to waste their time. Sima Yulan nodded, saying, the people from the Xian Yuan Pavilion said that someone once picked the moon breath grass from Forgotten Worry Island. That's good. Half a day later, they reached their destination and came to Forgotten Worry Island. Sima Yuyue stood on the island with her mouth agape. She said blankly, this island can be considered a small continent. Eldest elder stood beside her, saying, this island is not big compared to the entire ocean. There are even bigger islands inside. How big is this ocean? Sima Yuyue sighed. Nobody knows. Eldest elder said, no one has ever walked the entire ocean. It's not just because it's dangerous, it's because there's not enough time. Sima Yuyue was stunned. There wasn't enough time. How big of a sea was this? It's so big. It's easier said than done to find the moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower. A guard sighed. Sima Yuyue was also thinking about the same thing. Don't worry, we found the person who obtained the moon breath grass. He drew a rough map for us, roughly marking the place where he picked the moon breath grass. The great elder said, furthermore, Yulan has also smelled the box that contained the moon breath grass. If she encounters it, she will definitely be able to find its location. Cough, cough. When Sima Yuyue heard the great elder's words, she suddenly thought of something that she should not have thought of. She wanted to laugh but was too embarrassed to do so. She could only hold it in. Sima Yulan slapped her and glared at her angrily, looking angry. I didn't say anything, did I? Sima Yuyue could not help but laugh. You're still laughing. Sima Yulan immediately pounced on Sima Yuyu and the latter immediately ran away. Sima Yulin watched them play around and suddenly said, there's someone here. Sima Yue and Sima Yulan stopped. Everyone looked at Sima Yulin and asked, "There's someone here." Sima Yulin walked towards a large rock. Sima Yue and Sima Yulan went over as well. They saw that behind the rock, there was a pile of firewood and a few pieces of clothing. The bloodstains on it were from 2 to 3 days ago. There really is someone here. I wonder who it is. Sima Yulan said. Looks like it's just one person. I wonder who is so daring to live on this island alone. Sima Yulin said. Who knows, we might even meet him. Sima Yue said. Who knows? Sima Yulan said, when the time comes, I definitely want to see who dares to live here alone. Let's go. The Great Elder has made arrangements. Sima Yue and the others went back and told the Great Elder what they saw. The Great Elder was silent for a moment before saying, maybe there's someone trapped on this island. If we meet him, let's see if he needs to leave with us. Yes. It's still early today. Let's walk inside. The Great Elder said. Leaving behind 10 guards to guard the boat, the rest of the people went to the island. At first, it was very peaceful. Perhaps it was because they were still outside the island and did not meet many amphibious sea beasts. However, everyone did not let down their guard. Let's set up camp here for tonight. The Great Elder said. This was a hollow in the mountains and the terrain was rather spacious. It was enough for them to set up camp. The guards set up the tents. Even Sima Yulin and Sima Yulan did it themselves. They did not have the arrogance of the other young masters. Night fell very quickly. A group of people sat in front of the fire and chatted to pass the time. A wood dash, a wolf's howl came from afar. Everyone stood up in shock. There's actually a wolf here. A guard asked. It's not a wolf. It's a human's voice. Sima Yue said. It really is a human's voice. The guard heard it and realized that the wolf's howl was not professional. It sounded more like a human's howl. Should we go and take a look? Someone said. Young Master Yulin, take a few people with you to take a look. The Great Elder said. Okay. Sima Yulin nodded. He called a few people and left. Sima Yue was in the crowd. She looked at Sima Yulin unhappily, saying, I'm so weak, why did you call me along? Sima Yulin turned around and looked at her, saying, I will protect you. Sima Yue was stunned. This guy actually said that he would protect her. It seemed that apart from her grandfather, a few brothers and Wei Ziqi, no one else had said that they would protect her. Seeing Sima Yue's stunned expression, Sima Yulin merely turned around and smiled. He realized that he could not use force on this guy. The more he wanted to suppress him, the more he would resist. If he wanted to get along well, he could only use this method. However, looking at his reaction, it was really effective. When they came to the mountain, they saw that in another hollow in the mountain, a human figure was being chased by a group of amphibious sea beasts. He was running crazily towards this mountain. Why doesn't he fly up and shake off those spirit beasts? Sima Yue did not understand. This island has a restriction. We can't fly. Sima Yulin replied. Seeing the human figure getting closer, he cried out in shock, it's him. Sima Yue looked at the human figure who was already injured and said, you know him? Sima Yulin nodded. It was obvious that he did not have a good impression of this person. When the other party saw that there were people on the mountain, he changed his direction and ran towards them. When he saw Sima Yulin clearly, he laughed loudly, the heavens are helping me. Brother Yulin, save me. Sima Yue looked at the person who could still laugh in this situation. Her first impression was that this guy was a little careless and unreliable. Although Sima Yulin did not like this person, he still said to the guards beside him, you guys go and deal with those spirit beasts. The guards rushed down and fought with the spirit beasts. That person happily escaped from the pursuit. Who is he? Sima Yue asked again. Xian Yuan Pavilion's young master, Jun Lin. Sima Yulin replied. Chapter 237. The young master of the Xianyuan Pavilion. Why is he here alone? Sima Yue asked as she looked at the person who was running away. This guy runs around all day. Even the people from the Xianyuan Pavilion don't know where he is. He hasn't appeared for a long time. I didn't think that he would actually be here. Sima Yulin said. Jun Lin howled as he ran towards Sima Yulin. He only stopped when he was in front of them and wrapped his arms around his neck, saying, Brother Yulin, we actually ran into you here. We're really fated. You must have come by boat. Take me with you when you go back. I've already stayed in this godforsaken place for half a year. If I don't go back, I'll become a barbarian. PFFF, Sima Yu looked at the overly enthusiastic Jun Lin, then looked at the unsettled Sima Yulin and laughed. Jun Lin looked at Sima Yue and realized that she was not from the Sima family. He asked, Brother, are you from the Sima family? I've never seen him before. I just returned to the Sima family, Sima Yue replied. So that's how it is. No wonder I've never seen you before. Why are you with this black fox? Be careful not to be led astray by him. Jun Lin said. Sima Yue now knew why Sima Yulin did not like him. No one would be happy to be called a black-hearted fox. Little brother, what's your name? What are you guys doing here? Jun Lin walked over to Sima Yue and put his arm around her shoulders as if they were close friends. Sima Yue slapped his hand away and said, My name is Sima Yue. Aren't you the young master of the Xianyuan Pavilion? Why are you here alone? The smile on Jun Lin's face fell when he was asked this question. I made a bet with them and lost. The bet was that I would live here alone for 3 months. In the end, my ship was knocked over by a sea beast, and I didn't have any flying spirit beasts, so I could only wait here to see if there was anyone passing by who would let me hitch a ride. It's been 3 months, and I've finally seen him. You've been living here alone for half a year. Sima Yue looked at him in surprise. Didn't they say it was dangerous here? He lived alone for half a year. Just how strong was he? Sima Yulin seemed to know what she was thinking and said, It's not that he's strong, it's that he's good at escaping. First-class escaping skills? Sima Yue looked at Lord Descendant. Just now, she had seen him run really fast. I don't know how many powers he has harmed. He was chased down before, but he wasn't caught. Sima Yulin said. Really? Sima Yue asked. Jun Lin was not ashamed, but rather proud. He patted his chest and said proudly, That's right. Back then, they sent a few spirit paragons and a bunch of spirit emperors to chase after me, but I managed to shake them off. So powerful. Of course. Jun Lin hugged Sima Yue's shoulder again, saying, If you follow me in the future, I guarantee that you'll have that kind of speed. Even the young pavilion master of the Xianyuan Pavilion wanted to chase and beat him up. What exactly did you do to him? Sima Yue said, If I follow you, I'm afraid that I'll have to run for my life in 2 days. Sima Yulin saw that Sima Yue was interested in Jun Lin at first, and was worried that she would be tricked by him. Hearing what she said, he finally relaxed. Seeing that the guards had already taken care of the sea beasts, he said, Let's go back. The Great Elder is still waiting for us. Okay. The Great Elder is here as well. Haha, then we're safe. I also want to follow you. Jun Lin very consciously followed them back. When they returned, the Great Elder was surprised to see Jun Lin. After hearing what happened to him, he said, then you can follow us first. When we return, we'll bring you along. Many thanks to the great elder. Junlin beamed as he bowed. Sima Yue came beside Sima Yulan and asked, I feel like Yulin doesn't like this young pavilion master. Do you know why? Sima Yulan covered her mouth and laughed. She went beside Sima Yue's ear and said, the first time they met, Junlin was drunk and thought that big brother Yulin was a girl and took liberties with him. Sima Yue was drinking fruit wine when she heard what Sima Yue said. She spat out all the wine. You're saying that Yulin was taken liberties with by Junlin? She stared at Sima Yulan with wide eyes. That's right. Sima Yulan nodded and beamed, you don't know, but big brother Yulin's face immediately darkened and he gave Junlin a good beating. From then on, he didn't look happy when he saw him. Sima Yue touched her chin. She could imagine the scene at that time. A man who usually looked so noble and elegant was actually taken liberties with as a girl. It was a pity that she didn't see it with her own eyes. Right, do you know what kind of background the Xianyuan Pavilion has? Sima Yue said, I think it's even more powerful than those first-ranked powers. Of course. Sima Yulan didn't hold anything back from Sima Yue and told her everything she knew. I heard that the Xianyuan Pavilion doesn't have a power from the Yilin continent behind them. That's why even the royal family is afraid of them. For a family like ours, we naturally know a little. So that's the case. Sima Yue nodded. Don't you have the Xianyuan Pavilion's blue card? Don't tell me you don't know what kind of organization it is. Sima Yulan asked. Sima Yue smiled, saying, at that time, I had just left the Dongchen kingdom and didn't know much about the powers there. How would I know what kind of organization it was? I just thought it was a chain store. Later on, I heard from others that first-ranked powers only had red cards. That's when I realized that they were different. How did you get your blue card? Sima Yulan asked curiously. I just took some pills for them to auction and sold a pill recipe to them. They just gave it to me. Sima Yue said. Just like that. Sima Yulan looked at her in disbelief. She got the Xianyuan Pavilion's blue card so easily. Those pills of yours shouldn't be simple. Junlin heard Sima Yulan's exclamation and came over, saying, most people definitely can't get our card just by selling a pill recipe. It's all right. Sima Yue didn't say what kind of pill it was, but she felt like she couldn't hide it from Junlin. He would know once he went back and asked. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we will go deep into the island to look for the moon breath grass. Eldest elder returned to his tent after speaking. I'm going to rest. Good night. Sima Yue got up and left as well. Sima Yulin arranged for someone to keep watch and returned to his tent as well. Junlin touched his chin and his eyes flashed. He bought a pill recipe and got a blue card. I really want to know what he sold it for. However, I'll find out when I go back. This guy isn't simple. Chapter 238. Early the next morning, the group of people packed up. The great elder divided the people into 3 groups and told them to search separately. Before she left, Sima Yue drew the moon breath grass and sunset cereus flower. She also told them about the characteristics of the brown bees and told them to send someone to report if they found any traces of them. The 3 teams went their separate ways. Sima Yue, Sima Yulan and Sima Yulin naturally followed the eldest elder. Junlin joined them as well, and there were 4 or 5 other guards following them. They had not gone far when they heard rustling sounds. There's movement. The great elder stopped and looked ahead. Young master, can you handle it alone? Sima Yulin closed his eyes and sensed for a moment before nodding, saying, yes. As a result, the others stood where they were without moving. Sima Yulin went forward alone, condensing his spirit energy and sending it forward. A white light flashed in the grass that was as tall as a person. Giant green alligators. The guard exclaimed when he saw the spirit beasts. There are so many of them. Sima Yue glanced at the crocodiles. Their levels were not very high. Although there were many of them, they were not too dangerous. Sima Yulin single-handedly dealt with 10 over crocodiles. His silhouette darted through the group of crocodiles, his speed extremely fast. The sword in his hand was incomparably sharp, reaping the lives of the crocodiles. Good luck, young master. The guard cried out excitedly when he saw Sima Yulin's battle prowess. It was Sima Yu's first time seeing Sima Yulin in action. His attacks were quick and accurate. Not a single move missed. It was 100% accurate. With such a strong combat power, it seems that he pays a lot of attention to actual combat and is not as spoiled as the other young masters and young ladies. Very quickly, Sima Yulin finished off all the crocodiles without suffering a single injury. Not bad. The Great Elder nodded approvingly. With your current strength, it won't be a problem for you to meet the younger generation of the other families. Yulin walked over and put away the sword in his hand, saying, I don't think so. I'm getting stronger and they're improving as well. Especially Nalanjia. He always gives me a mysterious feeling. Nalanjia has indeed obtained a lot of opportunities, and the people outside have not known about his current strength for a long time. What is his current level? The various clans are all curious. The Great Elder said. I feel that in this gathering, he will be my greatest enemy. Yulin said with certainty. That's why I have to continue moving forward so that I won't be left behind by him. What event? Sima Yue asked. Junlin looked at Sima Yue and said, You don't know about the gathering. Sima Yue shook her head and said, I've just arrived here, and I've never heard of any grand event. What kind of event is that? It's a competition between the various major forces. The position of the force will be determined based on the results of the competition. Yuan explained, if a first-rate force is defeated, then it may become a second-rate force. Moreover, the lower-tier forces can challenge the higher-tier forces. If they win, they can also raise their status. I understand. It's called a gathering, but it's actually a ranking competition between the major forces. Sima Yue said, that Nalanjie does seem to have a bit of strength. That's for sure. A year ago, it was rumored that he was already a 4th-rank spirit elder. Now that a year has passed, his strength must have grown even faster. Junlin said, if we wait another 2 years, he might even reach the spirit emperor rank. Big brother Yulin is very powerful too. Sima Yulan said, I believe that big brother Yulin will definitely defeat that Nalanjia. That beautiful brother of yours is indeed powerful. Junlin said, just now, he didn't show his rank, and it looked like he didn't use all his strength. I actually couldn't tell his rank, how strange. Sima Yue looked at him strangely, but didn't say anything. They kept the alligator's corpse and continued to walk deeper. The 3 teams searched for an entire day, but they didn't find the moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower. However, they weren't discouraged. How could these things be found so easily? At night, Sima Yue cultivated her soul art alone at the top of the mountain, while the rest of the team rested at the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, saying, Big brother Yulin, why are you hiding behind the tree? Sima Yulin came out from behind the tree, saying, I saw you come out alone, so I was afraid that you might be in danger. Senior Elder and the others are just below. There won't be any danger. Sima Yue turned around and said. Sima Yulin walked over and looked at the moon in the sky, saying, Your senses are very strong. You actually knew where I was. So. Sima Yue said, You're very good at hiding your aura. If you didn't meet me, most people wouldn't be able to find you. Are you praising me or praising yourself? Sima Yulin sat beside her and said with a smile. Both. Sima Yue looked at him from the side and said, this guy is really good looking. No wonder Junlin took him for a girl and teased him. Admiring the moon with a handsome guy, it would be a pity if there was no wine. She took out 2 jugs of wine and handed one to Sima Yulin. The two of them clinked their jugs and drank a mouthful. Do you know, I've always been curious about you. Sima Yulin held the jug of wine and looked at Sima Yue. Curious about me? Sima Yue was puzzled. I've known about you since 3 years ago. Sima Yulin said, when Yulan came back, she told me about what happened that day. She said that she was shocked by you. Your strong desire to protect your family made her unable to calm down for a long time. I heard her say that you came with your grandfather and the others that day and fought with my grandfather. At that time, I felt that if it was your family, they would definitely be very happy. Sima Yue did not reply and only listened to him quietly. Actually, the golden snake fruit was in your hands at that time, right? Sima Yulin looked like he was asking her, but his tone was very certain. Why do you think so? Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. At that time, you said that you would find the golden snake fruit earlier within 3 years. Unless it was with you, how could you be so confident that you would find it? Sima Yulin explained. Sima Yue smiled and did not deny it. At the same time, she was shocked at his intelligence. You want to protect your grandfather and the others, but I also want to protect the Sima family. After a long while, Sima Yulin continued, if we fail this time, it won't be as simple as falling from a first-rate power to a second-rate power. We may be killed by the other powers. I don't know about the things between you big powers. Sima Yue said, I'm not interested in these things. Even if you tell me, I won't understand the twists and turns. Sima Yulin laughed, saying, I can tell that you're not interested in these things. Then why are you telling me this? Sima Yue did not understand. Sima Yulin looked at her and said seriously, I want to ask you to help me.